Oh, no! I don't think that could have gone much worse.
I did it.
That's 3 times in a row it caught me.
Alright, if you want to go press the button, do it. Stop.
All of us just died.
I was trying to run away.
What happened?
What the?
That's a bot that taps us.
Fade from memory. Sounds a bit homo to me.
Do it. Oh my goodness, that's perfect.
Ah.
Here comes the cavalry. Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
.1 liter of gas. I mean, I guess we'll take it. It's gas, but son of a... Well. Rico's ordering the choctopus. Let's go!
The choctopus!
Let's go!
He survived. Rose to the challenge.
I mean, he's Space Marine. It would take a rather large choctopus to kill him.
The keg is empty. The keg is empty.
Oh,
What do I do?
Oh no.
I don't have a bucket.
I've got the bucket. I'll be
I
in.
don't got no bucket.
I'll be in shortly.
I've got the clothes where you don't have no water.
Okay, we're gonna have to swap. You're not heavy enough, so tread jumping down onto there.
Oh, get little. Get super little. Okay, never mind. I got an achievement for that, though.
She
That was
moided
funny.
me, chat. She moided me.
That was good. That was
Okay,
hilarious.
so, well, hello, chat. Welcome in. Robozo, congratulations on first, and how dare you come in, fish, and then lurk. Outrageous. I see Chonky is late, even though he's literally in the other room and knew that I was going to be starting. Outrageous. But, no surprise. Anywho, so our plan for today is as per usual. We will be opening with prayer here in but a moment. So if anyone has a prayer request, sneak them in now, get them in while you can. After which, our verse of the day today coming from Romans 6:23 from the King James Version of the Bible. And then we shall be carrying on with our Bible reading with reading Genesis 20 through 24. 24 being a rather long one. So that one will take a little bit, but there we go. This should be pinned there. There we go. That is our verse of the day. We'll keep that pinned. I'm going to start doing that, I think. I like that idea. So, I'll give it another minute or two, see if anyone else sneaks in here before we get started for the day, get the ball rolling. After our Bible reading, of course, as per usual, it is Monday, so Media Monday and some Satisfactory, so we'll put on some videos to watch while I work on our factories some more. That is our game plan, at least. Everything is subject to change, of course. So you never know. We may end up playing some Helldivers or something some point today, but at the very least, the plan is Satisfactory and videos. I think I'm slowly but surely getting this set up more well done as I've been working on my overlays and whatnot. I'm trying to improve things in the back end. That way, the stream is a little bit cleaner, a little bit more functional, and a little bit more intuitive. So hopefully that shall continue to reflect. Heck, even just fixing up those labels down there, I'm much happier with how that looks. Whereas before we had the problem where I had it set. What was it? I had it set to where it was like automatically changing the size of the font based off the names, and so it was getting wonky. Now it's all set. And it, for the most part, looks good. I even added a little scroll of our recent followers on the start screen, and I think if it's working now, there should be a scrolling list of our subscribers at the end of stream. I'm still working on that, trying to get it set up nicely, get it all cleaned up and looking good. I don't know how much it does for the stream, but I'm at least, I'm trying to get things a little bit more well developed here. But give it just one more moment, and then we will get the ball rolling. Okay, good. The music is playing. Good stuff. Now, I'm just now noticing as I'm looking through the audio, I never cleaned up this audio for some reason. I still have the browser audio capture on this one, and there's no reason for that in the Bible reading section, so let me clean that up. Okay, hold on. Let me check the other ones, make sure I didn't just break anything. You're back from your fishing run? I see. I am just checking things in the background right now, making sure that I didn't just break anything. It's looking like we're good. Soldier coming in to get second, I see. Welcome in, soldier. How have you been, my friend? I feel like it has been a hot minute since we have gotten to hang out. We're gonna have to fix that at some point, my friend. Give you a shout out right quick.
Oh, there's a tea kettle over there. Where is it?
Marco! Oh, there you are.
I just heard someone scream.
That was so good.
Clipping that! I'm so clipping
Oh,
that.
soldier,
Hold
that
on.
was great. I haven't heard that one before, I think. I don't think I've seen that clip from your end before. That is great. That was so high pitched, man. That was awesome. Thrax, welcome in. Soldier does need to dive with us. You have a story. Well, you may wish to save it until after the Bible reading and whatnot. We're just about to get started. I was just giving it another minute to see if anyone had a prayer request, but because we're about to get the ball rolling, and today is definitely the day. If you want to tell stories, it is a good time to do so because we are doing Satisfactory and videos today, so plenty of chill time to do so. But I do believe we're good to get the ball rolling. So, especially because we've got a fair bit of the Bible to read today, as it is Genesis 20 through 24, and 24 is one of the longer ones. So, we will be reading for a wee bit. And Rebozo, I do request, if you catch it, while I'm reading the Bible, if you see it talking about starting an ad break, if you could delay it, I would appreciate it. I try to delay it when I can, but I don't always catch it when I'm reading, because it doesn't pop up for very long on my end. I would ask the same of Chonky, but Chonky is probably helldiving right now and not paying attention. So, he is not even here. What? Soldier, why'd you delete the message? You will watch as well? Oh yeah, true. You also have the moderation, so you can also do so. But why? Why have you deleted chapter versus message? This is very sad. Let me get it back in here. I wonder, is there a way to tell chapter verse which variant of the Bible I'd like it to use? Because it does use LSB for some reason. Yes, you did. I was wondering why, so I assume that was just an accident. It's alright. Let me just get it to do it again. There we go. There we go. We've got it repinned. Because that's just our verse of the day, so I thought I'd pin it. I like the idea. I'm gonna start trying to pin those when I can. But, alright, let's get the ball rolling, shall we? Get right into it. Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and as we do, we ask that you open our hearts and our minds. You provide us wisdom, guidance, and discernment, that we may better understand the lessons that it is you intend for us to take from today, no matter what tool it is you choose to teach us through, whether it come from hearing the good word, or it be through some sign that we see today, or some word that we hear. Whatever it is, we just ask that you grant us the wisdom and the insight to not only understand the lesson, but to make use of it and to grow as Christians, to implement it in our life. We ask that you continue to provide a refuge for us, a place where we can gather with our fellow Christians in your might, where we can refresh and renew ourselves. We live in a world full of temptations, tragedies, and enemies all about us that see us torn down and led astray. We just ask that you grant us that refuge today, and that you grant us that strength today. We ask that you lay your healing hands on each and every one of us. You know our personal struggles, whether we have admitted them out loud or not. You know what's in our hearts. You know our needs better than we do. We just ask that you grant us those needs today. But above all, we ask for your mercy and for your forgiveness, for we are not but sinners and fools, each and every one of us. And that your will be done in our lives. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen. Alrighty, our opening prayer done. Our verse of the day today, Romans 6:23 from the King James Version of the Bible, or the LSB for chapter verse. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. Indeed, and funny too to think about. For a very long time, man has known the way to eternal life, and yet so much resources have been put towards discovering the means of eternal life here in the mortal coil. And I don't know why you would want to live forever on Earth. Like, even me, who is a nut about historics, and studying history and historical events and whatnot, I wouldn't want to live through all of them. I've lived through enough of them already, and I'm not even yet 30. And it seems like we can't go a week without some major historical event occurring, and I'm just like, please, I'm tired. Stop. Can't we just have like 5 minutes of normalcy? Please, I beg of you. I can't imagine wanting to live in this forever. Living forever by your father in heaven, however, that sounds quite nice. That actually sounds like something that is worth striving for. But eternal life on earth? No, I think not. But, alright, so carrying on with our reading through the Bible, today we are in Genesis once again, with Genesis 20 through 24:67. I'm going to apologize right now. Anytime we're in Genesis, you should fully expect I'm going to stumble over names. So, just brace yourselves for it. Alright, and Abraham journeyed from thence towards the south country, and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah, his wife, She is my sister. And Abimelech, the king of Gerar, sent, and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister? And she even said herself, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart, and the innocency of my hands, have I done this. And God said unto him in a dream, Yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart, for I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears, and the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister, she is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is thy kindness which thou shalt shew unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, He is my brother. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and manservants and womanservants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before thee. Dwell where it pleaseth thee. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with thee, and with all others. Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech, and his wife, and his maidservants, and they bare children. The Lord had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. And the Lord visited Sarah, as he had said, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived, and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time which God had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bore unto him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac by 8 days old, as God had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, God hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. And she said, Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. And the children grew, and was weaned. And Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar, the Egyptian, which had been born unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight, because of his son. And God said unto Abraham, Let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, and because of thy bondwoman. In all that Sarah had said unto thee, hearken unto her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And also the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder and the child, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs, and she went and sat down over against him, a good way off, as if it were a bow shot. For she said, Let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him, and lifted up her voice, and wept. And God heard the voice of the lad, and the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven, and said unto her, What aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for God hath heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in thine hand, for I will make him a great nation. And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And God was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. and his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Pichol, the chief captain of the host, spake unto Abraham, saying, God is with thee in all that thou doest. Now therefore swear unto me here by God, that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son. But according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me, and to the land wherein thou hast sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of the well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I wot not who hath done this thing, neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it but today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What mean these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, For these 7 ewe lambs shalt thou take of my hand, that they may be a witness unto me that I have digged this well. Wherefore he called the place Beersheba, because they were there they swear both of them. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Pichol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' lands many days. And it came to pass, after these things, that God did tempt Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham, and he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son, Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw that place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took fire in his hand, and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I, my son. And he said, Behold, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which God had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar on the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham, and he said, Here am I. And he said, Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in the thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of the place Jehovah-jireh, as it is said in this day, to this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of the heavens the second time, and said, By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore. And thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor, Huz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Chemel the father of Aram, and Chesed and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Reumah, she also bore Tebah, and Gaham, and Tashesh, and Makkah. And Sarah was 127 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kirjatharba. And the same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up before his dead, and spake unto his sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my lord. Thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou may bury thy dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he hath, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it to me for a possession of a burying place amongst you. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of the city, saying, Nay, my lord, hear me. The field give I thee, and the cave that is therein I give it thee. In the presence of the sons of my people give I it thee. Bury thy dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land, And he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee hear me. I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience in the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money, with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in the place of Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah, his wife, in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Mamre. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein, which were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age. And the Lord blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, Put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. But thou shalt go unto my country, and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac. The servant said unto him, Peradventure the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I bring thy son again unto the land from whence thou camest? And Abraham said unto him, Beware thou that thou bring not my son thither again. Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and which spake unto me, and that sware unto me, saying, Unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angels before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and sware to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hands. And he arose, and went to Mesopotamia, unto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and shew kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink. And she shall say, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac. And thereby shall I know that thou hast shewed kindness unto my master. And it came to pass, before he was done speaking, that, behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And that damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well, and filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her, and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord. And she hasted, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also, until they have done drinking. And she hasted, and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace, to wit, whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, Whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee. Is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in? And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bare unto Nahor. And she said moreover unto him, We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Lord. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I, being in the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren. And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran unto the man, unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hands, when he had heard the word of Rebekah. Oh, we've got ads. Darn it, I thought I had delayed that. I'm going to have to try to change our timing out for that, since we're doing these longer Bible readings now. We'll carry on once that is done, as it does not seem appropriate. No ads on your end? That's very odd. I just got the notification that the ad break was going on. Not yet? Very peculiar. I suppose if they do begin, let me know. I may stop at that time. That way we don't have anyone missing out. Yeah, Stream Elements said that the ads was going on, and OBS was telling me that the ads were going on, but oh well. Alright, so roll it back. When he had heard the words of Rebekah, his sister, saying, Thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, Come in, thou blessed of the Lord. Wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the house and the room for the camels. And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender to the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told mine errand. And he said, Speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and the Lord hath blessed my master greatly. And he is become great, and he hath given him flocks, and herds, and silver, and gold, and men servants, and maid servants, and camels, and asses. And Sarah, my master's wife, bare a son to my master when she was old, and unto him hath he given all that he hath. And my master made me swear, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife to my son of the daughter of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell. But thou shalt go unto my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. And I said unto my master, Peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, The Lord before whom I will walk will send his angels with thee, and prosper thy way. And thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred, and of my father's house. Then shalt thou be clear from this my oath, when thou comest to my kindred, and if they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water, and it shall come to pass that when a virgin cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink, and she say to me, Both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy camels, let the same be the woman whom the Lord hath appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in mine heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder. And she went down unto the well, and drew water. I said unto her, Let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste, and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink. And I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her, and said, Whose daughter art thou? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Micah bare unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head, and worshipped the Lord. And blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his hand. And now, if ye deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, That the thing proceedeth from the Lord. We cannot speak unto thee bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go. Let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord hath spoken. And it came to pass that, when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. They rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away unto my master. And her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at least 10. After that she shall go. And he said unto them, Hinder me not, seeing the Lord hath prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. And they said, We will call the damsel, and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rebekah, and said unto her, Wilt thou go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rebekah, and said unto her, Thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of 1,000 millions, and let thy seed possess the gates of those which hate them. And Rebekah arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels, and followed the man, and the servant took Rebekah, and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well of Lahairoi. Now he dwelt in the south country, and Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes when she saw Isaac. She lighted off the camel, for she had said unto the servant, What man is this that walketh in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, It is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. You dismissed the ads? Well, thank you, soldier. I certainly appreciate it. I thought I had missed one of them. I was like, darn. But, my goodness. It's always Genesis that's the longer ones. I always end up getting caught with those. I should have had water at my side, but I did not think to do so this time, which was perhaps not my greatest plan, but is certainly my plan nonetheless. Which I shall rectify here momentarily, as I must get some water. But I'm going to swap us over to our BRB screen. I will return momentarily with some water, and we shall get on with it, I think. I should be right back. Alright, I'm back, chat. Apologies. Had to get that all sorted. So, let's see. We gotta find us some good videos for today. Now I wonder who this is. This dashing looking fellow. Look at that. Don't forget, guys. Go give Rico a follow. A wonderful individual, him. Gotta be honest, so far I'm not impressed by any of these suggestions that they've put forward. Not impressed at all. Okay, this one I'm curious about. Let's see, give it a reload and see if it gives us something better. Gave us the exact same list, okay. It's a bit silly.
New York City, the place where dreams are made, where every street is woven with history and fueled by ambition. But beneath this towering skyline, another story is unfolding. One of rising waters and shrinking space. One of increasingly frequent flooding and a housing market that's gone through the roof. That's what the city of New York is facing. But what if there was a single solution to both problems? A solution as audacious as it is necessary. Hey, I'm your host Regis, and today we're gonna look at this insane plan to expand New York into the sea. An idea that would take decades to construct and cost over $30 billion.
We had gotten
So
the copper
what's the
plant
plan?
up and running.
Could this ever
last
be
time.
built? Let's find out.
Which means we
To
now
understand
have
how this
copper
plan came
wire
about in the
and
first place,
sheets
we
being
have to
made.
take a look at Manhattan itself. If you've never been there, here's what it looks like. Bang at the center of New York City,
No,
a
I am
60
already
square
convinced that
kilometer
this facility
island
is already
surrounded by
going to
rivers
need a
on
major
all
upgrade
sides.
here shortly.
You've
but
got the Hudson to the west, the Harlem to the north, and the
It
East
is what it
River,
is.
you guessed it, to the east. In terms of population density, Manhattan is one of the most crowded islands on the entire planet.
And this will start
As
actually
of
getting some decent
2024,
points once
there
these
are
are all full.
1.6 million people living there. That's 30,000 per square kilometer. Jeez. Things get even worse during work hours. Manhattan is the heart of the New York economy, with the stock exchange on Wall Street plus hundreds of other financial institutions. Every Monday to Friday, commuters press in from the rest of the city, and the island's population almost doubles to 3.9 million. To fit
I really
everyone
do
in,
need to make one
Manhattan
of
is
these at some point.
extremely vertical. The island's skyline is dominated by skyscrapers, including the Empire State Building, the Central Park Tower, and the One World Trade Center, the 7th tallest building in the world. Expanding upwards like this is a great solution on an island with limited floor space. But Manhattan hasn't just expanded upwards, it's also expanded outwards. Let's jump back for a minute to the 16th century, when Europeans first arrived in North America. Back then, Manhattan was a very different place. Obviously, there weren't any skyscrapers on it, but as well as that, the island was 25% smaller. It first started to grow thanks to this guy, Thomas Dongan. He traveled to America in 1682 and became the governor of a small English settlement at the southern end of Manhattan.
Gonna
When
have to
Dongan
play
became
around with those
governor, one of the
hypertubes,
first
start
things he
setting
did
those
was
up as
dump
well,
some
because
dirt
I want to be
into the
able to get
Hudson
around
River.
faster.
Why? He wanted to expand the coast and set up a battery on the newly constructed land. No, not a battery like a source of power or something like that. That word also has another meaning, a fortified spot for heavy defensive guns. So if you've ever visited modern Manhattan, you might have been to Battery Park. That's right on the spot where Thomas Dongan dumped that dirt into the river. As expansions go, it was pretty minor, just a few square meters of land, but it set the scene for the next 3 centuries. As time went on, the island of Manhattan got bigger and bigger and bigger. The East River waterfront was gradually expanded outwards. The west side of the island was expanded too. Here's what the island looked like in 1865, 2 centuries after Dongan arrived there. The green parts are the original natural island, and the red parts are man-made land. These expansions had a range of purposes. In some cases, people were just smoothing out the
It
coastline,
immediately
making it
occurs to me
easier
now
build
that I've come
ports
over
and
here. I
docks.
don't know
But
if
the
there's
main
actually
reason
anything
for
over here I
expansion
need
was
right
making
now, but
more space.
I just wanted to
In the
ride
days
my
of
train.
Thomas
I think.
Dongan, Manhattan had been home to less than 10,000 people. But by this point, towards the end of the 19th century, the
Yeah,
island
and I
was
gotta
already home
figure
to
this
around
situation out over here,
1.4
too.
million people. The city of New York had also spread beyond the island of Manhattan, with people now living on pieces of land like the area now known as Brooklyn. But the majority of the people who lived in New York were still living on Manhattan. Throughout the 20th century, the population kept growing, and so did the edges of the island. During World War II, piles of
surprised
rubble from
this still
bombed out
isn't full.
buildings in Britain were shipped to New York and used to expand Manhattan into what would later
Guess we're
become
just not
East River
producing
Drive.
quite
Then
enough.
in the
I wonder
1960s,
if we-
rubble pulled up building the World Trade Center was used to build Battery Park City. As we said before,
We'll
modern
double its
Manhattan
production
is
for now just to get these
25%
filled up.
bigger than the original island. If Thomas Dongan was alive today, he'd struggle to even recognize it. But maybe this is just the beginning.
There we
It's
go.
time to talk about New Manhattan. That incredible plan for Manhattan Island's biggest expansion yet. It's the brainchild of this guy, Jason Barr, a professor of economics in Newark.
He needs to work on his
2022,
naming.
he wrote an opinion
Manhattan
piece for
is
the
a
New York
terrible
Times,
name.
which laid out his idea in full. 7 square kilometers of extra land. That's what Barr proposed. It's a 10% extension to the existing island, stretching south into the waters of New York Harbor, incorporating the landmass of Governor's Island on the way. This new land would be covered by, and we're quoting Barr here, housing in all shapes and sizes, from traditional brownstones to 5-story apartment buildings to high-rise towers. As you can
This
probably
is
guess,
still
Barr
not
wanted
going
all
up.
of this to ease the pressure on New York's growing population. Remember, at the start of the 20th century, there were 3 million people in the city. Now, just over a century
I
later,
know what's
that
going
number
on.
has passed 8 million. New York has more people than any other city in the United States, with more than twice as many as Los Angeles, which is the second biggest city on that list. And the city's current housing projects are really struggling to keep up with the demand. Now, thankfully, since the COVID-19
We'll still leave
pandemic,
it
this
running
problem
like this
has
for a
eased
bit,
little
but
bit.
we may
There's been a
come back
slight
and build
decline in
one
the
of
city's
those.
population as more and more people start to work remotely and move away from urban
Actually, what I
areas.
need to do is I just need
As
to
of
finish our
2024,
pipeline
this
engineering
trend
task.
appears to be turning around again, at least in some parts of the city. Manhattan's population is on the up again, and experts seem to be expecting that growth to continue. As things stand, there's so much demand for limited apartments that the average New Yorker will find themselves spending almost $4,000 on their monthly
Nope.
rent. Good
No thanks.
Lord. To put that into perspective, it's more than double the national average for the already expensive United States.
More than
New
quadruple what
Manhattan
I'm
would provide new
paying.
homes for 250,000 people. Assuming those homes are priced affordably, and of
insane.
course Barr said they would be, they could ease the pressure off of the rental market and give New Yorkers some much-needed breathing space. These new homes would be perfectly located too, right at the heart of the city. But New Manhattan isn't just a solution to overpopulation. It's also meant to solve another problem, and this one's pretty important. We mentioned this earlier, but New Manhattan is also meant to
Just call it New Manhattan.
climate change. Now, it's easy to forget sometimes, but when it comes to climate change, New York is right in the firing line. It's a low-lying city at the edge of the Atlantic.
Oh,
which
yes, it's
makes
right
it
in the firing line.
extremely
It has been
vulnerable
for,
to
like,
sea
what,
levels, coastal
40,
flooding,
50
and
years
storm
now?
surges. See Hurricane
I'm
Sandy,
pretty sure
for
that the city
example.
was supposed to have been destroyed like
New research
12
has even
times by this
revealed that
point. Hmm.
Atlantic Ocean currents might drastically change in the next few decades. A collapse of these currents would alter global weather, and who knows how this would affect New York. This overview from today's sponsor, Ground News, is based on 45 articles covering this topic. Now, Ground News gathers related articles from around the world into one place and gives you context about the sources, including political leanings, factuality, and who owns them. Here, for example, you can see that 72% of the articles are coming from highly factual sources. You can even sort by factuality to find reliable information more quickly. This lets you compare coverage from more factual outlets against less. On top of that, Ground News is really great for uncovering political leanings. They even have a blind spot page where you can find news stories that have little to no coverage from one side of the political spectrum or the other. This level of insight is why we've partnered with Ground News for the long term. We love it as a tool to stay up to date and form our own independent opinions. Subscribers fund Ground News, and they intentionally don't rely on ads to remain as objective and reliable as possible. By going to ground.news/megabuilds or clicking our link below, you can get a massive 40% off their Vantage subscription, the same plan that we use. Or you can try it for less than $1 this month. Give it a try, and many thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video. These issues are already here. In 2012, Hurricane Sandy kicked up record-breaking waves, which washed over parts of the city. 2 million people lost power, all the subways to Manhattan were flooded, and 6 hospitals were forced to shut down.
Okay,
It was a
that's what
dark
we need.
moment for the city. But how much worse might it be a few decades from now when the sea level is higher and another storm like Sandy arrives? The southern end of Manhattan Island, including the Wall Street Stock
Okay,
Exchange,
so let's
will
see,
be
we need
especially
4
vulnerable
rotors,
to
10
surges from New
motors,
York
okay.
Harbor. According to one study, almost half the buildings in Lower Manhattan will be at risk of storm surge by 2100, and 20% of the area's streets could face daily flooding as a result of rising sea levels. Funny enough, Lower Manhattan is in the exact same spot where the first Europeans established New York, back in the days of Thomas Dongan. Wall Street is actually named after, you guessed it, a wall that used to run across the top of the settlement. Now, if this part of the city was taken out of action by future flooding, it would have a devastating effect not just on New York, but potentially the entire world economy. Wall Street is the home of the largest and most prolific stock exchange on the planet. Major flooding there could lead to short-term chaos. Of course, they could relocate, but they'd have to be prepared as well. So where does New Manhattan fit into all of this?
Every
According
time
to
he
Barr,
says that name.
expanded land to the south of Manhattan would act
It's
kinda like
such a bad
buffer
name.
and push currently vulnerable places further inland. Wall Street wouldn't be on the front line anymore. Instead, it would be tucked away. Of course, New Manhattan would find itself sitting on the front line of climate change instead. But unlike the rest of Manhattan Island, this new piece of land could be specifically designed to cope with the problem at hand. For example, it would be built at a higher elevation than the rest of Lower Manhattan. Barr didn't say how high exactly, but the number we've seen from some other sources is 4 meters, just about enough space to comfortably handle any rising sea levels. New Manhattan would also be built with other protections against rising sea levels, like some wetland economies along the newly constructed coastline. These would help to absorb any storm surges. Research has shown that even a simple salt marsh can make a massive difference by dampening the power of waves. Most of Lower Manhattan is directly exposed to the open water, without so much as a tree to protect it. But New Manhattan would have a much more robust defense against the elements. In other words, this extension would kind of function like a giant storm wall. A giant storm wall with homes on top for 250,000 people. When you put it like that, this project actually does sound like a pretty great idea, right? But actually, not everyone agrees with that. When Barr shared all of this in the New York Times, it didn't take long for people to point out the problems with New Manhattan. A lot of commentators thought that the project was too big, too vague, too strange, and too extreme. One article called it galaxy brain. Another called it crazy and wild. And they pointed out that Barr had only described the idea of New Manhattan. At no point had he explained how this project would be built, or how long it would take to build, or how much it would cost to build. You get the picture. According to these critics, this isn't an actual plan. It's a pie-in-the-sky idea. All style,
Yeah,
no substance.
that's what it
All
sounds
sizzle,
like.
no steak. But is this criticism valid? Well, Barr doesn't think so, and it didn't take long for him to respond to these people in a lengthy post on his blog. In the post, he explained that the how of this project wasn't as hard as everyone was making it out to be. Extensions like this one had been happening for centuries in countries all around the world. The official name for it is land reclamation, and the Netherlands in particular are experts at this.
Yep.
During the 20th century, they added almost 2,000 square kilometers to the country. When you compare
Yeah, if there's
that
anyone
to the
you're
7
gonna
square
learn
kilometers of
from
New
for land
Manhattan,
reclamation,
the
it's the
project
Dutch.
suddenly sounds a lot more feasible. And the Netherlands aren't the only ones doing this either. In 1998, Hong Kong built a 9 square kilometer island where they set up a brand new airport. the Palm Jumeirah in Dubai is 5.7 square kilometers.
I wouldn't use
Then,
that
of
one
course,
as an
there's all
example,
the work
because
at
that one's
Manhattan
actually
itself.
supposed to be
Over the last few centuries, it's been
currently
extended
at risk
by
of
15
sinking.
square kilometers. If all of
I
that
don't
could
know
be
if I would
done, then
reference that particular
why not
one
New
in
Manhattan?
defense.
All it would take, said Barr at least, was 130 million cubic meters of landfill. That sounds like a lot, but every single year, he went on to explain, America pulls up more than double that amount from dredging projects all around the country. If some of that fill was just sent to New York, dumped in the water, and held in place by some solid sheet piling, then New Manhattan could be put together in no time. Okay, well, not quite no time. It would take 15 years, according to Barr. And that's just the land itself, by the way, not the buildings on top of it. So if we're being realistic, this is a plan that probably wouldn't be done in the next 30 years or so. In terms of cost, the land, and again, we're not talking about any buildings here, would come in at a predicted $34 billion. That's also a lot, but Barr insisted that the project would pay for itself. So here's a quick calculation. If the land of New Manhattan costs around $34 billion to construct, and the area of that land is 7 square kilometers, then the cost of that land is just under $5,000 per square meter. If we then add the cost of buildings to that number, and Barr reckons that those will cost $5,000 per square meter as well, we're getting to a construction cost of $10,000 per square meter of New Manhattan real estate. And how much does real estate usually sell for on Manhattan? Again, Barr provides some numbers here, about $15,000 per square meter. Essentially, that means that whoever constructed New Manhattan, whether that's the local government or a private company, could sell off the work for more than 30% more than it originally cost to build. To quote Barr again, New Manhattan makes sense because Manhattan sale prices are so much higher than the construction costs. When you put it like that, the project is sounding a little bit more convincing, right? But there's something important that we do need to point out here. As we said at the start, Jason Barr is a professor of economics. He's not an expert in construction, he's not an engineer, and he's never worked on a project like New Manhattan. In other words, we have to treat all of the claims that he's making, all these facts and figures and costs and numbers, with a little bit of caution. Take what he's saying with a grain of salt. His blog post does link to a lot of different sources, which is good. He's trying to back up his claims with factual evidence, but some of these are dead links or go straight to Wikipedia. This isn't exactly an academic peer-reviewed paper, which doesn't mean that Barr is wrong about all of this, but it definitely feels as though this whole idea needs like a serious feasibility study. We don't know for sure how difficult it would be to New Manhattan or how much the project would cost. We don't even know if the project would provide all the houses it's meant to, or prove to be a practical defense against climate change. And there are other issues to think about too. Last year, NASA performed a study on New York and found that parts of the city were slowly sinking under the weight of all those buildings. Which parts of the city specifically? Well, mainly the areas on artificial land, where the ground is looser and more compressible. Midtown Manhattan, for example, is
yeah,
doing
if you don't
relatively
compress
fine
the land
because its buildings
first.
are all sitting on bedrock. That means that newer constructions like Hudson Yards shouldn't be badly affected. But lower Manhattan on that artificial land is now sinking at a rate of 4 millimeters per year. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but it all adds up. One researcher said that the ground is going down and the water's coming up. At some point, those two levels will meet. Studies like these make New Manhattan feel suddenly a lot less attractive. And so far, we haven't even talked about the environmental impacts of the project. In that blog post we've mentioned a few times, Barr admitted that such a project will have environmental concerns. Scientific studies would need to take place in order to determine how New Manhattan would impact currents and natural habitats in New York Harbor and beyond. One thing is for certain. In the coming years, New York needs a way to deal with rising sea levels and to find a solution for its bloated population. But whether or not New Manhattan is the answer, right now it's honestly just too difficult to say. Other solutions have been thrown around, like the Big U project, a 10-mile ribbon of parkland, walls, and movable floodgates at the southern end of Manhattan. The Big U is actually under construction, with funding directly from New York City. Then there's the Climate Resilience Master Plan, which is a plan to elevate Manhattan coastlines and install some powerful anti-flooding drainage systems. Projects like these are expected to cost less than $8 billion combined. They're certainly cheaper than New Manhattan at the very least. But are they better than New Manhattan? Again, we can't really answer that question right now, not unless those feasibility studies we mentioned earlier are actually performed. So a better question to ask might be this one. Is New Manhattan a good enough idea to justify those further studies? We want to know your answer, so let us know what you think in the comments down below. Thanks as always for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, feel free to subscribe, and as always, we'll see you in the next video.
Okay, so we are gonna have to figure out what our next big plan is, because I'm kind of stalling out here right now.
With so much information online, anyone
And
can
I know
plan a
this
vacation
platform
and
needs
fly
to
to
come
any
up. Like
destination
I'm
with an
in
itinerary
a
that matches
situation
your
where I'm
interests,
running into the land
schedule, and
everywhere
budget.
again.
With the commoditization of air travel, the destination matters far more than the journey. People in first class share the same sentiment
also
as the
still
people
need
in
those
economy. Everyone wants to get off the plane as
which
fast as
is
possible to
unfortunate.
maximize their time at the destination and to minimize the time spent getting there. The travel industry has adjusted to this change as resorts, tour guides, agencies, hotels, and airlines now all compete on how fast they can get you to where you want to go. Yet there remains one business who continues to insist that the journey is just as important as the destination. That is the cruise ship. Maritime travel is a difficult sell in the 21st century. A flight from New York to Barcelona takes 8 hours, whereas the same route by ship would be 8 to 10 days. The advantages of air travel in efficiency and speed are so significant that cruises know they can't just rely on nice ocean views to get customers. As a result, cruises are more than just floating hotels that serve food and move slowly on the sea. To reduce conflict with airlines, cruises strategically specialize in routes to remote tropical destinations that fit the fantasy of sea travel, like the Caribbean, the Bahamas, and Ibiza. They also offer just about every recreational activity on planet Earth to not just help pass the time, but to make the journey so excessively stimulating that passengers have no excuse to be bored. Cruise ships these days boast restaurants, bars, bowling alleys, water parks, Broadway musicals, basketball courts, mini golf, comedy shows, swimming pools, rock climbing, ice skating, casinos, movie theaters, go-karts, nightclubs, laser tags, and even arcades. Throw in unlimited booze where adults can get hammered every morning, and bottomless french fries and endless pizza that kids can gorge on every night in a transient, low-stakes environment. It makes sense why cruises would lean on spectacle and excess
Ryan,
for
welcome in.
mainstream
How you
appeal.
doing, my friend?
Beyond the onboard consumption and extravaganza, cruises are traditionally most popular with older travelers. Over 50% of cruise passengers every year are between the ages of 50 to 70 plus. Elderly retirees not only have the time and money, but also value the low stress and convenience that cruises uniquely provide. On a cruise, you get to visit many destinations and countries in a single trip. You don't need to deal with repacking luggage, checking into different hotels, and commuting to and from
I think we're
different
gonna
airports.
have to. We
You get a
have to
private
do it.
room
We've
call
got to
home for the
change this
entire
facility
trip, and the
radically
boat serves as a
to get
one-stop
it,
shop for everything
set
that
up
you would
to-
need: dining,
to accommodate the
exercising,
fact that I'm not
lounging,
going to have
shopping,
this
and
facility
entertaining.
producing resources.
When you get to your
much anymore,
destination,
but
you get some
rather
time
having
to
to ship
explore the
it to
land
the
on
new
your
facility.
own. But everything offshore and
I'm
off the
doing
boat
all right.
can
Just
and will
trying
be
to figure out
arranged
a
if you don't want
plan
to
for
plan it.
a
Thanks to James
redesign
Cameron,
of our
people all around the
system
world are
here.
familiar with cruises and have a
This
solid
having been our
baseline for
main
what the
base for
experience
so
would
long,
be like,
it's kind
short
of
of crashing into an iceberg.
become jammed
Yet despite
up.
the high awareness
And
and
I've-
nearly 3
I've let it
decades after
become
the release of the
too
Titanic, cruises
static,
remain a niche market with
know?
low penetration. In 2019, the airline industry carried 4.5 billion passengers on 42 million flights around the world. In comparison, there were 29 million cruise passengers, which was a record high for the industry. Over 50% of passengers who ride cruises
Just have
every year
to
are American.
change how I'm
Even
thinking
if we
about
add up all the
things.
passengers
As I'm
that come
currently
from
thinking about it, I'm
Asia,
looking at it the
Europe,
wrong way.
South America, and the Middle East, the rest of the world combined doesn't match the volume of cruise passengers from North America. By these numbers, cruises are very much an American phenomenon, but even then, it's reported that only a third of Americans have ever gone on a cruise. Industry insiders promote these statistics every year, stating that cruises are a uniquely fast-developing, under-penetrated leisure market with significant growth potential. The collective belief is that continued investment in onboard innovation, in the form of food, rooms, and entertainment that no one would think possible to be on a ship, like roller coasters, ice skating rinks, go-karts, water parks, and 4D movie theaters, will help move the needle bring in more passengers, and strengthen the value prop of cruises for travelers of all ages, not just the elderly. The cruise industry is an oligopoly run by 3 players: Royal Caribbean, Carnival, and Norwegian Cruise Line. In this episode, we'll cover the business of cruises and dive into these 3 companies who each have their own strategy and go after travelers at very different price points. This episode is sponsored by Aura, the leader in intelligent digital safety. Anyone these days can find your personal information online with just one search. It's creepy and uncomfortable to know that your name, email, phone number, and even address is floating out there for anyone to find. Data brokers are making a fortune selling your information to robocallers, spammers, and others who want to learn more about you. Aura can identify data brokers exposing your information and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Data brokers are legally required to remove your information if you ask them to, but they make it
some programs stroking out there.
Aura identified over 30 data brokers that were actively selling our personal information and were a clear source of the many spam calls that light up our phones every day. Let Aura handle that for you and protect you online. You can try Aura free for 2 weeks using aura.com/MBA. Aura does so much to protect you and your family from online threats that you can't see. It's easy to set up, so you don't have to download different apps or subscribe to multiple tools to get things like parental controls, antivirus, VPN, password management, identity theft insurance, and more. With Aura, you get everything at one affordable price. Let Aura do the hard work of keeping you safe online so you can focus on other tasks with peace of mind. Don't let companies exploit and profit off of your personal private information. Go to aura.com/MBA to protect you and your family online. Out of the 3 major players, Carnival is the most commercially successful. Before the pandemic, Carnival grossed $20.8 billion in 2019, which was over twice the amount of revenue of Royal Caribbean and over 3 times as much money as Norwegian Cruise Lines. Throughout the pandemic, Carnival has maintained its lead with $12 billion in sales versus Royal Caribbean's $8 billion and Norwegian's $4 billion. Carnival is the largest cruise company in the world, but its success is not just a case of having more ships at sea than its competition. Historically, cruises were positioned like the Titanic as luxury voyages for sophisticated travelers. Carnival was the first company to throw that script out of the window, to undercut its competition, to optimize for volume, and to design for simple, affordable fun over high-end excess. Rather than appealing to the elderly traveler, Carnival targets younger demographics. The company has wielded tip marketing for decades in order to reshape the perception of cruises from formal, serious, posh multi-week commitments into simple, casual, rowdy, affordable fun for just a few days. With taglines like "Fun for All," Carnival's message is to not take cruises so seriously. The company will happily bundle food and entertainment into your ticket, so you walk away with the best deal, and Carnival's reputation holds as the party boat with the lowest prices in the industry. Carnival's volume and value approach has clearly been successful as the company carries the most passengers with over 12 million passengers every year compared to Royal Caribbean's 6 million and Norwegian's 2 million. Cruises make money in 2 ways. The first and primary revenue stream is ticket sales. Cruise tickets aren't charged by entry, rather they're priced and presented like hotels, where passengers pay for a nightly rate for a specific room on the ship that lasts for the entirety of their trip. The rate depends on room type, if it's a suite, if it has a balcony, how big the room is, if it's on the upper deck, and what section of the boat it's on, with the middle being the most desirable, along with the usual variables like the number of guests, the length of the trip, and the destination. The ticket is what locks down your room, grants access to amenities, and is the biggest cost in any cruise trip. The second main income stream for cruise companies is the sale of onboard goods and services. Cruise ships operate like airports, stadiums, concerts, nightclubs, and movie theaters, as venues where customers have no choice but to pay high markups for basic goods. The same way that flightgoers, ravers, and moviegoers are stuck paying $4 to $6 for soda or $8 to $10 for popcorn, cruise ships do the same with a significantly broader range of products over a longer period of time and on customers with deeper pockets and a greater appetite to spend. While tickets include access to amenities and entertainment, cruise ships separately sell beverages, essentials, internet, spas, merchandise, photo shoots, laundry services, casino credits, arcade tokens, spirits, candy, beauty products, watches, shore excursions, jewelry, and art. While theaters, concerts, airports, stadiums, and nightclubs can only monetize for the few hours in which their guests are at their venues, cruise passengers are stuck on the boat for days or weeks at a time. This enables cruises to continuously monetize its passengers around the clock for anything and everything. Once you're on board, the goal is to get you to keep spending. If you don't like the price for a drink, for Wi-Fi, for sunscreen, or for a pair of sunglasses, well, too bad. What's on the ship is your only option until the boat arrives at its destination. It's an interesting extreme compared to airports, which generally maintain some facade of competition with multiple vendors. If you don't like what's being sold at one place, you can always try a different store or terminal. In comparison, cruise companies own and operate nearly every single store on their ships. Not just the ones selling the drinks and souvenirs, but also the same casinos, gift shops, candy stores, laundromats, spas, jewelry stores, restaurants, and even those shore excursions. This way, the cruise directly captures every dollar on every onboard sale in full for themselves with no competition. The few shops on cruise ships that are operated by third-party external vendors must pay up a percentage of their gross sales, so the cruise company still nets in every transaction. The house always wins, and that is very much true in the world of cruises with high markups, broad cross-sell opportunities, and onboard monopolies. Carnival's value strategy means that they include most of the food and amenities into their tickets. Carnival passengers can feast on unlimited tacos, burritos, chicken sandwiches, noodles, stir-fry, barbecue, soft serve, pasta, pizza, fries, and burgers, even ones from the mayor of Flavortown, all day, every day on the boat for no added cost. There are some a la carte options, but for the vast majority of budget-conscious travelers, the free inclusion of copious and endless amounts of comfort food in an already cheap ticket makes Carnival an irresistible deal. While food is included, beverages aren't. So if you want soda, beer, juices, cocktail, or wine by the glass, you'll have to pay separately or buy packaging. Unlimited soda and juice starts at $10 a day, or unlimited alcohol at $60 a day. You don't get to choose which days that you want unlimited drinks. Despite being presented as daily rates, these packages are all or nothing expenses that are charged in one lump sum based on the total number of days in your trip. Now that we've covered the two ways in which cruises make money, tickets and the sales of goods and services on board, we can understand how Carnival's strategy drives its commercial performance. Carnival's revenue has exceeded over $10 billion every year from 2010 to 2019. Passenger tickets are the largest income stream and make up a majority of Carnival's revenue, accounting for nearly 75% of the company's revenue every year since 2010. Because of the company's orientation towards value and their generous bundling, there's naturally less passenger demand for onboard goods and services. Sales of onboard goods and services are still a respectable income stream, having grossed nearly $5 billion every year from 2010 to 2019 and representing on average 33% of the company's annual revenue. Between 2010 and 2019, the average Carnival passenger spent a total of $1,529 per trip, so that's the ticket and onboard purchases combined. The total spend of Carnival passengers has remained consistent year over year in the past 13 years, even during the pandemic. We can see just how much Carnival values volume over margin. The average cost of a Carnival trip in 2022 was $1,580, which is only $1 or so less than the cost of a trip back in 2010. For context, $1 in 2010 was worth $1.34 in 2022, so despite a 34% decrease in dollar value, Carnival is charging the same prices today as it was 12 years ago. The interesting story here is that the average passenger spend on Carnival was going down even before the pandemic. In the period between 2010 and 2017, where passenger spend dropped from $1,581 to $1,443, Carnival carried more than 3 million new customers. The number of passengers on Carnival cruises grew from 9.1 million in 2010 to 12.4 million by 2017. The average ticket price steadily decreased from $1,211 in 2010 to $1,096 by 2019. Onboard spend remained consistent for nearly 8 years, hovering at $350 per passenger. Every $1 that a passenger spent on their Carnival ticket translated to an additional 30 cents of spend on board. Lowering ticket prices while bundling in more food means a better chance of bringing in new passengers and getting existing ones to come back. Carnival will happily do so. Cruise ships are built from scratch and are customized for every company. If you want ice skating rinks over there, basketball courts over here, then putting rooms here, restaurants over there, and then an infinity pool over there, these are all things that have to be built during the construction of the ship and can't be tacked on after. A new cruise ship costs roughly $1 billion, over twice the cost of a new Boeing 747. And while a Boeing 747 can be built in 2 months, a cruise ship can take anywhere from 3 to 5 years from order to completion. Cruises are simultaneously so niche and so expensive that Carnival's current-day fleet of 26 ships makes it the industry leader at scale. Carnival also offers the most home ports in the United States, which reinforces appeal with budget-conscious Americans. Carnival passengers can drive to a point of departure nearby rather than shelling out extra for a separate plane ticket just to get on the boat. Despite significantly lower passenger volumes and costly assets, cruise companies surprisingly enjoy great bottom lines. Carnival's annual operating margin, which one might predict to be in the single digits as a value play in a niche market, hovers in the mid-teens at 15%. A 15% annual operating margin is higher than that of American Airlines, nearly double that of United Airlines, and on par with the most valuable airline in the world in Delta. If Carnival is simple, affordable fun, then Norwegian Cruise Lines is the opposite in elegance and sophistication at a premium. NCL believes that it's marketing, not cost, that should drive demand. The company's philosophy is that if customers want a good deal, then they should book their cruises early, but prices should always go up, not down. NCL ships are designed with a modern and reserved aesthetic that contrasts from the rowdy backyard pool party vibe of Carnival. Norwegian cruises are more general purpose with a broader range of dining and entertainment options to appease all generations. For the young, NCL provides go-karts, teen lounges, dance parties, laser tags, and water slides. For the older crowd, they offer musicals, spas, casinos, live music, acrobatic shows, and long outdoor promenades that stretch up to a quarter of a mile to enjoy the ocean view from. Despite leaning upscale, NCL makes every effort to message that they're not pretentious or uptight. The average cruise ship carries between 2,000 to 4,000 passengers, and crew alone is another 500 to 1,000 bodies. If all 3,000 passengers were to eat dinner or to attend the same show at the exact same time, the traffics and crowds would be catastrophic. Cruise companies avoid this very problem by controlling passenger flow through time slots and seat assignments. Norwegian throws this convention out the window with its quote-unquote freestyle cruising, where their passengers can dine whenever and wherever they want with no dress code. While Carnival centers on basic comfort foods, Norwegian puts greater emphasis on dining innovation to drive margin.
I'm doing well. How are you
spend
doing today,
over
my friend?
volume and value.
Recommend.
NCL ships feature a diverse range of specialty foods and restaurants that passengers would not be able to easily find on other cruises.
We'll go back through and
Foods
fix
like
that.
grilled ribeye,
Actually,
truffle
it
fries,
probably won't matter
sea
anyway.
bass,
I'm probably
veal
gonna
shank,
strictly
risotto,
place bear here
Brazilian
soon.
barbecue, sushi, lobster, tapas, teppanyaki, and gelato. These specialty restaurants are not bundled into tickets and are not the standard grab-and-go or endless buffets. Instead, each dish is made and charged to order in a fancy sit-down experience, and Norwegian offers no packages for unlimited dining. The dining package that passengers can purchase for their trip on Norwegian cruises is a set of limited credits that values each meal at $30 to $50 per person, not including tip. When it comes to accommodations, NCL's rooms are not as spacious as Carnival's, but Norwegian makes up for its smaller room sizes with greater diversity. A single NCL ship has over 35 different types of rooms. By offering so many room types, the company can sell tickets at a wide range of price points without relying on discounts and flash sales. From a bare-bones 135 square foot interior cabin that has no windows for the budget solo traveler, to the multi-room grand suite for the family that wants to splurge. To emphasize comfort and elegance, Norwegian also sells exclusivity and privacy at a price. The Haven is an exclusive area on NCL ships which have rooms and amenities that are sectioned off from the rest of the passengers. There are only a few rooms available at the Haven, and they're a lot more expensive, but travelers who choose to live at the Haven get to enjoy private pools, courtyards, lounges, bars, and restaurants, along with hot
Lurking
tubs and a
bedtime
personal
over
butler.
here.
You get to stay away from
Alright,
the
my
crowds,
friend.
the loud
I
noises,
certainly
and
appreciate
long
you
lines
popping in.
with
I
the
hope that you
smaller
rest
cruise
well.
within a cruise experience, as regular passengers can't enter the Haven. While NCL's strategy is to lead with quality, the company knows it cannot cater exclusively to an upscale audience without offering some value, especially as cruises are still a niche activity. Norwegian runs a promotion called Free at Sea. Free at Sea enables the company to maintain its higher ticket prices, to deliberately complicate the shopping experience so travelers don't immediately just settle on the cheapest option, and it lets customers still feel like they're getting a deal when they go with Norwegian. Anytime you book an NCL cruise, you get a lineup of free perks and free Wi-Fi, free shore excursions, free specialty dining, and free unlimited open bar. If we take a closer look at the fine print, the bundling is not as generous as the headline would suggest. Free specialty dining doesn't mean you get to eat veal and lobster for free every night. Rather, it just means you get 2 free meals for the duration of your trip. Once you've spent those credits, the only way to enjoy more would be to buy more meals or to pay the bill. The free Wi-Fi only lasts for 150 minutes, and the free shore excursion is just a one-time $50 coupon. The only perk that actually seems to live up to its billing is the free unlimited open bar, but even then it has its limits. If you order any drink over $15 during your trip, the difference is charged to your account. NCL has 17 ships in its fleet, making it the smallest player by capacity. With higher ticket prices and an upscale target market, Norwegian carries the fewest travelers out of the big 3 and has seen the slowest growth in terms of volume. In the 9 years in which Carnival grew over 3 million passengers, NCL grew by just 1.3 million. While Carnival pushes prices down to drive volume, Norwegian has been pushing prices and spend up in order to compensate for lower volume, and these two differing strategies clearly work in their own ways. The average total spend of a Norwegian passenger in a single trip grew by nearly 70%, from $1,433 in 2010 to almost $2,400 by 2019.
My question is,
while the price of a Carnival ticket went down by $100, the price of a Norwegian ticket increased by over $600 per passenger. Norwegian follows the same high markups of onboard goods and services that Carnival does, but to even greater levels. A standard Wi-Fi package that supports audio and video streaming costs $20 a day on Carnival.
As that is kind of my go-to
plan
strategy.
And service costs $40 a day. Unlimited alcohol on Carnival starts at $60 per day, while the same package on NCL is charged at over $100 a day. Even Norwegian's go-karts are charged at $15 per ride per passenger. Since most things on Norwegian ships are not actually free, they're not bundled into the ticket, they have higher markups, and they're charged per use, it's no surprise that NCL boasts the highest onboard spend per passenger in the entire industry. The average Norwegian passenger spent $427 on onboard purchases in 2010 and was spending over $700 per trip by 2019. Every $1 that a passenger spent on their Norwegian ticket translated to on average 40 cents of additional revenue on board. Sales of onboard goods and services have contributed on average 30% of Norwegian's annual revenue and has grown from a $600 million business to a $2 billion revenue stream. This continuous increase in prices and spend have fueled NCL's top-line growth. The company tripled its overall revenue from $2 billion in 2010 to over $6 billion by 2019.
That's not
the
what I
stronger
wanted.
margins also translate to better profits for Norwegian, with an average annual operating margin of 17% that has reached as high as 20% on certain years. In every niche, there's always room for someone to corner the high-end market. In the case of Norwegian, there are clearly a chunk of customers out there who value the specialty restaurants, the onboard sophistication, and the exclusivity enough to pay this premium. Royal Caribbean is the last mass-market cruise line and is the most well-known out of the big 3. From a positioning standpoint, Royal Caribbean occupies the middle ground between upscale modern elegance and rowdy cheap pool parties. The company's priority has been on onboard innovation above all else and constantly pushing the envelope on entertainment. Royal Caribbean boasts amenities like the largest and deepest swimming pool at sea, a 30-foot diving platform, the biggest water park with head-first slides, an 82-foot tall dome, and even a 40-foot-long surf simulator. The fun continues indoors, where Royal Caribbean ships are decked out with bumper cars, escape rooms, skydiving simulators, carousels, bungee trampolines, and even a slide that drops you down 10 decks on top of all the conventional amenities. The live shows offered are not just the standard Broadway musicals and comedians, but also feature divers, acrobats, aerialists, and synchronized swimmers. Royal Caribbean's value prop is that while they don't have the fancy dining of Norwegian or the affordability of Carnival, they'll give you adventure, adrenaline, thrill, and excitement that no one else can. This has helped Royal Caribbean establish a more vibrant atmosphere compared to other cruise lines, as these amenities naturally attract thrill seekers and more sociable travelers. Beyond the ships, Royal Caribbean's greatest success has been the development and construction of its own private destination, Coco Cay. The company has invested $250 million to turn an island in the Bahamas into its own private resort to take passenger monetization to record levels. As we covered earlier, cruise ships continuously monetize passengers for anything and everything when they're on the boats. But when the ship docks, those same passengers are no longer physically available to be monetized once they disembark. The shore excursions are decent money, but cruise lines really want to milk every single dollar possible from its passengers. From a psychology standpoint, it makes sense that passengers are generally more frugal and more cost-aware when they're on the boat. No one wants to blow all their money on stuff on board at sea, and everyone saves up in order to have enough so that they can really go all out when they reach their destination. For Royal Caribbean, having their own private island and resort as the destination means that the company doesn't lose out on the greater spend that happens on land. Coco Cay is where the adventure and monetization reaches even greater heights with water parks, zip lines, pools, balloon rides, clubs, restaurants, bungalows, and cabanas. And of course, some of these are free, but most of them are not. Because Royal Caribbean owns every part of the resort and the underlying land, including all the sand and trees, the company can once again sell and charge anything it wants. While all cruise companies mark up the goods and services that they sell on board, those prices must remain in a reasonable range relative to its competition. In the case of Coco Cay, there's really no comparable. When a Royal Caribbean cruise arrives at Coco Cay, passengers are essentially walking from one monopoly on water into an even more aggressive monopoly on land. For instance, Royal Caribbean charges between $1,500 to $4,000 just to rent a cabana for a day. The rental cost of a cabana can be just as much, if not more, than the cost of the cruise itself. This is why there's no public pricing available for Coco Cay. Prices for island amenities are only revealed upon booking, and they fluctuate daily. Coco Cay serves over 10,000 guests every day, who are all brought to the single destination from various Royal Caribbean ships around the world, which enables true economies of scale for the company. Royal Caribbean's passenger volume sits in between Norwegian and Carnival, as the company has grown from 4.5 million passengers in 2010 to 6.5 million by 2019. Spend on Royal Caribbean cruises is marginally higher than Carnival, as total spend per passenger grew from $1,472 in 2010 to $1,671 by 2019. Ticket cost per passenger on Royal Caribbean averaged only at $100 more than Carnival. Onboard spend is slightly higher on Royal Caribbean, as the cruise line boasts a wider assortment of specialty restaurants like Johnny Rockets and fewer complimentary options. With marginal differences in spend and pricing, Royal Caribbean's bottom line is in the same ballpark as Carnival, with an average annual operating margin of 14%. The final interesting part about cruise companies is how they keep their operating expenses low. As we touched on earlier, each single cruise ship requires a crew of 500 to 1,000 workers to keep everything running smoothly, sailing the boat, entertaining guests, cooking food, cleaning up, and running the attractions. To have a large workforce, tens of thousands of employees who must be fed, clothed, housed, and who are stuck on a boat away from home for months on end, these workers must be well compensated. And the reality is that they are, just not by Western standards. Cruise payroll accounts for less than 25% of total operating expenses for all three companies. In the various industries that we've covered over the past 3 seasons, labor costs are conventionally 35% or higher. The simple answer here is offshoring. Royal Caribbean doesn't have a single US-based employee working on their ships. Instead, the vast majority of the shipboard workforce are people from the Philippines, Indonesia, and India. These international workers, who make the artificial environment and manufactured magic of cruises come alive for passengers, are paid on average just $14,400 a year. On Carnival, the annual wage for a shipboard employee is $25,000. Norwegian, who has always emphasized its great premium service with smaller crew-to-passenger ratios, pays the highest at $26,000 per worker per year. These labor costs are offset by the automatic 18 to 20% daily gratuities that each cruise company charges each passenger based on the room type as a prepaid line item during booking. When passengers use an onboard service during their trip, like ordering a drink, eating at a restaurant, or getting a massage, they're heavily encouraged to also tip then. Cruises are a fun business in not just how they monetize travelers, but also in the way that these 3 big companies attempt to differentiate themselves from each other. The reality is no moat lasts long in this industry. The only barrier is cost, and each company is always trying to one-up each other and achieve differentiation in the most amusing and bombastic of ways. Upon seeing the success of Coco Cay, Norwegian and Carnival have started investing to transform their own islands into new, modern, flashy resorts. The funny thing is that all three of these companies have owned islands in the Bahamas since the 20th century, but two of them never bothered to develop that land until a third paved the way. It's easy to poke fun at cruises from afar as big, lumbering, lifeless artificial environments that are populated by seniors and Americans who are so hooked on consumption that they're not satisfied riding roller coasters, watching musicals, and eating mediocre food on land, that they have to do it all on a big boat at sea in the middle of nowhere. But given that cruise profits are stronger than airlines, and that the strategies can be so diverse in such a small niche market, and the conversion of passengers into effectively walking cash cows, it's clearly a business worth learning about and from. It'll be another decade before we'll be able to tell who has won, but for now, it's a three-headed race between low-end value-oriented simplicity built on free food and cheap booze, mid-end extravagance and razzle-dazzle, and high-end elegance and opulence.
I like finding those little spots in my factory where I'm just like, oh, hey, look.
This is
You
the
can
Burj
still see out.
Khalifa, the tallest building on Earth.
The world's tallest.
Here, we'll come back to that one later. I had
When conjuring
videos
up
queued
an
up I
image of
wanted to
Japan's
see.
ultra-successful passenger rail system, one likely thinks of this, the Shinkansen. It's a fair association. This was, after all, the world's very first high-speed rail line, collapsing what was a 6-hour journey between Japan's two largest cities into just 3. Only getting faster since its opening in 1964 and adding more and more service to match demand, this route ran an average of 372 trains a day in 2023, shuttling 158 million passengers on the year. Across 6 decades, the line's total passenger count sits north of 6.5 billion, all without a single derailment, without any serious accident, without even a single fatality. All of this success opened the door for the Shinkansen network to expand nationwide. As it has grown, this network's become a point of
Varkon,
national
hello,
pride
my
and
friend. How are you
international
doing?
envy.
Welcome
And
in.
yet, it only begins to explain why Japanese passenger rail works so singularly well.
I was like, how did they end up
Annually,
down here?
Japanese rails rank next to the likes of India and China, two far larger countries in total ridership, and most of the rail companies themselves manage to turn healthy profits while keeping customers content and services frequent. Much of this mileage traveled and profit garnered is done on the backs of trains moving at far more conventional speeds. Take Japan's southernmost major island, Kyushu. Here, too, are important high-speed rail connections. JR West, a private entity whose district of operations lies mostly on Honshu, runs the Sanyo Shinkansen connecting Kyushu's largest city with Osaka in just 2 hours and 28 minutes, while JR Kyushu, the island's main rail operator, runs 2 additional Shinkansen lines that connect most of the island's major cities in an hour and 16 minutes.
So I've
or
been
less.
told
And
in the
while
next
island's
update,
local
one of the things
Shinkansen
we're getting
lauded
are
for much the same
elevators.
reason as the Tokaido
I'm
line,
thrilled.
this only accounts for
Means
a
I don't have to
fraction
keep
of the
building
trips made,
ramps.
station
Eventually I can have
service, and
elevators
lines
in these
ran.
facilities.
The JR Kyushu service map looks like this. In addition to its
And
2
that
high-speed rails,
shall
it
be
runs
glorious.
8 main and 13
Truly.
regional lines that serve over 500 stops across the island. For a student living somewhere around here, for instance, a Shinkansen is just not an option if they need to get to another university campus for a conference. But another train is. From this station, they could catch the higher-speed Limited Express Sonic starting at 6:25 a.m. and running every 20 minutes and be in the heart of Fukuoka
thinking.
in just 22 minutes for a $15 ticket. Or, if on a stricter budget, they could opt for a 40 to 50 minute local train along the Kagoshima line for only about $5. But regardless of their choice of train, rail simply makes the most sense. Even the local will be faster than navigating traffic and figuring out parking, and unlike the uncertainties of driving, the student should be confident the train will be on time. Across JR Kyushu's entire network, average delays hover around a minute, and should one occur, it'll be posted here where the few odd end holdups are communicated. And the student should be confident that it's going to be a decently full train, too. Whether it's daily commuters in similar situations, or the flocks of tourists coming from the north or abroad connecting onto the island's fleet of unique sightseeing travel
Also
trains,
gonna have to
this
figure out how
network
to
moves a ton
add
of people
that
at a fraction of
limestone
the speed
deposit
of
with
a
that
Shinkansen.
limestone deposit
In
into
all
a supply
rail-related
line that
revenue
can
for
go
JR
onto the
Kyushu in
train.
2023, the Shinkansen accounted for only about a third. In total rail passengers, conventional rail operated by the company carried passengers almost 4 times the distance, and in that same year, conventional
I also
rail
kind of
on the
want to
island
bring
moved
that
some 300
entire
million
deck
passengers
up a
to the
little bit
Shinkansen,
just to
12
get
million.
that rock
The fact
hidden.
is, the success of Japanese
I'm not
rail
gonna lie,
is punctuated
it's
by
ugly.
high-speed options, but the bedrock to its success is still run-of-the-mill conventional passenger trains. Passenger works here because the trains are trusted. They're safe and always on time. They're so frequent that the traveler doesn't feel like they're sacrificing flexibility.
I need to go
and they
grab
offer
the
so many
phone.
unique
I'll blow that
routings
one
that
up.
no matter if it's a daily commute, a weekend
Yeah,
trip to
that
the
one I
city,
won't be
or
able
a
to
ski
blow,
vacation
but
to the north, taking the
this
train
one we
just
can still
makes the
blow up.
most sense. Being fast helps, but this success has just as much to do with a culture of rail as it does technological achievement. Setting the stage for this culture to take root is the fact that rail on the island does have some geographical advantages. Because of a rugged, vast topography, Japanese population centers are focused and dense. Because of its island geography, these urban areas are distant from one another by European standards. But
every
not
time I see
American or
this, it
Australian
disappoints
ones,
me that we've
allowing
gotten
for
so
earlier
close.
and
Yeah,
easier
it's
rail
just
connections
not
between them.
quite
With rail
where
taking
I
hold
want it.
in the
Yeah.
final years of the 19th
Have I played
century,
Repo yet?
expanding the
No,
network was
I have
associated
not.
with industrializing and
I gotta
connecting
find
the
a
nation.
crew to put
So as
together
Japan
for it.
prioritized growth in the beginning of the 20th century, it did so on the back of the rails.
But at
Yet,
some
while
point,
freight
yes,
and
I
industry
will
helped
play
lay
that
the
game.
tracks,
I
they
am
really
bound and
didn't need
determined
that
to do
post-war.
so.
As a country with limited raw natural exports and ample port access to begin with, then increasingly favorable conditions for trucking, passenger rail since the mid-century has not really had to compete with freight for line access. But geography and timing aren't solely responsible for success. Japan, for one, is a car country. In car exports, Japan's the third largest in the world. In car ownership, it's at 670 per 1,000 people, placing it comfortably in the world's top 30 near countries like Canada, France, and Norway. And cars, it seemed, might spell the end of passenger rail in Japan in the 1980s. Established in 1949, Japanese National Railways, a state-run enterprise, owned 80% of Japanese rail after World War II and was eager to expand in the post-war period. It did so to the world's marvel with the launch of the Shinkansen in 1964. And yet, while a massively successful addition to the network, 1964 marked another first. The first year the nationalized rail posted a loss. From there, as car ownership rose, trucking companies grew, and airlines expanded, things only got worse. Millions of yen in losses quickly turned to billions, then eventually
that's a normal
trillions.
vein, but that's
With
alright.
failed
With
reforms
the level
ranging
2
from network
drill, we'll still
expansion
get a
to
good
rate
bit
hikes
out of
across
it.
the 60s and 70s, rail share of total passenger traffic dropped from north of 50% to the mid-20s, while freight cratered from a 50% share to 5%.
Also don't know why those
Understaffed,
ramps
inflexible
are
in its
graphically
strategy
like
and
that
bloated
right
in
now.
bureaucracy, JNR's spiral continued into the 1980s. Burdened by a slowing national economy and a nationalized rail system that's debt had now reached 20 trillion yen, a number comparable to the debt of entire nations at the time, Japanese politicians were now urged to take on bolder reform. Quietly, the idea of privatizing the rails began to bounce around subcommittees. Then, by the mid-80s, it seemed the only logical option to halt the downward spiral. The process of privatizing JNR was, more than anything, a process of division. One organization would become 9, and the idea was that, while in some they'd fulfill the same function, the division between them would lead to strength not found in their nationalized form. The core of the network was divided between JR West, JR Central, and JR East. More or less, JR West would operate rail west of Nagoya, JR Central would operate between Nagoya and Tokyo, while JR East would operate within and east of Tokyo. The logic of where to place the borders was dictated largely by traffic patterns. Planners believe that, by defining the borders such that as much travel as possible stayed within a company's borders, each company could specialize its operations to best serve the unique needs and wants of that region. For example, among other things, JR Central could learn how to best operate the super high traffic Tokyo to Osaka long distance route, whereas JR East could focus on how to operate Tokyo commuter service most effectively. This map fulfilled that goal well. Upward of 95% of all passenger trips stayed within each rail company's territory. Beyond that, another goal of the map was for each of the companies to inherit a balance of profitable and unprofitable lines. For example, JR West would inherit the Kobe line, relied upon by daily commuters to travel from this highly populated area to Osaka proper. With tremendous passenger counts, this was also tremendously profitable. But along with that, it would inherit the Gebe line, running through a sparsely populated mountainous region of the Hiroshima prefecture. With operating speeds often far slower than that of the bus, its passenger counts were tiny, and therefore it was deeply unprofitable. Japanese railways can technically close down lines, but gaining approval is a difficult and time-consuming process that often isn't worthwhile, so in practice the companies would largely continue to operate low-traffic lines using the profits from high-traffic ones. But with these geographic divisions, the benefits and burdens were shared roughly equally between the three companies. But then there was the crown jewel, both physically and financially, of the Japan Rail Network, the famed bullet train, the Shinkansen. While each of the three companies would inherit some of the network, their portions certainly were not created equal. JR Central would get the least, at 344 miles, but this stretch from Tokyo to Osaka was the original Shinkansen, traveling between the largest and
I'm
second
also
largest metro
thinking
areas in the
on
country.
whether or not it would be
Demand on the
more
stretch was tremendous,
efficient
and so was profit. JR
to,
West inherited more track, 388 miles,
to
but
just
demand
use
and
the
profit in
higher
this area
end,
was lower, whereas JR East got 519 miles of track, but through the less populated north of the country where the Shinkansen
conveyor
struggled to
belts,
achieve
like
strong
using a
financial
Mark
returns.
IV. I wonder if that would be
Therefore, at
more
first, the Shinkansen lines were the only not
efficient
owned outright by the JR
resource-wise
companies,
than
and instead
building
they
the
were placed
train
within a
line out
newly formed
here.
entity called the Shinkansen Holding Company, which would then lease
But,
the track and associated infrastructure to the operators. The fees for this would be calculated not based on the capital cost of the infrastructure itself, but rather proportionally to the profits of the rail segments as a way of correcting for the geographic imbalance.
Regardless,
in
I'm gonna
profit
have to come up with a thought on
But
it
this
eventually.
is
I'm gonna
not
have
the
to,
entirety of
like
Japan.
right now, I'm just
This is the
redesigning the
entirety
plant
of Honshu,
essentially.
the
But
main
I'm already
island.
realizing, like, yeah,
There
we're
are
gonna have
three
to
other
do
major islands that make up the country.
some radical
Kyushu, Shikoku, and Hokkaido.
planning
The profitable
here.
Shinkansen network did not yet reach the islands, except for a small portion of the Sanyo Shinkansen reaching Fukuoka, and their lower population densities meant they lacked as many profitable conventional lines as well. So, whereas JR West, Central, and East were formed with the intention of quickly becoming profitable,
Upside, this is going to
these
clear
three
this
were treated
area up
differently.
a heck of a lot
Most
more,
notably,
consolidate
they
our
receive a subsidy from the
facility a
government
fair
to
bit
offset
better,
their
and then we
inevitable
just have to
losses.
figure out
Also sliced off
how
from
we want to
JNR
get the
was their
materials
freight
back to the main
business.
plant.
Freight rail was never massive in Japan, and it only decreased as the truck industry grew and took market share away.
On one hand, I feel like it
JNR's
has to
freight
be the
business
train because I
therefore
built the
operated at a
train.
loss. It
I
also
built the
tended to
train.
operate over long
It has
distance,
to get
spanning
used. Right
beyond
now,
the
it's
borders of
literally
the
not
individual
getting
JR
any
companies,
use other
so they
than
rather formed one
occasionally me
nationwide freight
hopping on it to
that
zoom
way,
around
no one
for
JR
fun.
company would be burdened with its losses, while JR Freight could reduce costs by not having to maintain track and rather just pay for track usage. Finally, the last of the 9 new companies was called the JNR Settlement Corporation. It acted as an umbrella company owning all the other companies, while it itself was owned by the Japanese government. This mattered in part because of debt. There was a huge amount of it, and just simply distributing it amongst the JR companies themselves would leave them in the same struggling position as JNR. Therefore, only a portion of the trillions of yen in debt was transferred to the JRs, distributed amongst JR West, Central, and East, whereas the island JRs received none. Another substantial portion went to the Shinkansen Holding Company, roughly equivalent to the value of its assets. Then the vast majority of liabilities went to the umbrella company, JNR Settlement Corporation. The hope was that, through time, the value of the JRs would increase, and therefore the eventual sale of the companies could cover the debt. JNR Settlement Corporation was owned and controlled by the government, so ultimately this meant that Japan's railways weren't fully privatized, at least at first. Rather, they were divided into government-owned companies that were intended to act as private companies would and strive for profits. The state of the Japanese railways was such that the newly formed JRs would hardly be attractive investment opportunities, meaning the government would struggle to take them fully private at what they considered a reasonable valuation. Rather, the thought was that they needed to give time for the reforms to take hold and improve the company's prospects. But more practically, the manner of full privatization chosen was to list the JR companies on the Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are certain requirements that need to be met for listing, such as pre-tax profits in the period immediately before listing needing to be more than 40% of paid-in capital. Crucially though, the Tokyo Stock Exchange would only list companies at least 5 years old, and the JR companies were brand new. Of course, in order for this grand plan to work, for the railways to become self-sufficient, for the government to be freed of its debt, for Japan's rails to improve their service, the JRs had to genuinely, effectively reform. And they certainly did. Bureaucratic bloat was quickly fixed. 90,000 redundant employees were removed, largely through transfer offers to other jobs in the public and private sectors. Prior to privatization, there was one employee for every 311,000 miles or 510,000 kilometers traveled by passengers. After, it was up to 897,000 miles or 1,443,000 kilometers. And despite the cuts in headcount, service actually improved. The frequency of service on average increased, serious accidents halved, and improvements were made to stations and rolling stock. Financially, things improved too. The revenue to cost ratio went from 0.771 to 1.167, meaning, on average, the train companies were earning an operating profit thanks to a combination of cost reductions and revenue increases. And this wasn't thanks to heavy government subsidies. Subsidies were far lower overall than prior to privatization, nor was it thanks to fare increases. The rate of increase actually slowed significantly relative to prior to privatization. Perhaps the primary confounding variable was the fact that Japan's economy was in a boom throughout much of the period immediately post-privatization, so there was plenty of demand for rail travel. But all in all, the process worked. So much so that, as soon as JR West, Central, and East hit the required 5-year mark, they began the process of listing on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Through the sale of shares, the JNR Settlement Corporation generated revenue that was used to pay down its debt, while the JRs were also profitable enough to start buying the Shinkansen network from the Shinkansen Holding Company, further generating revenue for the Settlement Corporation. But beyond the reforms on the rails and in company structure, there was another crucial change that allowed the JR companies to flourish. Prior to privatization, Japan's national railway really stuck to the rail business itself. But other private rail operators in Japan were finding profits in a different business, real estate. Long before privatization, smaller private rail operators were pioneering a technique of using rail to grow the value of land and property. Basically, the better an area's rail access, the higher its property value. In Tokyo, privately held Tokyo Corporation started developing commuter lines in the 1920s. This is Jiyogaoka, nicknamed Little Europe or Liberty Hill. To get there, a person hops on a Tokyo Corporation-owned Tokyo Railways train from Shibuya Station. The entire ride lasts 11 minutes and costs just 181 yen, or $1.25, delivering riders to one of Tokyo's more charming neighborhoods. It's a high-density, mixed-use, pedestrian-friendly development with European-style architecture and private schools. Parts of the development around the station, like this and this, are all owned and developed by Tokyo Corporation. This approach, to leverage real estate around stations to invest in retail and hospitality, was likely born from some necessity and not just ingenuity, thanks to the country's Railroad Nationalization Act, which nationalized 17 of the country's 37 private railways from 1906 to 1907. Part of its limitations restricted private railways from directly competing with government lines, so the private operators pivoted and looked to real estate and diversified assets in order to create revenue when building new rails. But it turns out that that technique worked tremendously well. So much so that the JRs adopted it following privatization in 1987. This happened all over the country. It happened with JR Kyushu, which quickly launched a fast food division, retail operations, and a country club. It happened here with JR East, which owns the Gala Yuzawa ski resort, as well as the train line that services it, dropping riders into a station that's part of the resort's main building. And it happened here, where these are just one chain of hotels that JR West owns across its network. All around the country, the JR companies have been able to find plenty of opportunities to capitalize on the real estate long owned by the railroad, but long ignored. In the case of JR West, for example, about 20% of their revenue now comes from the real estate business, allowing for diversified income streams in a traditionally concentrated sector. Japan's railways have a recipe for success. The structural reforms created companies capable of turning a profit, the real estate businesses made that profit diversified, and the network these companies inherited was such that they could run fast, frequent, reliable service at an affordable cost. But it didn't turn out to be a one-size-fits-all solution. JR Kyushu listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange in 2016, becoming the first of the island JRs to do so, but JR Shikoku and Hokkaido still lag far behind. JR Hokkaido struggles most. Subsidies account for almost half of its revenue. The population of the region is declining and ridership is decreasing as people opt for cars. As a result, train frequency is going down, creating a vicious cycle. At one point in 2019, JR Hokkaido enlisted Tokyo Corporation, with obvious interest to develop rail in the region thanks to their speed industry investments, to partner on increasing service and adding a luxury train service to the island, but so far it's only manifested in a sporadic sightseeing operation. There are plans to extend the Hokkaido Shinkansen to Sapporo, which would likely help boost revenue for the company. Construction is underway, but even this project has been stalled and delayed until 2031 because of construction issues. Of course, rail is not necessarily intended to turn a profit, just like highways are not necessarily intended to turn a profit, and even the JR companies that do so on the backs of massive, but perhaps less obvious government subsidies. While the dream was for the sale of the JR companies and Shinkansen infrastructure to pay down the JNR debt and liabilities, that never panned out. Ultimately, The Japanese government, by extension taxpayers, paid off about $200 billion in liabilities following the dissolution of the JNR settlement program. It's, at least in part, thanks to this that 4 of the JR companies have become standalone, self-sufficient businesses. Rail privatization experiments around the world have had a spotty history. Japan's is considered highly successful, but then there are countries like the UK or Argentina where the results are, at best, controversial. So it's tough to attribute too much of the success to the very fact that the companies are privatized. More so, it's the particular structure of privatization that seemed to work. Regionalization in operations, strict government oversight, and a competitive marketplace combined to create a situation in which, at least now, Japanese railways are largely a self-sufficient, highly effective service. Of course, what makes Japanese railways great goes far beyond their corporate structure. They're fast, frequent, and reliable, but that's part of a virtuous cycle enabled by the success of the companies. The fact that they are fast, frequent, and reliable is made possible thanks to the success of the companies, and the success of the companies is made possible thanks to the fact that they're fast, frequent, and reliable. So if you trace this back to its origin, what truly made Japanese rail great was the fact that the Japanese government, and by extension taxpayers, was willing to invest a tremendous amount of money into kicking off this virtuous cycle, into building a railway network that would go on to grow Japan's economy and society for generations.
And just like that, we've got a way to now process all those resources that are just sitting in that storage right now.
Often over 100
Clear
days
this
a year.
area
Much of
out,
that is
and then
outside
we'll
the
just
US,
kind of
and
keep
these
working
days,
our way
you kind of
over.
need phone data to survive, but my normal US carrier charges $10 a day for data outside the US, which really adds up fast. And even then, it's capped in terms of usage per day, and I easily hit that limit. That's why I don't use expensive roaming data, I use Saily. They sell eSIMs that work in over 160 countries and 8 regions, meaning if you have an eSIM compatible phone, which you probably do, you can get more data for less.
We'll just
For
turn
example,
all of
in
this
Japan, where I was
excess
recently
material
from
for
Jetlag,
now
you can get
into
5 gigabytes of data for
tickets.
just $11 or 20 gigabytes
And then the
for
tickets we'll
$25.
use to
Buying and installing
get
is super simple.
upgrades that we
You just
can
download
use
the
to
app,
better
pick your plan, and
design
then,
our next
crucially,
facilities.
Enter code
So
Wendover to get 50% off.
it'll
and
be
finally,
a
you follow the instructions
a
and install the
self-solving
plan on your phone.
solution.
It takes just 2 or 3 minutes, and this way you don't have to pay high roaming rates, you don't have to waste time and risk getting scammed at the SIM card shops at the airport. You just simply install and go. Once again, to get 15% off, download the Saily app and use code Wendover at checkout.
This is one of Japan's most famous inventions, the bullet train.
Japan's Super Express.
But if you think these can go quick...
This is the Washington Bridge that carries I-195 over the Seekonk River in Providence, Rhode Island. Or at least it was the Washington Bridge. You can see that the westbound span is just about completely gone. In July of 2023, that part of the bridge, although marked as being in poor condition, received a passing inspection. 6 months later, the bridge was abruptly closed to traffic because it was in imminent danger of collapse. Now the whole thing has nearly been torn down as part of an emergency replacement project. Rhode Islanders who need to travel between Providence and East Providence have suffered through more than a year of traffic delays from the loss of this important link, and business owners have seen major downturns. If you live in the area, you're probably tired of seeing it in the news, but it hasn't had a lot of coverage outside the state, and I think it's a really fascinating case study in the complexities of designing, building, and taking care of bridges, including some lessons that apply to designing just about anything. I'm great, and this is practical engineering. The original bridge over the Seekonk River was finished in 1930. Part of that old bridge now serves as a pedestrian crossing and bike link. It's a nice bridge. Concrete and stone multiple arch spans give it a graceful look over the river. In 1959, when I-195 expanded to include this road, it quickly filled with traffic. The old bridge just wasn't big enough, at least according to the standards of the time, so a new bridge to carry the westbound lanes was planned, with the federal government picking up most of the bill. Since the feds were paying, they wanted a simple, inexpensive steel girder bridge, but Rhode Island...
Might have been smarter to have left that
The state didn't
infrastructure
want a
there
plain,
until
stark,
I
utilitarian
cleared all this
structure right next to their
material from the
historic and
production
elegant
line, but I didn't
multi-arch
think of
bridge.
that.
It
So,
took years to come to an agreement, but eventually they met in the middle, with the Federal Bureau of Roads agreeing to include false concrete arch facades between each of the exterior piers, matching the style of the eastbound bridge. But by that time, the field of bridge engineering had shifted. The interstate highway system in the U.S. started in 1956 with the idea of an interconnected freeway system with no at-grade intersections. Every road and rail crossing required grade separation, and that meant we started building a lot of bridges. We're up to around 55,000 today, and that's just on the interstates. With steel in short supply, a new kind of bridge girder was coming into vogue, made from pre-stressed concrete. In simple, reinforced concrete structures, the rebar is just cast inside. It takes some deflection of the concrete before the steel can take on any of the internal stress within the member. For beams, the amount of deflection needed to develop the strength of the steel often leads to cracks, which eventually lead to
That's kind of what we're
corrosion
doing
as
right
water
now.
reaches
We're
the
kind
steel.
of
But
making the
if you can
pre-stressed
load up
by
the
making
steel
encased
before
industrial
the beam is
beams.
put into service, in other words, pre-stress it, you can stiffen the beam, making it less likely to crack under load. I have a whole video going into more detail about pre-stressed concrete if you want to learn more after this. If you've
Or at least I
already
think
seen it, then
that's
you
a
know there are two
apt
main ways to do it.
comparison.
In some structures, the reinforcing steel is tensioned before the concrete's cast. This pre-tensioning is usually done in facilities with specialized equipment that can apply and hold those extreme
Now the
forces
materials are
while the
moving
concrete
faster, so we
cures.
can clear that stuff out
Alternatively, you
quicker.
can do it on site by running steel tendons through hollow tubes in the concrete. Once it's cured, jacks are used to stress the tendons, a process called post-tensioning. The engineers for the westbound lanes of the Washington Bridge took advantage of this relatively new construction method, using both post-tension and pre-tension beams. While most of the grade separation bridges on interstate highways were rigidly standardized, this was a bridge unlike practically any other in the United States. It had 18 spans of varying structural types. Except for the navigation span for boats that use steel girders, the rest of the bridge passing over the water used cantilever beams. Rather than having the end of a beam sit on a pier like most beam bridges do, called simply supported, the primary beams in the Washington Bridge were supported at their center, cantilevering out in both directions. The pre-tension drop-in concrete girders were suspended between the cantilever arms. Those cantilever beams were post-tension structural members. 5 steel cables were run in hollow ducts from one end to the other, then tensioned to roughly 200,000
materials
pounds,
moving a bit
nearly
faster
a
now.
megaton each,
You like
and
to see
locked
it.
off at anchorages on both ends. Then the ducts
all
were
this
filled
stuff
with
out of
grout
this
to bond the
storage.
strands to the rest of the concrete member and protect them against corrosion. Most of the cantilever beams in the Washington Bridge were balanced, meaning they had roughly the same load on either side. But at the west abutment and navigation span, that wasn't true. You can see that these beams support a drop-in girder on one end, but the steel girders over the navigation span are simply supported on their piers. Since the cantilever beams weren't balanced, designers needed an alternative way to keep them from rotating atop the pier. So, steel rods called tie-downs were installed on each of the unbalanced cantilevers. In December 2023, the now 57-year-old westbound bridge was in the middle of a $64 million construction project to repair damaged concrete, widen the deck for another lane of traffic, and add a new aqueduct, with the goal of extending the bridge's life by 25 years. One of the engineers involved in that project was on site and noticed something unusual under the navigation span. Some of the tie-down rods on the unbalanced cantilevers were completely broken. The finding was serious, so 3 days later, a more detailed inspection of the structure was carried out, discovering that half of the unbalanced cantilevers at Piers 6 and 7, the piers on either side of the navigation span, were not performing as designed. The Rhode Island Department of Transportation closed the bridge to traffic that day, while the state could investigate the issue and come up with a solution. The closure snarled traffic on a crossing that was already regularly congested. Westbound traffic was eventually rerouted onto the eastbound bridge, with the lanes narrowed to fit more vehicles. The state put up an interactive dashboard where you can look at travel times by route and time of day and view live webcams to try and help travelers and commuters decide how and when to get across the Seekonk River. Still, the closure has had an enormous impact on the Providence area, impacting travel times and economic activity for more than a year now. The state was fully expecting to implement some kind of emergency repair project, essentially a retrofit that would replace the broken tie-downs on the unbalanced cantilevers. The project was designed and the contractor started installing work platforms below the bridge in January 2024. As they got access to the underside of the bridge, things started looking worse. Deteriorating concrete on the beams threatened to complicate the installation of the new tie-downs. So the state decided to do a more detailed investigation. They tested concrete in the beams, used ground-penetrating radar and ultrasound to inspect the tendons inside, and even drilled into the beams to observe the actual condition of the post-tension cables. What they uncovered was a laundry list of serious issues. In addition to the failed tie-down rods, there were major problems with the beams themselves. The concrete was soft and damaged, in part because of freeze-thaw action. Like most concrete from the 1960s, there was no air entrainment in the concrete beams. This requirement in most modern concrete mixes, especially in northern climates, introduces tiny air bubbles that act like cushions to reduce damage when water freezes. Without air, concrete exposed to water and freezing conditions will spall, crack, and deteriorate over time. The post-tensioning system was also in bad condition. The anchorages at the end of the beams were corroded, and voids and soft grout were found within the cable ducts. When the inspectors drilled into the beams to reach one of the cables, they saw that the poor grout job had allowed water inside the duct, corroding the cable itself. Most of the damage was related to the condition and location of the joints in the bridge deck, which allowed water and salty snowmelt to leak down onto the structure below. If you saw my video on the Fern Hollow Bridge collapse in Pittsburgh, it was a similar situation. When the engineers analyzed the strength of the bridge, considering its actual condition, the results weren't good. With no traffic, the beams met the minimum requirements in the bridge code. When the traffic loads were applied, it was a totally different story. The code doesn't allow any tension to occur in a post-tension member, but you can see in the graph that the top of the beam is in tension across a large portion of its length. Worse than that, the engineers found that the beams were in a condition where failure would happen before you could see significant cracking in the concrete. In other words, if the beam was in structural distress, it likely wouldn't be caught during an inspection. There could be no warning before a potential failure. In short, this was not a bridge worth widening. It wasn't even safe to drive on. A big question here is, why didn't any of this get caught in inspections? And that mostly has to do with access. Only some of these tie-downs were visible to inspectors. The rest were embedded in concrete diaphragms that ran laterally between the beams. But it's not clear if any special attention was paid to them given their structural importance in the bridge. Looking through all the past inspection reports, there's very little mention of the tie-down rods at all, and only a few pictures of them. The state actually used this photo from the July 2023 inspection, 5 months prior to when it was observed to be broken, to show that this tie-down wasn't broken then, suggesting that maybe a large truck had caused the damage in a single event. But you can clearly see that if it were fractured at the time, that break would be obscured by the pier in the photo. Same thing for this one. The fracture is at the very top of the rod, so it's impossible to see if it was there in July. There's no easy way to know how long this had been an issue. At least for these outside tie rods, you have bare steel, exposed and mostly uncoated, directly beneath a leaky joint in the road deck. This is easy to say in hindsight, but if I'm an inspector and I understand the configuration of this bridge, I'm making sure to put eyes on every one of these visible tie-downs, or at least state very clearly and explicitly that the access wasn't enough to fully document their condition. And it's even worse for the post-tension anchorages in the beams. Those drop-in girders sat essentially flush with the ends of the beams, making it impossible to inspect their condition, let alone perform maintenance or repairs. Seismic retrofits installed in 1996 made access and visibility even tougher. And this is a perfect case study in the risks that hidden elements can pose. If you've ever done a renovation project on an older house, you know exactly how this goes. You start to change a light fixture, and next thing you know, there's a backhoe in your front yard. The bridge widening project uncovered the situation with the tie rods. The repairs to the tie rods revealed issues with the post-tension system and the beams. Investigation into that problem revealed further structural issues, and pretty quickly you have a much bigger problem on your hands than you set out to fix in the first place. You're trying to keep the public informed about what's going on and predict how long.
Kind of in that spot now where as I'm just kind of waiting for this to clear out so I can start expanding the platform out.
The engineers looked at a bunch of options to repair all these issues, but
I guess we could go wander around, see if we can find any
infeasible. Just to get to the
any crash ships that have something in it that we could use. Of course, we've also wandered pretty
there's no way to know how the load had redistributed, so even taking the deck off would come with risks.
So we would have to go
with the
quite a ways out of our way, but
it wasn't a sure bet that they could even support any external strengthening, and even if you did get it repaired, you would still have all the same issues with access and visibility. The report put it in plain words. The options for repair were limited, complex, and did not completely mitigate the identified risks with the structure. So eventually, the state decided to demolish the entire thing and start over.
Deposit some of
And
these
that's where it
resources that way
stands,
we're not
or
carrying
doesn't
around
stand right now.
an
Demolition
absolute
is well
ton of
underway, but that's
materials
not
that
the
we
end
could
of the
end up
mess.
losing.
The state put out a request for proposals to design and build the replacement project in April 2024 with an aggressive schedule to finish construction by August 2026. Not a single contractor bid on the job, likely due to the difficult schedule and the inherent risks. The state planned to leave the substructure of the bridge, the piers and the piles, intact, giving the replacement contractor the option to reuse it as part of their design. It seems like no one could get comfortable with that idea, and I don't blame them considering how each milestone in this saga has only revealed new bad news about the condition of the bridge. In October, the state decided to just demo the substructure too, adding it to the existing contract. They started a new solicitation process, this time with 2 stages, to try and find a contractor willing to take on this project. The 2 finalists were announced in December, and they expect to award a contract this summer of 2025. But in the midst of just trying to figure out what to do with the bridge, the fight over who's responsible for all this chaos started. In August of 2024, the state filed a lawsuit against 13 companies, including firms that did the bridge inspections, alleging that they should have identified these structural issues earlier. At one point, the Attorney General stopped the demolition work to preserve evidence for the lawsuit, extending the timeline for a month. Then in January, the U.S. Department of Justice disclosed that they're investigating the state of Rhode Island under the False Claims Act, which comes into play when federal funds are misused or fraudulently obtained. The dual legal battles, one against the engineering firms and another potentially implicating the state, turned what was already a logistical and financial nightmare into a high-stakes showdown with millions of dollars and public trust hanging in the balance. Then in February, this video came out showing the demolition contractor dropping huge pieces of the cantilever beams onto the barges below, sparking a workplace safety investigation from OSHA. A fellow YouTube engineer, Casey Jones, has been covering a lot more detailed aspects of the situation if you want to keep up with the story, and I also have to shout out the local journalists who have done some fantastic work to keep the public apprised of the situation where maybe the state has faltered. This saga is far from over, and we're probably going to learn a lot more in the coming months and years. Maybe the inspectors really did neglect their duties to identify major problems. Maybe the state has some issues with its inspection and review program. Probably there's a little bit of both, but also this bridge had some bizarre design decisions that made a lot of these problems inevitable. Putting critical structural elements like tie-downs and post-tension anchorages where they can't be inspected or repaired is essentially like planting a time bomb. We're fortunate it was caught before it blew up, and a lot of those design decisions were driven by a roughly $5 million, adjusted for inflation, battle between Rhode Island and the federal government over the visual appearance of the bridge in 1965. Now it will cost roughly 20 times that just to tear the bridge down, and who knows how much to rebuild. The situation is a mess, It's an embarrassment for the state, a nightmare for the engineers and contractors who have worked on the bridge in the past, and a major problem for all the residents of Rhode Island who depend on this bridge. Every time I talk about failures, I get so much feedback about how bad US infrastructure is. And I don't want to sugarcoat this situation, but I do want to put it in context. This is one of roughly 617,000 bridges in the US, and in some ways, it's a success story. A serious problem was identified before it became a disaster, and the final outcome should be what was needed all along, replacing a bridge that had reached the end of its design life. It's not a bizarre situation that an old bridge was old. It happens all the time, and although sometimes the road work is frustrating, we generally understand that structures don't last forever and eventually need to be replaced. Just like engineers design structures to be ductile, to fail,
it keeps
with
like
grace and
almost
warning,
crashing
we
on
want
me.
and need projects like this to happen in an orderly fashion. We should be able to recognize when replacement is necessary, plan ahead for the project, do a good job informing the public, and execute the job on a timeline that doesn't require panic, chaos, and emergency contracts. And the Washington Bridge is a perfect case study in why that's so important. I am an avid news reader when it comes to stories about infrastructure. I've been following the story of the Washington Bridge for more than a year now until I felt there was enough information to make this video. And I have an update from another video I did when the Francis Scott Key Bridge was hit by a container ship last year. Maryland just unveiled the concept for the replacement. What do you think of the rendering? I knew it was going to be a cable-stayed structure. With news like this, you know a lot of people are going to have things to say. The story was covered by more than 30 sources with a good mix of left,
before we go
center,
sliding
and
down
sources.
here, because I don't think I
Today's
actually have
sources,
this
ground
mark.
news makes it easy to see them all in one place. But more than that, it adds context to help you consider any biases in the reporting. You can see ownership and factuality ratings backed by independent news monitoring organizations.
Now let's go get attacked by a bunch of
and
those
a summary
spiders,
of the story
because
based on
guarantee
all
you
the
we're going to find
articles
more than the
with
two
an
that we found at the
AI-powered
end.
comparison tool. There's a lot to this story, including the tragedy of the construction
If anything,
workers
I'm
who
shocked
lost
we've
their
only seen
lives,
two so
the
far.
lawsuits, and the enormous amount of money the project is going to require. And news sources can slant the importance of those issues one way or another. It can be really frustrating trying to follow the news just to get the facts, especially for controversial subjects like those that involve politics, environmental issues, or ongoing conflicts where there's more motivation to get a particular narrative across. In that way, journalism has a lot of power over us, and ground news hands some of that power back to you. If you'd like a more transparent media landscape, they're offering a huge discount right now at the link in the description. 40% off the Vantage subscription, which includes unlimited access to all their features. That's ground.news/practical
It's just
engineering,
impure coal,
or just
so
click
it's
the
not
link
worth
in the
much to me,
description.
but
Thank you for
coal
watching,
is coal.
and let me know what you think.
Really wish I'd brought ammo. Oh, you can get up here.
On March 26, 2024, just a few weeks ago, if you're watching this as it comes out, a large container ship struck one of the main support piers of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, Maryland, collapsing the bridge, killing 6 construction workers, injuring 1 more, and seriously disrupting both road and marine traffic in the area. There's a good chance you saw this in the news, and hopefully you've seen some of the excellent content already released by independent creators providing additional context. I got a lot of requests to talk about the event, and I usually
Take care of
prefer to wait
myself.
to
All right,
discuss
give me a
events
moment,
like
Uncle
this
Dan.
until there are more details available from investigations, but I think it might be helpful to provide some context from an engineering perspective about how we consider vessel collisions in the design of bridges like this one, and why the Francis Scott Key Bridge may have collapsed. I'm Grady, and this is Practical Engineering. Today, we're talking about vessel collision design for bridges. The The Francis Scott Key Bridge was a steel
there we
arch-shaped
go.
continuous truss bridge. I'm working on a video
There
that
we
goes
go,
into
Uncle
a lot
Dan.
more
I've taken
detail
care of
about the
myself
different
now.
kinds of
How are you
bridges
doing today,
and
my
how they're
friend?
classified,
You
but
are
this
well.
bridge had kind of a structural medley of styles, so let me hand it off to our special guest correspondent, Road Guy Rob, to break that terminology down.
Well, Grady, I'm in Long Beach, California today, standing on top of this brand new bridge that replaced an old arch truss bridge that used to be right there. It kind of looked like a baby key bridge, and the Port of Long Beach is happy that it's gone.
The Gerald Desmond Bridge was a truss bridge. Instead of having one big, large beam, a truss has lots of smaller, connected structural members all attached together. This creates a rigid structure that's much lighter weight than a big, heavy beam.
And that makes trusses efficient and clever when they work. Both the Key Bridge and the old bridge that used to be here were through truss bridges.
It's a sort of arch shape, and the driving deck is suspended below the truss, so you sort of drive through the arch.
But it's not an actual arch with like a keystone and all the pieces pushing horizontally to hold each other together. No, this through truss bridge has no hinges or joints at the main supports, nothing that breaks it up into sections.
So that's why engineers called the Key Bridge a continuous truss bridge.
It's all one big piece. It's all
of course, this is one of the ones that needs power.
Rigid truss across its entire length, and then that load distributes across all three spans of the bridge. Now, the approach roads on each side are entirely separate bridges, even though they link together.
They just look like concrete roads sitting on top of simple girder spans.
Well, you ask, what happened to that baby Key Bridge in Long Beach? Well, the only way you're going to see it now is to turn on
Work's a
Grand
bit of
Theft Auto
chaos.
5
Why
and
it's
the
called work and not rest on your
version of it immortalized in Los Santos for all time, because when this bridge
Fair.
opened, the Port of Long Beach demolished the old bridge, and the last scraps of it got hauled away back in October.
In its place, this new, fancier-looking cable-stayed bridge, the Long Beach International Gateway.
And what the Port of Long Beach did in studying to build this bridge and the list of improvements they came up with might give us some clues what Baltimore might want to end up doing when they replace the Key Bridge down the line. And we'll talk about that in just a moment.
When the Dali container ship lost power and drifted into the southwest pier, the support collapsed and most of the truss and deck fell with it. Both the southwest and central spans fell roughly vertically with the loss of support from the damaged pier. Part of the truss on the northwest side separated.
I wish there was
from
a way
the
to like
unsupported
color
section
these
and
markers.
rotated
That way I
toward
could
the
have a
northeast
better
bay, taking several of the approach
like
spans
way
with
to
it.
indicate
Thankfully,
what
the ship
something
had
is.
put out a
You know?
mayday call before the impact, allowing police officers
But
at either
it
end of the
is what
bridge
it
to close
is,
it
I
to traffic.
suppose.
Tragically, it wasn't enough time to get the crew of 8 construction workers off the structure before it fell, 6 of whom lost their lives. Just dealing with the salvage and removal of the steel and concrete debris left over from the collapse has been a massive undertaking. Within a week, engineering teams were on site, measuring, cutting, lifting, and floating away huge chunks of the wreckage in separate salvage operations for
But
the main bridge,
regardless, I'm glad to hear
and
that
the
you're
vessel.
doing well, Uncle
As of this
Dan.
writing, they're still working hard on it. At least
Feel like I
7
hadn't
floating
seen
cranes
much
were
of you
involved,
lately, so
including
I'm always
Phoenix
worried
533
whenever people go
that pulled US Airways
missing
Flight
for periods of time. You never know what's going on.
In 2009, this was essentially a massive Jenga. The order of operations and the precision of each cut and each lift mattered. With so much debris underwater, they had to map it out to understand how everything was stacked together. Access was a major challenge, and the stresses in the wreckage were hard to characterize, so it's been a slow and deliberate process.
Or I suppose
requiring
now I did
careful
see you a few
planning and
days
tons
ago,
of
yeah?
skill to
You
do
were in the
safety.
stream.
Fortunately for Baltimore, there are large industrial facilities in the
Guess
port
I'm just
that can
having one of those
process
days
the
that
thousands of
time
tons of
feels
material
all
that will
wonky.
ultimately be removed.
Trying to
Of
keep
course,
track.
reopening the port to shipping traffic is a huge priority. A small channel was marked out under one of the approach bridges for smaller vessels like tug and barge traffic, and the Army Corps of Engineers is making good progress on opening up the main channel. But it isn't clear when full-scale operations of the port will be able to resume. Shipping traffic isn't the only traffic affected either. The bridge carried thousands of road vehicles per day that now have to be rerouted. There's a tunnel under the harbor that provides a decent alternate route, but trucks with hazardous materials aren't allowed through, requiring an enormous detour around the city. It's been more than a month since the event, but it will likely be a year or more before we get an official report documenting the probable cause of the failure. In the US, events like this are investigated by the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB. This independent government agency is extremely diligent, and often diligent also means slow. But events like this are how the field of engineering evolves. Human imagination isn't limited to past experience, but in many senses, engineering is. We just don't have the resources to answer the millions of what-ifs that might coalesce into a tragedy, so we lean on the hard lessons learned from past failures. When something terrible happens, it's really important that we collectively get to the bottom of why, and then make whatever changes are appropriate to our engineering systems to prevent it from happening again. But at the risk of stating the obvious, the failure mode in this case is pretty clear. You probably don't need an engineer to explain why a massive ship slamming into a bridge pier would cause that bridge to collapse.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What's less obvious is how engineers characterize situations like this so that bridges can be designed to
Mostly
withstand
lurking since the chaos started in late January. Fair.
Ships are not a modern problem. Technically, they're called allisions since a bridge isn't moving, but that term is used more in the maritime industry than by bridge engineers. Between 1960 and 2014, there were 35 major bridge collapses resulting from vessel impacts, and 18 of those were in the US. We just have such a big network of inland waterways, and that means we have a lot of bridges. 2 spans of the Queen Isabella Causeway Bridge in Texas collapsed in 2001 when barges collided with one of the piers. A year later, a bridge carrying I-40 over the Arkansas River in Oklahoma was hit by barges when the captain lost control, collapsing a major portion of the structure. In 2009, Pops Ferry Bridge in Mississippi collapsed after being struck by a group of barges. In 2012, Egner's Ferry Bridge in Kentucky fell when a cargo ship tried to go through the wrong channel. Before any of those, though, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge in Florida put a major focus on the problem. In 1980, a bulk carrier ship lost control because of a storm, crashing
over
into
the
one
map,
of the
click
piers
on the
and collapsing the entire
hold
main
on,
span
is there a
of the
way?
southbound bridge, killing 35. The event brought a lot of new awareness and concern about the safety of bridges over navigable waterways. But piers aren't the only parts of a bridge at risk from ships. I'll let Rob explain.
The Key Bridge got into trouble because of a horizontal elision. That's where a ship moves side to side in the wrong way and hits something it's not supposed to. Here in Long Beach, that really wasn't their concern primarily because the old bridge columns were way inland here. So there was no way for a ship to exit the waterway and hit the column because the column was in lots of dirt. And the new replacement bridge takes no chances at all. Look how much farther on those columns
I guess
are
if
now.
there's...
No, the Port of Long Beach were far more worried of the old Gerald Desmond Bridge getting hit vertically. The old bridge was 155 feet tall.
Guess we're going to be going over to that system for marking.
Pretty tall to you, it sounded pretty tall to them back in 1968 when they built the bridge. But as we now know, ships are getting bigger and fatter and taller, and 155 feet wasn't cutting it for some of the modern ships that were trying to get into the back part.
Thank you for looking that up, though, Uncle Dan. I thought someone had told me at some point, or I thought I had heard at some point that you couldn't do that, so I never had bothered going looking.
To that new bridge.
And this new
there's
taller Long Beach International Gateway helps the port scratch off one designation they didn't want.
Having the shortest bridge over a port in the United States. Well, that's gone now, and thankfully in a less tragic manner than what's happening on the East Coast.
In the aftermath of the Sunshine Skyway collapse, the federal government and the professional community, both from the engineering and maritime sides, invested a serious amount of time and investigation into the issue. One culmination was updated bridge codes that included requirements for consideration of vessel collisions. For highway bridges in the U.S., those specifications are put out by an organization called the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, or AASHTO. But there are similar requirements worldwide, including in the Eurocode. A lot of infrastructure is designed for worst-case scenarios, but at a certain point, it just isn't feasible. It's something I've talked a lot about in previous videos, you have to draw a line somewhere that balances the benefits and the costs. If the code required us to design bridges with Armageddon meteorite or Godzilla protection, we just wouldn't build any bridges. It would be too expensive. And that's kind of true for ship collisions too. The mass and kinetic energy of the cargo vessels today is tough to even wrap your head around. We just couldn't afford to build bridges
I mean,
if they all
let's
had
see.
to be capable of withstanding a worst-case collision. Instead,
Yeah, no, that'll
for
work.
what engineers call high
That is
consequence,
sufficient
low
for what I
probability
needed.
events, code
If I can
often
mark
set the
on
standard as some
the map,
acceptable
like,
amount of
hey,
risk. There's
that's a
always
crash
gonna be
site.
some
That crash site
possibility
needs
of
a
an event
60
like this,
megawatt
but how
repair.
much risk are we as a society
Then
willing to
that
bear for the benefit
automatically
of
makes it
easy
easier for me to
access
go
across
through and be like,
navigable
okay, so we got
waterways?
this there.
In the U.S., that answer,
Okay,
at
hold
least
on,
according to
so let's
AASHTO,
see.
for critical
Well, let me
structures
go
like
back
the
in
Key
and
Bridge,
edit it
is
further.
0.01% probability in a given year. For some perspective, it's roughly the chance of rolling a Yahtzee 5 of a kind in a single throw. But it's an annual probability, so you have to roll the dice once every year. If you did it forever, it would average out to once every 10,000 years, but that doesn't mean it couldn't happen twice in a row. So, an engineer's job is to design the structure not to survive in a worst-case scenario, but to have a very low probability of collapsing from
Okay,
a
so I
vessel
can even
impact.
set it like
And there's
that.
a
I'm
lot that
trying.
goes
It's not
into figuring
perfect,
that
but
out.
it's pretty
This
good,
is the
to be
general
honest.
formula for the annual probability of a bridge collapse due to ship collision.
It's still
You have all these
immensely
factors that
useful
get
for me.
multiplied together. The first
I
one
can
is
set it
just
up
the
that
number
way.
of ships that pass under the bridge in a year. And there's a growth factor in there for how that number might change over time. Then there's what's called the probability of vessel aberrancy, basically the chance that one of those ships loses control. AASHTO has some baseline numbers for this based on long-term accident statistics in the US, and the designer can apply some correction factors based on site-specific issues like water currents and navigation aids. Then there's the geometric probability of a collision if a ship does lose control. When a vessel is aberrant, you don't know which way it's going to head. This gets a little complicated, but if you're familiar with normal distributions, it'll make perfect sense. You can plot a normal distribution curve centered on the transit path with one standard deviation equal to the length of the aberrant ship to give you an approximation of where it might end up. The area under that curve that intersects with the bridge piers is the probability that the ship will impact the bridge if it loses control. And this is really the first knob an engineer can turn to reduce the risk, because the farther the piers are from the transit path, the lower the geometric probability of a collision. And this factor can be modified if ships have tethered tugs to assist with staying in the channel, something that wasn't required in Baltimore at the Key Bridge. But even if there is a collision, that doesn't necessarily mean the bridge will collapse. And this is where the structural engineering comes into play. The probability of a collapse depends both on the lateral strength of the pier and the impact force from the collision. But that force isn't as simple as putting a weight on the scale. It's time dependent, and it varies according to the size and type of vessel.
I am
its
glad I did
speed,
not
the
just
amount
full
of ballast,
send.
the angle of the
That would
collision,
have been
and a lot more.
very
Usually,
unfortunate
boil
to have
that
gone
down to
flying
an
off the cliff
equivalent
there.
static load. And based on some testing, this is the equation most engineers use. It's just based on the deadweight tonnage, basically how much the ship can carry, and its velocity. It's interesting that they settled on deadweight, which doesn't include the weight of the ship itself, but again, this analysis is pretty complicated, especially because you have to do it for every discrete grouping of vessel size and bridge component, so some simplifications make sense. And since this one assumes every ship is fully loaded, it's relatively conservative. Just for illustration, the ship that hit the Sunshine Skyway Bridge had a deadweight of 34,000 tons. The NTSB report doesn't estimate the speed at which it hit the bridge, but let's say around 5 knots. That would be the equivalent of a static force of around 56 meganewtons or 13 million pounds if the ship was fully loaded, which it wasn't, but there's no way to account for that in this equation. The Dolly has a deadweight of 117,000 tons and was traveling at roughly 5 knots on impact. That's equivalent to more than 100 meganewtons or 24 million pounds, again assuming the ship was fully loaded, which again it wasn't. But you can validate this with some back-of-the-envelope physics. Force is equal to mass times acceleration. We know the mass of the ship and its cargo from records. about 112,000 metric tons. To decelerate that mass from 5 knots to a standstill over the course of, let's say, 4 seconds requires roughly a force of 72 meganewtons or 16 million pounds. Even as a rough guess, that is a staggering number. It's 5 SpaceX Starships pointed at a single bridge pier. Designing a bridge to handle these forces is obviously complicated. It's not just the pier itself that has to survive, but every element of the bridge along the entire load path, including the foundation and, assuming the pier isn't perfectly rigid, the superstructure too. Again, it's not impossible to design, but it gets pricey fast, which is why designers have more knobs to turn to meet the code than just the strength of the bridge itself. One of those knobs is pier protection systems. Fenders can be installed to soften the blow of a ship impact, but for ships of this size, they would have to be enormous. Islands can be built around piers to force ships aground before they hit the bridge, but islands create environmental problems because of the fill placed on the river bottom. Plus, they get really big for deeper channels, so the bridge span has to be wider to keep the channel from being blocked. Islands can even affect currents in the water and the bridge structure, creating additional load on the foundation as they settle after construction. Another commonly used protection structure is called a dolphin. This is usually a circular construction of driven sheet piles filled with sand or concrete. Dolphins can slow a ship, stop it altogether, or redirect it away from critical bridge elements like piers. The new Sunshine Skyway Bridge used islands and dolphins to protect the rebuilt span, and actually, the Key Bridge had 4 dolphins, one on either side of each main support. Unfortunately, because it came at an angle, the dolly slipped past the protection when it lost control. It's important to point out that everything I've discussed is a modern look at how engineers consider vessel impacts to bridges. When the Francis Scott Key Bridge was finished in 1977, there were no requirements like this, and the bridge never had a major rehabilitation or repair that would have triggered adherence to the newer codes. Container ships the size of Dolly didn't even exist until around 2006, and we don't know what the ships of the future will look like. It's easy to say with hindsight that a bridge like this should have been better protected against errant ships, but if you say it for this one, you really have to say it for all the bridges that see similar maritime traffic. And that represents an enormous investment in research.
Ritz, welcome in, my friend. How are you doing today?
Not a lot of benefit to the public, given how rare these situations are.
Hope that you are doing well.
That's
welcome
not me
in.
saying it shouldn't be done. It's just me saying that a decision like that is more complicated than it might seem. I don't expect we'll see bridge design code changes come out of this event, but vessel collisions will certainly be on the minds of the designers for the replacement in Baltimore. I'll let Rob explain.
When you take a look at photos of the Key Bridge, it looks like Maryland was doing a good job taking care of their bridge. So if the NTSB report comes back and says the bridge was in good shape, it's 100% the ship that's at fault, well, I don't think any of us are going to be really that shocked. But for the old Gerald Desmond Bridge here in Long Beach that used to be right
a little
here,
stressed,
well, the
fair.
environmental impact report, where they
If you would like me to
this new
pray on
replacement
anything,
bridge,
I can always
the
add
port
you to
staff
our
really
prayer
didn't
list, my
seem
friend.
Too concerned about a maritime navigation failure. A structural failure? Let's just say engineers score bridges out of 100 points. So you have a brand new bridge, it gets 100 points. On that scale, the old Gerald Desmond Bridge that was right here scored a 43. I mean, anything below 80 points, you get federal money to work on the bridge to try to rehab it and get back into good shape. And anything under 50 points, it's so bad the federal government starts throwing money in trying to help you replace the bridge. That's how bad off the Gerald Desmond Bridge was. Salt from the air, of the sea, and decades of it sitting above seawater, and all of that, just nice salt in the air, eating away at the paint. Well, that paint was rated very poor on the old Gerald Desmond Bridge, and, you know, paint protects all the bridge members, all the metal from rusting out, and as Grady points out, every single member of a truss is really important if you want the bridge to stay in good shape and not fall
I also
down.
apologize that the game might be looking a bit like a slideshow right now. I don't know why
how the bridge was holding up.
we had like a little micro crash earlier, and it seems like our performance is slumped since.
So it didn't matter.
I don't know what caused that or what exactly is going on right now, but
the bridge and the concrete that those trucks drove on, it was all cracking up. It was rated critical. The port had to install big nets to catch big chunks of pavement that were falling off the bridge and could hit somebody on the head down here. So Long Beach had 4 objectives that this new bridge needed to meet in order to build it. And those goals may mirror some of the ones Baltimore may want to have when building their replacement bridge. Number 1, this bridge had to have a design life of 100 years. Stay structurally sound for that long.
Not sure how to word it.
2,
Well, alright,
wanted to
fair
reduce
enough.
the approach grades on both sides.
How to
Even
safely
getting up
word
to
it?
155 feet before, sometimes you're driving up a 6% grade, and now that this thing's over 200 feet high, that would be way too steep. So they've instead built these huge freeway viaducts that go on and on for like a quarter of a mile to lift people in trucks gently up to that new bridge height. Baltimore's bridge already has some very long approaches to it, so I don't know whether they're going to replace the ramps approaching the bridge or not. It'll be interesting to see what they end up deciding to do. Number 3, provide sufficient roadway capacity to handle future car and truck traffic. The old bridge here was 2 lanes in each direction, 4 lanes. This widens it to 6. The Key Bridge in Baltimore was also only 4 lanes, but this bridge handles twice the traffic every day, you know, compared to the Key Bridge back when it was open, right? And both the Key Bridge and the old Gerald Desmond Bridge had those shoulders for emergency vehicles installed cars to pull off to the side. And as you can see, the new bridge has these excellent shoulders on both the outside and the inside travel lanes. So that makes the road a lot safer because you're not going to run into the back of a stalled truck in the dark. It's also a lot safer if you're not in your car because this bridge has a way you can cross it without being in a car. They've added this 12-foot wide pedestrian and bicycle pathway, which is about 12 feet wider than what they had before. Used to be on the old bridge, the only way across was inside a car.
It's a good start. Certainly not perfect. Right now the path just hits this gate and stops.
The city of LA owns the next harbor bridge down that way. It's called the Vincent Thomas Bridge. It's also old, so it doesn't have a pedestrian walkway, so this pathway sort of just ends at the city limit because there's nowhere for it to go. But adding in a multi-use path like this one onto the new Key Bridge would be such a no-brainer. It could take a 4-mile bike ride from like Hawkins Point to Sparrows Point, down from 4 miles with bridge path, from 22 miles right now without it.
And finally, the 4th goal, providing vertical clearance for new generation larger vessels, which the new bridge certainly has, and that must make the port very happy.
And I'm willing to bet that Baltimore will take that goal and maybe turn it on its side. And talk
Some
about
serious and
horizontal
professional
clearance,
stuff is going
and
on.
insist on a design that eliminates
Fair.
the risk of an collision like what happened on March 26 from ever happening again. Grady?
Thanks, Rob. If you love deep dives into transportation infrastructure, go check out his channel after this. But it's important to point out that this wasn't just a bridge failure, it was a bridge failure precipitated by a maritime navigation failure. Obviously, engineers who design bridges don't have a lot of say in the redundancy, safety standards, and navigation requirements of the vessels that pass underneath them. But if you look at the whole context of this tragedy and ask, how can our resources best be used to prevent something like this from happening again, reducing the probability of a ship this size losing control has to be included with the structural solutions like pier protection systems. I don't know a lot about that stuff, so I couldn't tell you what that might include, but I'm sure NTSB will have some recommendations when their report eventually comes out. Having tugs accompany large ships while they traverse lightly protected bridges seems like a prudent risk reduction measure, but that's just coming from a civil engineer. And speaking of risk reduction, I have to say that using risk analysis as a tool for design is really not that satisfying. We humans are notoriously bad at understanding probabilities and risks, and engineers are not that great at communicating what they mean to people who don't speak that language. That's how we get confusing terminology like the 100-year flood. And it's unsettling to come face to face with the idea that even if our bridges are designed and built to code, there's still a chance of something like this. Everything's a trade-off, but the people driving over the bridge or working on it.
I mean, the
had no
easiest
direct
solution
sense
to
of where the
prevent
line was drawn
further
or whether it
occurrences
applied
like that bridge
retroactively.
incident is, you
Even
know,
the ships got bigger
hire
and bigger.
competent
But I
crew
hope
instead
it's
of
clear
hiring
why we
third
do
world
it this way.
nationals that
The
can't
question
speak the
is,
language
can we design
and
bridges
aren't
to be
trained
safer?
up to snuff
The answer
for
to
what
that
they're
is
doing.
always yes. The real question is
That
how
could
much
easily
risk
avoid
can
some
we
of the
tolerate?
worst of it.
Or put in a different way, how much are we willing to spend on any incremental increase in safety?
got
Because the answers to
limestone
those
here.
questions are much more complex and nuanced. And if all bridges were required to survive worst-case
Copper
collisions
here.
with ships like Dolly, we would just have a lot fewer bridges. But sometimes it takes an event like this to remind us that risks aren't just small numbers on a piece of paper. They represent real consequences, and my heart goes out to the families of the victims affected by this event. I hope we can honor them by learning from it and making improvements both to our infrastructure and maritime systems so that it doesn't happen again. The Key Bridge collapse is a really interesting case study because it combines two totally different areas of understanding. Obviously, I can approach it from the bridge engineering perspective, but there's just as much, if not more, to understand from the maritime side. Ships and marine navigation are literally a whole different world. And my friend Sam from Windover Productions has an awesome video specifically about the crazy sophistication of the commercial fishing industry. I find it so fascinating to learn about the little details behind industries I know nothing about. So honestly, this entire series, The Logistics of X, is so good, and it's only available on Nebula. You probably know about Nebula even if you're not subscribed. It's a streaming service built by and for independent creators. No studio executives deciding what gets the green light, no advertisements, and no algorithm driving the content into a single style. It's just independent creators making stuff that they're excited about with as few barriers and distractions as possible between you and us. The website just got a huge update that completely redesigned the homepage, making it easier to find new stuff in addition to your favorites. My videos go live on Nebula before they come out here, and my practical construction series was specifically produced for Nebula.
Okay, close that video out
This is
because
where
he's
some
just
of the
about done.
largest ships in the world come to die. The Gadani Yard in Pakistan. But the place is also a death trap for the hundreds of men who work to break down these rusted giants for as little as $4 a day.
तो मजबूरी की वजह से करना पड़ता है ना जितना भी खतरनाक हो तो करना पड़ता है.
Some of these vessels are here illegally, like the cruise ship Antares Experience, which came from Greece. International laws ban many foreign countries from dumping their toxic old ships on the beaches of developing countries for environmental reasons. Still, loopholes allow these giants to come here from China, the Middle East, and Europe through indirect routes.
Shipping companies deliberately lie to authorities. They do not disclose that their true intention is to scrap these ships in the worst possible yards located on the beaches of South Asia.
Meanwhile, most workers here come from far-off villages and have never even seen the ocean or a ship before. So why are these vessels ending up on the shores of Pakistan? And who is responsible for the safety of these underpaid workers propping up a billion-dollar recycling industry? This 85,000-ton Greek carrier supplied coal around the world. But after sailing for 21 years, the Enterprise Majuro is falling apart. At 150 feet tall and 900 feet long, this beast will take a fleet of 200 workers about 3 months to fillet for its parts. Many of them live right on the yard, like Azam Khan, who moved here from northern Pakistan.
देखो ये जीन और बलाओं का घर है समंदर का किनारा है तो न बाजार है इधर न कोई रोशनी है न कोई कुछ भी है.
These huts belong to the Bossett's church, and the men live here rent-free as
Freighter
long as they work
records
6
indicate
days a
this
week
comes from the past,
and don't go
which is
outside
normal.
past 8 p.m. No one here has clean running water, and they all share a communal bathroom.
जानवरों का जिंदगी है सेहत का ख्याल इधर नहीं रखा जाता. हमारा छोटी उम्र का तस्वीर आप देख ले परेशान हो जाएगा.
Azam bandages his shoes for extra protection.
ये हम काम करता था पैर के ऊपर लोहा गिरा उससे चोट लगा काफी सा चोट लगा. मैंने कहा तो सर टांग नहीं है. चेकअप किया, हड्डी बचा हुआ था, गोश्त काटा।
Azam's main job is to break up smaller parts once they've been separated from the rods that hold the body of the ship.
इधर काम करते हुए मैंने जख्मी बंदे को भी देखा, मरती हुई भी देखा। इस इलाके में नहीं, पूरा पाकिस्तान में हुआ सामने। अगर दूसरा जगह में कोई काम होता तो कोई पागल इधर आता।
Gadani gets mostly cargo carriers, oil tankers, and cruise liners. Like this 1994 Carnival Fascination, which sailed around the Caribbean to Miami until its features became outdated. The ship was sold to a Chinese cruise company, which soon decided to sell it for scrap. To break down vessels here, workers use what's called the gravity method. They mostly let the parts fall on their own. But that's how accidents can happen, says Muhammad Ashraf, who has worked here for half his life.
मुझे पता है ये चीज़ मेरे ऊपर आएगी या खतरनाक है। जब मौत आनी है रोड पे भी जा रहे तो वो तो आनी है।
Tractors drag the larger parts to shore, where workers break them down. Ashraf has to take apart this entire chamber. Most ships don't make it past the age of 30. Their insides begin to rust. Many contain poisonous chemicals like asbestos, residual oil, and toxic paint. And breathing the dust can cause permanent lung damage or death. Nearly 2,000 people have been severely injured or killed on this beach since the late 1960s. But that number is likely much higher. Many workers disappear or drown under falling parts, and their deaths often don't get tracked. An international law enacted in 1992 technically requires countries to document all toxic waste before sending their ships abroad. But experts say this is often ignored.
A lot of vessels that are reaching the shores of South Asia for breaking receive import clearance based on fake documents. These documents declare that the vessels are toxic-free. Workers, when they will take these vessels apart, they will face risks they are completely unaware of.
Shipbreaking became a big business in Pakistan in the 1980s, after Europe began regulating ship waste pollution on its own shores. That's when many developed nations started sending their vessels off to countries with lax environmental regulations and cheap labor. The industry grew across South Asia, with yards expanding rapidly in Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. In the late 80s and 90s, reports of accidents, poor work conditions, and child labor started to come out, triggering a wave of international laws that tried to regulate the business. Nowadays, developed countries aren't technically allowed to send their ships to places that don't have the same environmental standards and labor laws. But it happens anyway, like with the Antares experience, which came from Greece illegally. We reached out to the ship's most recent recorded owners and operators, but did not get a response. But the most common paths are legal loopholes. For example, a European shipping company could get away with sending its vessel for scrapping to Pakistan if it first sends it to another country that's allowed to export it there. Another way to get around the law is by registering a ship under countries with lax regulations known as flags of convenience. Like the Enterprise, which was owned by a Greek company, but registered under the Marshall Islands, a country
Chonky,
known
how
for
dare
its
you
low
show up
taxes.
this late
Reports of the
and then
ship's
fish
in
me?
Gadani in 2023 and 2024 show that most were registered under other flags of convenience, like Comoros, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Panama. but were usually owned by companies in China, the Middle East, and Greece.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ कि अगर जहाज देंगे माशाल्लाह हम गरीब आदमी मजदूरी करें इधर और अपना रोजी कमाएं अपने घरों में जाएं
44-year-old Javed Iqbal sorts the parts Ashraf cuts up.
Don't you honk like you don't know. Outrageous.
But like most here, he doesn't have a license to handle this crane. He says no one's ever asked for it.
तो यार कोई अगर यार दोस्त है किसी के ऊपर गिर गया मार गया बहुत हालात खराब हो जाते हैं इंसान के
Javed moved here 25 years ago. He sees his wife and 3 children once a year if he can afford time off.
घर वालों को पता ही नहीं है इधर के ये काम क्या करते हैं क्या नहीं खाली वो तनख्वाह देते हैं जाके उनको बस वो गांव के लोग हैं उनको क्या पता है जहाज इधर क्या चीज़ है ये क्रेन क्या चीज़ है
Crane operators like Javed are among the best paid of the land. But many workers here usually make about $4 a day, less than the $6 minimum wage in Pakistan, which buys 2 gallons of milk there. Despite attempts to regulate the business, cheap labor and pollution are still a problem in yards across South Asia. But the Ali Aga yard in Turkey says it's different, and that it's developed a recycling infrastructure designed to handle toxic waste. That's partly why it's become one of the most popular destinations for Europe's old ships. But reports show that Ali Aga is heavily polluted with toxic substances. Now there's a new law, the Hong Kong Convention, which is set to take effect in June 2025.
On paper, it aims to make more parties, from the ship's owner to its flag state to the country that recycles it, responsible for safely disposing of it. The agreement requires every arriving ship to have an inventory of its hazardous waste and a clear plan for how to handle it. Before accepting a vessel, each yard needs to submit a recycling plan to its government and provide proof that they can do this without contaminating the environment or compromising workers' safety.
India, Bangladesh, and Turkey have all signed the treaty and have begun updating their yards.
Pakistan was the last major shipbreaking country to sign the convention, and it's done little to modernize its practices.
Pakistan is one of the worst destinations for end-of-life vessels.
And experts say the new law may not change much.
It was crafted by the shipping industry itself, and it's like putting the fox in charge of managing the chickens. If the convention will not be enforced properly and interpreted in a strict way, it will simply rubber stamp current substandard practices. It will greenwash the whole sector. What today is illegal and unethical will suddenly become legal and okay.
And people who have worked here their whole lives worry about that too.
शोरों से जब से हम आया तकरीबन हमारा 27-28 साल हो गया 20 साल हो गया वही का वही है इसमें मैंने कोई ऐसा ही तब्दीली नहीं देखा मुस्तकबिल यहाँ का ये ऐसे ही चलेगा जब पाकिस्तान ऐसी तरह होता है तो ये ऐसे ही चलेंगे
Azam had other family members who worked here too.
But in 2016, an old oil tanker exploded while it was getting broken down. The blast claimed the lives of at least 29 men.
Azam's relatives were among them. The explosion left another 60 people severely burned or disabled for life.
Workers we spoke with said since the incident, their employers have first aid and ambulances on standby. The closest hospital is about 6 miles away, but it isn't equipped to handle serious cases.
The badly injured have to travel 1 hour to Karachi.
एक जंगल में रहना और उसमें अपना पेट पालना
We couldn't reach the manager of the lot Azam Khan works on, but we spoke with the chairman of the Pakistan Shipbreakers Association. He also runs a ship lot here.
2017 में जो अफसोसनाक वाकया हुआ
I was going to say, it sounds like the area needs a lot better self-regulation. It's one of those things where it's like, Yeah, it's rough to hear about all these problems, but it's like, so what are you as a, like, what are you doing
That's
to
about
improve
$750
it, you know?
paid to the family of a worker who
Because this
died
is one of
in
those
the
things
job.
where I feel like a
But
lot of the time it
activists
gets
say
put
that
on
families
to
are
Western
often not
nations that
notified
we're
since
supposed to
many
fix this
workers
problem.
don't have proof of employment. Faruqi says that's not true.
रजिस्टर तो
I'd be
हमारे पास
curious to
भी
hear what
रजिस्टर
all
होते
they're
हैं
doing.
बाकायदा तौर पर उनका आईडी जो है वो हम इसका नाम से अपने पास रखते हैं और उसको पुलिस स्टेशन में उसको रजिस्टर्ड भी कराते हैं उसकी जो फॉर्मेलिटीज़ हैं जो गवर्नमेंट की लेबर लॉज हैं और दूसरे लॉज हैं उसको बाकायदा तौर पर यहाँ पर हम पूरा उसको वो करते हैं
Gadani is divided into 132 lots. Some are owned by private landowners and others by the government, which leases the lots to private companies.
But these days, many are vacant because getting a ship to Pakistan has gotten so expensive.
For example, the folks who bought the Enterprise Majuro from its Greek owners paid about $10 million for it. Then they had to pay a 17% customs tax to the Pakistani government and another 17% tax on all the parts of the ship that were resellable. There's also a 1% regional tax in Gadani. All this adds up to roughly $13.5 million. It's unclear if lot owners actually pay all the taxes. Many have been accused of exploiting government connections to skirt regulations. But shipyard owners say getting these vessels here ultimately helps the workers too.
जब ये जहाज नहीं होते तो ये बेचारे सारे बेरोजगार हो जाते हैं और इनके पास कोई रोजगार का कोई मुताबिल कोई वो भी नहीं.
Once a ship is broken apart, workers salvage everything from desks and cabinets, which can be resold as wood scraps, down to the screws and cables that once held all the ship's parts together.
तो इसमें हज़ार किस्म का माल होता है उसका मुख्तलिफ रेट होती है जैसा का मतलब घर में बर्तन है तो उसका अलग रेट है रज़ाई बिस्तरे का अलग रेट है दरवाजे का अलग रेट है
In fact, up to 95% of a ship's remains can return a profit.
A ship's steel hull is among the most prized of its parts.
The manager of this ship lot can resell it to metal mills for millions of dollars. The Gadani shipyard salvages about 1.5 million tons of steel a year, accounting for 20% of all the steel Pakistan uses. It takes about 400 trucks to move just one ship's remains to their next destination. This truck is off to a factory in Lahore.
फिर हम खाली करते हैं ये चादर जो है ये मजदूर नहीं उठा सकते तो ये हम कर लेते हैं मजदूरों के साथ छोटा छोटा कर लेते हैं.
Then they sort the scrap into piles depending on the shape and type of metal. Workers cut the ship walls into rectangles to fit this slicing machine.
कोई मिल वाला जो है वो स्पेशल सरिया बना देते हैं वो जो है उसे नट काबले वगैरह.
This crew got here at 4:30 a.m. and they won't finish until 8 p.m. 16-hour shifts are standard. These links were once part of a chain used to anchor a ship. Workers have to heat this to over 1800 degrees Fahrenheit to make the links easier to reshape. That process emits toxic vapors, which could permanently scar a worker's lungs.
And what the color?
At this factory, they usually repurpose about 10 to 15 tons of scrap a day, which helps reduce the nation's demand for mining new steel. Most of the repurposed metal ends up at construction sites across Pakistan where it's used to build bridges, roads, and buildings. Every Every year, about 1,000 ships need to find their final resting place, where they'll get scrapped and recycled.
Azam isn't sure how many more he'll break down within his lifetime.
But he says he knows that one day, this beach will become his graveyard too.
मुस्तकबिल ये है कि बस मौत तक ये काम करते हैं अगर अल्लाह ने चाहा तो यहाँ से नसीब बदल हो सकती है दिन तो ऐसी गुजरती है कि बच्चों माँ बाप से दूर महीना नहीं है 2 नहीं है 4 नहीं है साल नहीं है 2 साल नहीं है 3 साल नहीं है ना ज़िंदगी सारा यहाँ गुजरती है तो लाजमी बात है आदमी को अफसोस और दुख होता है
This is the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building on Earth.
The world's tallest skyscraper.
The Burj doesn't just break the world's tallest building record, it completely shatters it.
It has 160 floors and is twice as high as the Empire State Building.
Taipei 101 could stand beside it with the Eiffel Tower perched on top and still only just match the height of this one.
Rising 828 metres into the sky, nothing else has ever really come close to topping it.
Oh,
But
you
that
understand.
was all supposed to change. Enter Jeddah Tower. At a staggering 1,000 metres, Saudi Arabia's $1.2 billion megatall
Was it
skyscraper
intentional?
was due to become the first ever kilometre-high building in 2020. A tower that would finally overtake the Burj Khalifa and help position Jeddah as a global city on par with Dubai. Then things took a turn. Today, the building stands unfinished and abandoned 300 metres in the air. And after years of political crackdowns and a global pandemic, it remains unclear if Jeddah Tower can ever rise to its full height. Even if construction works do start up again, it'll take a massive feat of engineering to complete.
There are no building codes that prepare you for it. Over a kilometer tall. This building had never been done.
With over $1 billion and to a large extent the country's reputation riding on this tower, all eyes are on Jeddah to see if it can ever complete the world's tallest building.
I'll never understand the Arabs and their fascination with that. Sitting around building back and forth to see who can build the tallest.
It tends to get.
When most of the time it also ends up being something absolutely
making
dreadful.
a major push to diversify their economy.
Back in
But
2011, billionaire
we'll see.
investor Al-Walid bin Talal had set his sights on creating a centerpiece for Jeddah Economic City. His bold plan for a skyscraper in, you guessed it, Jeddah, would feature 167 stories of homes,
Take
offices
care of
and
myself,
hotels.
I suppose.
At a kilometre tall, it would rise well above the 600-metre threshold for classification in the mega-tall skyscraper category, and would essentially try to
It
make
isn't gonna
Jeddah
have full
the
plumbing,
Dubai
most
of
likely
Saudi
not.
Arabia. It's important to draw a distinction between this and the other huge projects that Saudi Arabia has recently announced, particularly around NEOM. They're led by its public investment fund, which is a state-driven sovereign wealth fund seeking to diversify the Saudi economy away from oil. Jeddah Tower is a private development, albeit one that started out with plenty of backing from many in the state. Now, to build something a kilometre tall, you need an architect with a strong resume. Enter Adrian Smith. If his name sounds familiar to you, it's because he's the guy who designed the Burj Khalifa.
Oh yeah, so it's definitely not going to have
One of the biggest
functioning
challenges with creating
plumbing.
skyscrapers this high is the extreme lateral wind loads they face. The taller a building is, the greater its tendency to want to sway towards its top, and that's something engineers must address to ensure safety and comfort. To reduce movement, some super tools like Taipei 101 or 432 Park Avenue used massive weighted devices called tuned mass dampers near their summits that counteract swaying motion. but these can take up a lot of valuable floor space. For Jeddah Tower, Smith took another route, one that lies in the most fundamental part of the building design itself. Like the Burj Khalifa, the Jeddah Tower plans to use a buttressed core to reach its megatall height. Unlike most skyscrapers that have 4 external walls, this approach sees a hexagonal core reinforced with 3 Y-shaped walls. And that really does work. We use software from today's video sponsor SimScale to model how wind forces could flow around the Jeddah Tower's enormous form.
It's like the analogous to the 3-legged stool.
John Setra wasn't involved in Jeddah Tower, but he certainly knows a thing or two about the design of extremely tall buildings.
It's a very, very efficient system. The triangle works in ways
Time to back
deflect
up
the
traffic for
forces
hours per
from
day
two
to remove
sides.
waste.
It
Yep.
doesn't necessarily have the same effect as, let's say, a square where, you know, there's a broad side on a square or a rectangle, and those forces are then deflected to the other 3 sides. The triangle actually acts as an automatic deflector.
The Jeddah Tower would also dramatically taper towards its peak, further reinforcing its resistance to strong winds and making it more aerodynamic than a 4-walled straight-up profile. That really matters because winds get stronger the taller you go, and on this site, and with a building of this height, there aren't any other buildings or structures around to break up the airflow. On the 157th floor would be the tower's crowning feature, a jaw-dropping open-air observation deck that would easily become the highest viewing platform in the world. With that design finalised, building works first began back in 2013. Now, as we all know, one of the first steps of construction is also the most important: foundations. And to support something this tall, engineers needed to use a
Ooh, that was
lot
a
of
really bad
concrete.
time for one of those little
First 207
crashes
piles
like
were
we
drilled
just had on my
105
end.
meters
I don't know
into
if that's
the ground.
reflecting on
Then a
stream
giant 5
or if it
meter
is
thick
how it
concrete
looks
slab was
to you
placed on
guys when
top.
that happens, but like
That would become the base.
everything
distributing the weight
crashed
of all
just a
1,000
little bit
meters
for
of
just a
skyscraper set
second.
to rise above it. Next, the core was constructed, allowing the tower to steadily rise around it. Concrete was poured using a jump form system. That's a type of climbing formwork that rises with the core structure, allowing builders
You're not
to work
wrong,
safely
Chalky. They do
and
look
with
like they haven't
considerable
rendered in
efficiency
properly,
inside.
don't they? A lot of these buildings.
Mediterranean worked on some of the operational and technical systems within the building.
As far as the building configuration itself, what we did, the challenge that we overcome, we thought about it as being going to a 40-story building is stacked on top of one another. So we broke it down into smaller pieces to be able to manage it.
In 2015, 2 years after construction began, the project secured $1.2 billion in funding
My frame
from a
suddenly
Saudi
came
bank
back.
and real estate venture. By 2017, Jeddah Tower had risen
I'm not gonna
63
complain, you know
stories
what? I'm
above
just
the
gonna accept
deserts, around a third of its final height.
Why do they all
Despite
need
some bumps in the road
electricity?
and minor delays, it looked as if the world would soon be getting its next tallest building.
Remarkable times in Saudi Arabia.
11 princes, 4 sitting ministers, and dozens of former ministers have been arrested.
Among those arrested is the billionaire Al Walid bin Talal, who is one of Saudi Arabia's most known business tycoons.
Things took a turn. When Mohammed bin Salman became Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, he began an anti-corruption purge. 2 people caught up in the events included Jeddah Tower's key backers, businessman Prince Al Walid and Bakir bin Laden, chairman of the tower's construction company, Bin Laden Group.
Yeah, you just have your graphics settings too low, Chunky. You gotta
That
up it.
caused work on Jeddah Tower to briefly stall. The project's backers were eventually released and work briefly restarted, but then there were labour issues with the contractor that further complicated matters, stalling it again. Just as construction was about to restart in 2020, the pandemic
I was thinking
hit
about
and works
ending
halted.
stream, and now that my
It
frames
appears
are
that
back
ever
now, I'm
since then,
content
the
to
tower
continue
has sat
going.
empty and incomplete.
So I'll be honest, whenever I had
take a look at the
no
official websites, and the homepage
frames,
still
it
says
makes it
it's
much less
happening.
enjoyable to play the game.
Jeddah Tower was going to be a challenge
I'm
for
quite
engineers
thankful
on
that
a good
it
day.
has cleared up.
Throw in these considerable political and logistical issues, and it's perhaps little wonder that things have seemingly ground to a halt. So we've seen what it's supposed to look like, but even if everything restarted, is it actually even possible to build this tall? Well, the truth is, we'll never know unless it's actually achieved in physical steel and concrete. What we can say is that engineers were pretty certain they could do it and built the core to almost the same height as New York's Chrysler Building before things got stopped. They worked from the established principles paved out by other tall buildings, and most notably the Burj Khalifa. They modelled, tested and simulated their designs in a wind tunnel and brought them to life in virtual software before even putting a spade in the ground or attempting to pour concrete above the clouds. The building's aerodynamic performance and ability to manage lateral wind loads was put to the test in a wind tunnel and then modelled in software similar to that produced by today's video sponsor SimScale. It allows engineers to test how different profiles and designs will perform under a range of conditions. All tall buildings have to manage wind loads, and as we said, it gets harder the higher you go. When strong winds move around structures, areas of lower speed air, also known as separation vortices, emerge on their opposite side, creating suction forces that pull at the buildings, putting them at risk of swaying back and forth. Tapering a building as it rises helps to break up the uniformity that causes this. We ran a model of Jeddah Tower through SimScale software to show you just how effectively this works. We also created a simulation showing how wind forces could influence the surrounding area at street level, both with and without the skyscraper. You can see the completed tower would be likely to produce stronger gusts on the ground near the base. So designers will need to work to minimise that and protect pedestrians.
What's going on in here?
SimScale is a powerful cloud-based engineering and simulation platform that enables everyone to create high-fidelity simulation models for building physics, urban design and sustainability. You can model everything from wind conditions to thermal performance, indoor air quality and thermal comfort. By running these virtual tests early in the design process, teams can solve problems before construction starts, saving time and money. And for Jeddah Tower, time is money the longer construction
Anti-gremlin
stalls.
stance? Alright, fine.
To take this concrete core in the desert and turn it into the full-height occupied building will mean running tests to understand the strength and rigidity of the existing structure before recommencing construction on top of it. The building's structural lifespan calculations are thrown off by part of it being 6 years older than the rest. Once the remainder of the structure goes up, an advanced cladding system needs to follow close behind. Mechanical systems that can withstand extreme conditions 1,000 metres in the sky then need to be designed and installed. And it'll need one of the tallest elevators ever built. Now, historically, skyscrapers this tall have required people to change elevators on the way up. That's because after a certain point, around 500 metres, the weight of the steel ropes used to lift them becomes too much. But innovations like Ultra Rope by Kony that mentioned in a recent video replace those steel ropes with a carbon fibre material that's 7 times lighter and more durable. It means an elevator can travel up to 1 kilometre into the sky, and the B1M understands that Kony's system is specified to be installed at the Jeddah Tower should the building proceed. As you might be gathering, the whole extreme height thing really does make this project tricky. Despite that, some designers are turning it to their benefit.
At those upper elevations, you have actually higher intensity of solar. For example, the top of the building has a spire, which is the architectural silo. We had to build an environment where we could control the temperature so the concrete is not expanding and contracting and in turn would crack. We utilize the temperature variation to create a stack effect inside the silo to be able to ventilate it properly. So it doesn't really use any energy. It's self-ventilated, but it's very controlled.
But the Jeddah Tower's location in the desert brings more than just intense heat to the table and creates a huge maintenance requirement.
The sandstorms it's abrasive, so you can imagine that's very fine sand swirling around the building, and you want to have very durable coatings on the building that will not literally be sanded away. And that also then affects the cleanliness of the building. In the Middle East, they use many systems that don't require a human being to be on the scaffolding, and it's automatic.
Yeah, if you're at the top of that building and it catches fire, you might as well just
now building something
accept
as bold as the world's
that
tallest
your life
building
is
will
over.
bring you headlines and some jealousy. You might recall plans for Dubai Creek Tower, a scheme announced by the UAE to bring the title of world's tallest structure back to the country, that started work and then paused again after Jeddah Tower hit the buffers. Its foundations remain sitting there, kind of like a quiet warning to Jeddah should it ever start up again. Despite the long pause, Mehdi thinks things could start to move soon.
There is a lot of talk right now and planning to restart. They have built the utilities and roadways at the site. Obviously, it's been stopped for a while, and there are things that need to be rethought for the process. So now I think we're in much better
fire
position.
escape parachutes.
While it may still
I mean,
be
actually,
possible to
I
turn
wouldn't be
this super tall
surprised, as
stunt
that's really
into
the only
world's
feasible
tallest
way I
building.
can imagine.
Right now, the challenges of funding, politics, and extreme engineering all appear equally daunting, collectively putting a heavy block on progress. If the world's first kilometre-high skyscraper ever rises from these sands, it'll be both record-breaking and remarkable in many ways. This video is made possible by SimScale. You can learn more about that at the link below. There's also the chance to dive deeper on Jeddah Tower and the other topics on our channel over on the World's Best Construction Podcast, available right now wherever you get your podcasts. And as always, if you enjoyed this video and you want to get more from the definitive video channel for construction, make sure you're subscribed to the B1M.
Wait, oh. Too late. Take the damaged hard drive to the MAM for analysis.
For the past decade, Japan's been hard at work on the next evolution of these bullet trains, maglev. Short for magnetic levitation, these new trains do away with wheels and levitate down specially made tracks at speeds that can reach 603 kilometers an hour. That's much faster than the current bullet trains, which move at around 210 to 320 kilometers an hour.
I'm gonna be real
The
honest,
trip between
Japan makes
Tokyo and
maglev
Nagoya will
trains
take
is going to
only
set a new
minutes.
standard
That's
for
faster than flying
trains,
between
yet
cities,
again.
or taking the current 1.5 hour trip on the Tokaido line. The route was supposed to open in 2027, just 2 years' time, but that's not so likely to happen anymore. It's all been pushed back until at least 2034, and all because of one man, Shizuoka Governor Haita Kawakatsu. This politician has successfully protested against the trains and delayed them by decades. But why would anyone be against maglev? And now that Kawakatsu has been ousted from office, are things finally getting back on track?
The first Shinkansen train opened in 1964 and transformed travel from Tokyo to Osaka, taking it down from 7 hours to just 2.5. Now, that journey could be slashed again down to just 67 minutes, thanks to advancements in magnetic levitation, or maglev.
It's part of two new lines that Japan is building. The first from Tokyo to Nagoya, then from Nagoya to Osaka. Part of what will make these lines so impossibly fast is that they use that magnetic levitation technology. It's actually pretty old, but has been updated in the 21st century. When this project is complete, it'll have the power to transform Japan again. You see, this isn't the first time that Japan's course has been altered by superfast trains. When the first bullet train debuted in 1964, the Tokaido Shinkansen, the rest of the world was focused on the booming aviation industry. Locomotives seemed like a relic from the past. And yet, Japan doubled down. In 1964, the Shinkansen operated at a top speed of 210 kilometers an hour, which moved the speeds below 250 kilometers. These new vehicles had a sleek, streamlined shape which minimised air resistance. It made for faster and more stable
Alright,
travel.
let's head back to the hub.
Traditional trains with
We've
a
wandered
single
around for a while.
locomotive,
Unfortunately, we
Shinkansen
didn't find
powered
any
by
of the materials we were looking for,
Japan put their
but we found
special
plenty of
trains on
other
their own
good
dedicated
stuff, so
tracks
we'll take
designed
it.
for high-speed travel. That meant
We'll
they
accept
wouldn't be
that
stuck
as a
behind slower
successful
passenger
hunt.
and freight trains. The high-speed tracks were engineered with minimal curved gradients that enabled faster speed to be maintained without the need for frequent deceleration. This route to Tokyo carries countless workers and business people, growing the metropolis into a hub for tech and business. For the last few decades, tech gurus and entrepreneurs have been building massive generational wealth, not just in Tokyo, but across all of Asia. A lot of that wealth has been funneled into a non-traditional asset class, fine art. Hong Kong auction houses have even surpassed London, ranking second in the world. Not only that, but for the last how it times between major cities.
You know my policy, chat. I normally don't skip ads because I'm watching your video. It's only fair that I watch your ad. I don't do it on ads for suspicious or untrustworthy companies that I have reason to distrust. That is one of the ones. It's one of the few, in fact, that I'm currently actively aware of where I don't trust them. So, that is the only reason that we skipped that.
Shinkansen in 1964, the network expanded to consist of 2,951 kilometers of lines with maximum speeds of 260 to even 320 kilometers an hour. Japan has exported its technology across the globe and is rightly considered a leader in high-speed rail. Europe, and to some extent America, are trying to follow in the country's footsteps, using rail to reinvigorate their economies. Just across the sea from Japan, China has also emerged as another world leader in high-speed rail with the largest network on the planet. But it was Japan that was ahead of the curve. Today, its bullet trains are considered part of the best high-speed rail network in the world. An accolade it earns thanks to a combination of unparalleled technological innovation, safety, efficiency, reliability, and great passenger experience.
Yeah, unfortunately, that great passenger experience has been slumping as they've been allowing more foreigners into their country, but there's a little surprise there.
And the country has some very big ideas. Enter maglev.
Now, the concept for maglev trains has actually been around since the 1960s. But what Japan has done is modernise it with superconducting magnets, and they do two things: lift the train carriage off the rails and propel it forward.
But let's look at how that works in a little bit more detail. Maglev technology relies on magnetic forces to lift, propel, and guide the train. It uses the two fundamentals of magnets that we all know: the fact that the same poles repel each other and opposite poles will attract each other. At full speed, the Chu Shinkansen trains will move at 500 kilometers an hour, although a 2015 test run saw they could reach a world record speed of 603 kilometers an hour. Now, it's pretty widely agreed that those kinds of speeds are basically impossible for a conventional bullet train to hit, and that's because of the friction that's created by their wheels. To solve that problem, Japanese engineers actually looked back in time to a technology that's been around since the early 1900s: magnetic levitation. The Central Japan Railway Company has modernised this tech using superconducting magnets. Basically, electromagnets are cooled to minus 269 degrees Celsius, allowing trains to levitate higher above the tracks. But the trains need to be moving at speed before these magnets come in. So once the train reaches 150 kilometers an hour using conventional methods, maglev kicks in and the carriage is lifted off its rubber wheels. The train then interacts with a set of coils in the track, one used to levitate its mass and the other to propel it forwards. Now, without the wheel, the carriages can travel at incredible speeds. The trains are also completely autonomous, controlled by the track rather than the driver, a measure that its claims will hopefully make collisions or accidents.
374 miles an hour is ridiculous.
Because there are no wheels, these trains can run in almost any weather condition, and it costs less to maintain them. Like the original Shinkansen bullet trains of the 1960s, these maglev trains actually need their own specially built rail lines to minimise turns and to avoid any slower, older trains that may be in front of them. And those new lines don't come cheap. The total cost of the new maglev routes is going to end up at more than $64 billion. Now, back in 2009, maglev was approved and began construction. Everything was on track for the 2027 opening. But of course, that's now not going to happen. The first line is not expected to open until at least 2034, and that second route to Osaka isn't going to happen before 2037. That's an enormous decade-long delay, and it's all because
deeply
of
unfortunate.
this small section. Of the entire 287-kilometre maglev route, just 9 kilometres runs through the northern region of the Shizuoka prefecture. Here, the tunnels are going to dig under the southern Japanese Alps. Now, Shizuoka Governor Haita Kawakatsu has long protested this part of the line for a number of reasons, but his primary
I'm
issue
surprised
has to do
this
with
is still going.
The Oi, and it's very important. Not only does it play a key role in the region's culture and history, defining borders and establishing cities from centuries ago, but it's also a vital water source for the prefecture's agricultural activities, primarily the production of tea. The region kicks out an incredible 25,200 tons of tea, which accounts for about 36% of Japan's total output, making it the tea capital of the country. But the competition is stiff. There are fears that the construction of these tunnels will alter the volume of water flowing into the Oi River and affect tea production. The river also flows through several hydro-energy producing dams. If the amount of water in the river is lowered, it could affect the region's energy supply. Basically, tinkering with this river could have pretty disastrous consequences for this region across the board. Now, the Central Japan Railway Company promised to pump water back into the river, but their own reports speculate it would still lose about 2 metric tons per second. On top of this, Shizuoka is one of the few prefectures that doesn't really stand to gain anything from the new maglev lines. It's the only prefecture along the route without a station, and with the region already suffering from over-tourism, they hardly want more people coming to visit. The government is currently trying to
wouldn't
add
be coming
access
to
fees
visit
their
if they're not
Mount Fuji
getting off of a
trailheads
train
in an
at a
attempt to
train
curb
station that
numbers,
doesn't
which have become
exist.
unsustainable. In March 2024, JR Central said they wouldn't be able to meet their 2027 deadline because this part of the railway was being held up. That had knock-on effects for the rest of the line and made it unclear when the second phase would open. JR Central and Kawakatsu basically found themselves at a stalemate, at least until a few days later in April 2024. Kawakatsu was recorded praising his staff for being smarter than people who sell vegetables or raise cows. That's not a wise thing to say when your constituency is famed for its agricultural output and you've made it part of your political brand to stand on the side of farmers. Kawakatsu's
Yeah, that's not
downfall
real
was
smart.
swift. Just one day later, he was forced to resign because of the enormous public outrage. In September, the new government granted JR Central permission to conduct a boring survey in preparation for the construction of the tunnel, a dramatic change in position. But while this is a sign that construction could commence soon, the delays are far from over. Other parts of the line have faced their own issues. Soft ground in the Aichi prefecture has delayed the completion of a tunnel by more than 5 years to the end of January 2030, again having further knock-on effects. All told, there really is too much at stake for this line not to happen, but it's a reminder that so many mega projects can face delays. The rest of the world is waiting in anticipation to see how Japan might pull this off, and whether they too could adapt this for their own nations. China has even announced its own maglev line in Hunan province. It'd be their first intercity route and could ignite a maglev race between the two countries. Until then, the maglev...
Yeah, but trusting Chinese engineering on something like that is never a great idea. They might be able to succeed, but I don't know if I would want to stand on it.
This video was sponsored by Masterworks. You can learn more about that at the link below. Don't forget that we're inspiring the next generation of builders through our investment into BrickBorrow, a fantastic LEGO subscription service. You can learn more and get started today over at brickborrow.com.
And as always, guys, if you enjoyed this video and you want to get more from the definitive video channel for construction, from the channel that takes you into the heart of Japan, hit that subscribe button.
Slowly but surely.
This is Kansai International Airport in Japan, a true pioneer of civil engineering that's just turned 30 years old. And it has some pretty impressive achievements to its name. It was the first airport ever built on reclaimed land in the ocean. It has the longest terminal building in the world. And it never lost a single item of luggage. But it does have one rather big problem. It's sinking. But the story doesn't stop there, because
that tends to
despite
not be a
that,
great thing.
it's getting a $500 million facelift to increase capacity and improve its status as a regional hub. So how did they build an airport in the ocean? How did it go wrong? And what does the future hold for Kansai International?
Nowadays, building an airport on water is fairly common. But none of these would have been possible without the radical design of Osaka's Kansai Airport. When construction began in 1987, it was decades ahead of its time. It took 20 years to plan, 7 years to build, and then when it finally opened, it was the most expensive civil engineering project in modern history. It cost $14 billion to construct. That's nearly $40 billion in today's money. The bridge to the mainland alone cost a cool $1 billion. All of this to build a miraculous city in the ocean.
But that all kind of begs the question, why bother?
Well, after the Second World War, Japan experienced decades of staggering economic growth that made it the world's second biggest economy by 1968.
And key to the country's growth was infrastructure.
This is Osaka. In the 1960s, it was Japan's second largest city. And this is its airport.
I think you can see where we're going with this. The airport can't expand if it's stuck inside the city, and the city can't expand if its airport can't keep up with demand.
A new airport was needed, but Osaka is surrounded by mountains, and there just wasn't anywhere to put it.
So a radical solution was needed.
By the early 1970s, 4 sites were being considered for the future airports,
Look at that
3
sucker
of which
just
were out to sea.
But how do you build an airport in the middle of an ocean? Well, the first thing you need to do is secure a solid foundation. This is a cross-section of Osaka Bay, represented here in a Lego model that my kids had made. Now, they only made this on the condition that I would give them a shout out in a YouTube video and help make them famous. So, hello kids, thanks for the Lego, Daddy loves you. Now, this is representative, as I said, of Osaka Bay. Top bit here is water, that's about 18 metres deep. Below that is a layer of Holocene clay that's also about 18 metres deep. Underneath that is a much bigger zone of strata that includes much thicker clay and, crucially, some pockets of sand, represented here, very crudely, with brown and grey Lego. Now, remember those pockets of sand, because we're going to come back to it a bit later on. Fetch the sponge. Now, that area of brown and grey clay I just showed you, that's now represented by a yellow sponge, stay with us, is filled with lots of holes that fill with water, meaning it's quite thick, but also quite weak. If I try and build anything on it, it just deforms straight away. Now, that's called settlement, and for those of you who aren't structural engineers, just know that it's really not very good if you're trying to build an airport. So what you want to do is consolidate that layer as far as possible, squeezing all the water out and compacting it as far as possible until you get a nice solid layer to build on. Now, that all sounds really simple in theory, but how on earth do you do that on the bottom of the seabed? Well, you use something called sand drains. Here's how they work.
Columns are dug into the ground and filled with sand before being capped off by another layer of sand. The space above the sand mat is then filled in with rubble, which forces everything downwards. Under this pressure, the water that's trapped inside the clay moves sideways and into the sand drains. Because water travels more easily through sand, it shoots up to the top where it's drained away into the sea or evaporated. The land below then becomes dry, compact, and crucially, stable. Construction first began in 1987. 1 million sand drains were installed at the site in Osaka Bay, each 40 centimetres wide and 20 metres deep. Next, to protect the site and give the island its shape, an 11-kilometre long seawall was constructed using 48,000 tetrapods. Then came the massive job of filling in the island with earth. Over the course of more than 3 years, 180 million cubic metres of earth was poured in to create the island. That's about 75
Honestly, I'm still kind of
times the
surprised
volume
that
of
this
the Great
has not
Pyramid of
gotten done
Giza.
yet.
Over the next few years, 10,000
But
people worked 10
I guess
million work
a
hours
fairly
to
hefty
fill
amount of
in the
resources
future
is
airport
going
site.
in, so...
Now, before we go any further, if these statistics make you wonder how on earth any project like this stays on track, then you might want to consider this week's video sponsor, Innate. Constructing capital projects like airports, bridges or motorways is a fiendishly complex endeavour, and managing a project with control and confidence is crucial to success. Currently used by over 850 companies on over $1 trillion worth of projects, Innate is one of the leading platforms for every build from transport to renewables. Its modular suite of applications scale up in complexity as your project does, which helps you stay in control
We
and
are
provide
almost done,
certainty
though.
no matter
That's the
how
good
big
part.
a project becomes. With its powerful data management functionality, you can rely on Innate to provide you with the insights you need to reduce risk in strategic decision making. Knowledge of the construction industry runs deep through the entire team at Innate, so you can be confident you'll get the support you need to match your workflow. To find out more about how Innate can transform your project management, click the link below. Now, let's get back to that airport. By 1992, the reclamation work was complete, and a brand new island sat proudly in Osaka Bay.
The massive weight of the landfill had pushed all the water out of the clay seabeds, compacting it and creating a nice solid layer to build on. Or so they thought. Engineers always knew the island would sink a bit as the seabed compacted, but in 1990, 3 years after construction began, they discovered that it was sinking much faster than expected, by about 5 centimetres a month. $100 million was spent to bulk up the island's height and ensure it didn't sink below 4 metres above sea level. That's the height it has to be to avoid being flooded by rough seas. Originally, engineers thought the island would sink by about 8 metres over the course of 50 years, but it sunk by more than that by the time the airport opened in 1994. 8 years later, it had sunk by 12 metres. But why? Well, it all comes down to those different levels of clay we discussed earlier. See, I told you the Lego would be back. The plan to compact the Holocene clay had worked as expected, but it was this different layer down here that caused the problems.
Take care of myself.
This layer, known as
Fine, so
Pleistocene,
be it.
is made up of much thicker clay and crucially has lots of layers of sand running through it.
That means it's very difficult to predict how it will react when something this big is built on top of it.
The fact that all of this was so unpredictable actually goes to show just how advanced this airport was. Even today, there's an argument in academic circles about whether we need to actually rewrite some of the fundamental principles of soil dynamics in light of what happened at Kansai.
And before we go any further, we should say that despite its foundations, Kansai Airport really is a remarkable feat of engineering.
Take the terminal building designed by Renzo Piano. The roof has this wave-like shape. That was the result of extensive studies that found this was the perfect shape to draw cool air through the building, avoiding the need for expensive air conditioning. Because the terminal building is a whopping 1.7 kilometres long, 900 jacks were fitted underneath to level out any uneven settlement under the structure.
These jacks are automatically measured and then adjusted every few years.
Its lightweight design allows every part of the building to flex so it can absorb an earthquake without being damaged. Even the runway is paved with asphalt instead of concrete, which allows it to bend instead of snapping. In 1995, a massive earthquake struck nearby. Tragically, the neighbouring city of Kobe was devastated, but the airport and the people inside it escaped unscathed. Despite all its challenges, the airport was deemed so successful that in 1999 work began on a second island to increase its capacity. And then in 2001, the American Society of Civil Engineers awarded it the Monument of the Millennium Award, along with the Hoover Dam and the Golden Gate Bridge.
The rate of settlement has almost ground to a halt, from 50 centimetres a year in 1994 to just 7 centimetres a year now. So that's it, problem solved, everyone's happy. Well, not quite.
That's not how that works.
Winds of up to 172 kilometers per hour whipped up seas, pounded the coastline and destroyed ships as Typhoon Jebi struck Japan.
In 2018, Typhoon Jebi hit Osaka Bay and sent waves crashing over the seawall, flooding the runway and other critical areas of the airport.
Little could be done to keep the floodwater out, and hundreds of flights have been cancelled.
Kansai was closed for 3 days and didn't resume full service for almost another fortnight. It was a timely reminder that you can't outrun nature forever.
The following year, another phase of remedial works began to raise the seawall and the runway.
To stop the works interfering with the path of the landing planes, the seawall was initially raised by 2.2 metres. After this, another metre was added to the runway before the wall was then raised by another 2.7 metres.
Now, if you've booked a ticket to Osaka, please don't worry. This airport is perfectly safe to fly to. Despite all the struggles, Kansai is still a thriving regional hub. It's one of the busiest airports in Asia and the third busiest in Japan.
Airport bosses are so confident in the latest flood defences that the main terminal is getting a $470 million renovation, all to increase capacity and improve passenger experience. It's also a key transport hub for the upcoming Osaka 2025 Expo, which is set to draw in 28 million visitors.
But as for its long-term future, well, who knows? The rate at which the airport's sinking has been slowed massively, but it's not expected to stop for some time yet. A 2015 report predicted that both islands could have sunk to sea level by 2067. One option is to continue to raise the runway and the seawall, but that doesn't come cheap. At some point, the airport's future becomes based on economics rather than engineering.
What we can say is that as it reaches its 30th birthday, this is a revolutionary airport which has served over 1 billion people. It remains one of the most ambitious civil engineering projects ever and has pioneered airport design for decades to come. We won't be saying goodbye for a very long time yet, but even if we one day do, its legacy will certainly live on. This video was sponsored by Innate. You can learn more about that at the link below. Don't forget that we're inspiring the next generation of builders through our investment into Brickborrow, a fantastic LEGO subscription service. You can learn more and get started today over at brickborrow.com. And as always guys, if you enjoyed this video and you want to get more from the definitive video channel for construction, make sure you're subscribed to the B1 app.
So that's that done.
Sydney is one of the most popular cities in the Southern Hemisphere. It's home to the world-renowned Opera House, the beautiful Harbour Bridge, and if you've not been to Bondi Beach, you've almost certainly seen it on TV. Nearly 40 million people travelled through the harbour city's main airport last year. And can you blame them? The good news for Tourism Australia is that more and more people are expected to travel to and from Sydney in the coming years. The city's overall population could climb from 5 to 7 million people. Just don't tell the current residents. All of that points to a city that's doing pretty well for itself. But there's one rather alarming catch. Sydney Airport can't cope. And with the threat of serious overwhelming at the city's biggest aviation port, a big expensive fix to the problem is currently under construction. One that's haunted political debates in Sydney since the 1940s. Say hello to Western Sydney Airport. 5.3 billion Australian, or roughly 3.6 billion US dollars worth of brand spanking new terminal, check-in desks and landing strips. And while its promise of 24/7 travel has commercial appeal, that isn't landing with nearby residents. But with the city in desperate need of help, is this multi-billion-dollar development really the answer? And can it help rescue Sydney from an aviation nightmare? Sydney's airport is a true veteran. Founded in 1919, it's one of the oldest in the world, and its hangars have had a bit more than just a lick of paint since the 1990s. There have been several renovations over the years. Notably, $425 million was thrown at increasing capacity in the lead up to the 2000 Sydney Olympics. The existing terminals were extended and refurbished, and new rail tunnels were constructed using a tunnel boring machine like this. But while all of this was going on, you couldn't exactly shut down the city's key airports. The answer was the development of a steel and concrete structure that was quicker to install and meant less time on site. It also required fewer towering cranes, which are pretty difficult to use on an airport. It's clear that various challenges have been navigated at Sydney Airport over the years. But it does have one pretty significant limiting factor, and it's this. On one side is Botany Bay, and the remainder of the footprint is surrounded by housing thanks to various suburbs. There's no room for expansion, and all that housing leads to flight path issues. Residents living nearby haven't been too impressed with planes flying over their homes at all hours. And so, much like a teenager that has school in the morning, the airport now has a curfew every night from 11 PM to 6 AM thanks to an act passed in 1995. The problem is that overnight flights are becoming pretty industry standard for a lot of major operators. And without metaphorically flipping the bird to the nearby suburbs, Sydney Airport is kind of stuck between the sea and a hard place. It's nearing capacity, meaning without help, Sydney's aviation dilemma is only going to get worse, potentially setting up a breakdown in the humming engine behind Australia's economy. This airport moves over 500,000 metric tons of imports and exports every year, along with countless workers and business people who've grown the Southeast Pacific into a hub for tech and business. In fact, for the last 30 plus years, the richest Australians have been building massive generational wealth and funneling a portion of it into a growing asset class: fine art. According to a Deloitte estimate last year, the overall art and collectibles wealth held by ultra-high net worth individuals is air travel problems. Western Sydney Airport, known as WSI, or Nancy Bird Walton after the pioneering Australian aviator. And it's found here, around 30 miles west of the city's central business district and Sydney Airport. Eventually, it'll welcome a staggering 82 million passengers a year.
Gonna let their ads run
But before
on
that,
here.
construction needs to be finished.
If I could choose
can you believe
who
that some of the
couldn't
first workers on site back in
advertise on my
2018
stream, I would.
turned up purely for food and a good time?
But sadly, they
Herds
do
of
not
sheep
let
and
me
cattle were
choose
needed
that.
to help clear the nearby 1,800 hectares of bushland, an area twice the size of Sydney Airport. This has
Lest
been
I
one of the
would not
biggest earth-moving projects in Australia's history. 26 million cubic metres of soil and rock have been shifted to level the site using 300 pieces of machinery. Now, to put that into context, the world's tallest building is the Burj Khalifa. The amount of concrete poured for that amounted to an impressive 330,000 cubic metres, just over 1% of the amount of ground moved for the WSI site. With all that hard graft out the way, the fun bit could begin. Contractors started laying the runway, taxiways and apron areas. Obviously, it's crucial that this infrastructure can withstand the load it's facing, with planes full of people landing and taking off here from 2026. It's why 4.5 million tonnes of high-quality crushed sandstone have been laid under the surface to provide a stable foundation. The runway itself is 3.7 kilometres long, and in time, a second runway of the same size is going to be added. It'll run parallel on the other side of the terminal. Now, you might be wondering why there's no intersecting path, a runway passing through the current landing strip in case of variable winds. And that is where years of waiting for a site has paid off. You see, the winds here have been studied for decades, and they were so predictable that it was decided they wouldn't cause too many issues. The terminal building itself spans 4 levels spread across 110,000 square metres. It's a bit of a unicorn, as is the whole site. Constructed from the ground up, it's the first airport built on a greenfield site in Australia for more than 50 years. Up above, an aluminium box section ceiling has been treated to look like timber. It follows the curves and undulates to the actual angles of the Blue Mountains. The roof uses light filtration inspired by the Australian bush to mimic the experience of standing underneath a eucalyptus tree canopy.
Actual angles are created using a spine. So there's a central spine and the actual blades are spaced diagrammatically, so you actually get space where natural light through the skylights that are above the slatted ceiling.
There are then catwalks above that to allow for maintenance, changing of lights and servicing throughout the ceiling space. A step up from there, the outer roof is made up of 3,500 tonnes of fabricated steel and more than 44,000 square metres of sheet metal. Now, usually that might mean a lot of joints from which pesky leaks could crop up, but not here. Two of the largest sheets of their kind in Australia, each 75 metres long, were rolled on site and hoisted up using a custom lifting frame.
Lifting a 75 metre sheet, just the logistics of using a spreader beam, just the exclusions.
Hello, Gordon. How are you doing, my friend?
The
Welcome in.
engineering of the spreader beam that's actually supporting the sheet in a temporary case so it doesn't bend or flex while it's being craned into position, taking into account the wind loads, the crane loads and associated impacts as opposed for that sheeting was quite a challenge.
On top of those, the roof is then topped out with 6,000 solar panels to help power the terminal and surrounding infrastructure. Now, if you're eagle-eyed, you might have seen the metro terminal link at the back of this graphic. A new 23-kilometre line is being constructed as part of a major overhaul of travel in the city. There'll be 6 stops connecting Western Sydney to its new airport. In time, that'll then connect to existing services stretching far and wide. All of this helps contribute to a city on the up, and its newest airport, which is now more than 80% complete, is part of the party. But that's just stage 1. In time, this site will see major expansion, going from this to this. The terminal building will be developed further, additional parking is going to be added, more space will be created for airliners to dock, and there'll be that second runway. The way fuel is brought to the site is also being re-examined too. As things stand, it's ferried about by good old-fashioned trucks, but in the future we could see a dedicated fuel line set up for Western Sydney. All of this will come, but patience is needed. Going the hell for leather and doing it all at once risks opening a huge travel port ready for nearly 100 million people, but with demand starting at only 10 million. And that will become extortionately expensive. Of course, a flashy new airport of this size will never sit well with everyone. Western Sydney Airport will operate 24/7, and residents nearby have voiced concerns about the potential flight paths. There are worries about the World Heritage status of the Blue Mountains too, something the WSI team isn't too concerned about. Those aerial routes aren't confirmed yet, so we'll have to see what happens. In the meantime, construction will plough on. A plane has now landed on the runway for the first time, and further tests will continue over the next year and a half. And while each passing day we're nearing that grand opening, it's been a long and expensive journey to get here.
Well, we've got crane drivers, multiplex crane drivers that grew up as they're in their 50s and 50 years old, and they grew up as a kid hearing about an airport. Many didn't believe that it would be one day they'd be living there, and living in times where it was built, and the next thing they're a crane driver on the project.
The Badgerys Creek site was proposed way back in 1986. It wasn't until it was put forward again 28 years later that it was finally given the green light. But massive strides have been made. A first international operator, Singapore Airlines, has agreed a deal to fly to and from WSI. And after a lifetime of waiting, Sydney's hero is nearly here. The answer to its aviation nightmare. This video was sponsored by Masterworks. You can learn more about that at the link below. Don't forget that we're inspiring the next generation of builders through our investment into BrickBorrow, a fantastic LEGO subscription service.
Just got Gosling?
Oh,
so you got a
over at brickborrow.com.
a baby goose.
And as always, guys, if you enjoyed this video and you want to get more from the definitive video channel,
been well enough.
Make sure you subscribe to the B1M.
Quietly chugging along. I'm working on some stuff in the background of the stream, trying to get things set up, and I may have a commissioned artist now. We shall see if they accept my commission or not. I cannot say for certain, nor what that timeline looks like, but
New York is renowned as a world-class city. Its biggest airport, on the other hand, not so much.
JFK is the worst airport in the country when it comes to dealing with luggage.
At JFK
You got two
Airport, a
geese?
temporary system
Nice,
outage at
nice.
customs left travelers waiting for hours in
Eventually, I
security lines.
intend, whenever I can get my own place, to
Terminal
get
4
to chickens
at JFK
and sheep.
International Airport yesterday.
Once regarded as one of the top airports in the country, John F. Kennedy Airport has somewhat fallen from grace. With its outdated facilities, frequent delays, and disjointed layouts, it now has a turbulent reputation among travellers.
I don't know enough about
But
geese
that's all
to,
about to change, because
know
New
if I would
York's
want to get
busiest
them or
airport
not.
is undergoing a massive
The chicken and
$19
sheep,
billion
most
US
certainly,
dollar
I
overhaul.
think.
With fresh amenities, expansion of spaces, and a brand new terminal, JFK will soon be taking off to new heights. So fasten your seatbelt, sit back, relax, and enjoy our
If I
explainer
need
on
pointers,
how
just
this
ask.
New York
I
aviation
will
hub
be more
is
than
going
happy to
take
do
back
so. I am
its
blessed to be in a
world-class title.
community that is full of homesteaders, between you and some of the others that are in the
Originally
server,
called
especially
Idlewild Airport,
with the
JFK
misfits.
was built to relieve congestion at LaGuardia
There
in
seems to be
1948.
a
It opened
veritable
with 6
source of
runways and
knowledge.
5 distinct and
So I shall
architecturally
be
stunning terminals.
quite blessed
By the
in
next
that
decade,
regard
the
whenever
airport was
I
handling the
finally
largest
can
amount of
secure my own
international air
place.
traffic in the world and was the first place to serve passenger jets. But JFK's globally renowned status soon took a nosedive. With increased demand and a terminal layout designed pre-jet age, it simply couldn't keep up. Today, with over 62 million annual passengers, it's still one of the busiest in the country, and yet it consistently ranks as one of the worst hubs to travel through due to significant delays, a disjointed layout, and its bad accessibility from the city. Typically, terminals are controlled by the airport's owner or operator and are all connected in a central area. But JFK is different. Instead, it had 6 disconnected terminals, 5 of which are currently active, that are managed by the airlines themselves. That can make it difficult for passengers to transfer in between on layovers, and airlines can never divert to a different terminal because each one only accepts planes from their owner. And because the terminals have been rebuilt or demolished over the years, they're still numbered 1 through 8, just with a couple of numbers missing in between to make things even more confusing. It's not surprising that what was once regarded as the top airport by pilots and passengers alike now fills most travellers' heads with dread. With a projected 100 million passengers by 2050, well beyond its initial capacity, city officials have finally decided to act.
The panel has put forward a vision plan for the entire airport that will completely transform JFK into a unified, interconnected, world-class airport.
The plan consists of revamping the terminals and improving the roadway and transit system between them. At the heart of the project is the new Terminal 1.
Just help
With
myself to some
23
of
gates
these.
and 2.5 million square feet of space, it'll be nearly the size of LaGuardia's 2 new terminals combined, making it easily the largest at JFK.
Our gate capacity will offer global airlines the flexibility to upgrade aircraft when needed to meet demand. As it relates to the airline partners, we're talking about capacity. And remember, at JFK, it's very competitive.
Need a few plates there? Just a couple. I figure it's one of those things where I was like, I don't have a full stack, and I'm just... Right now, we're just trying to process inventory and throw it all into this thing to clear this out, because we're radically redesigning our system right now, with the intentions of all of this being shut down, to where I'm not going to be manufacturing anything here anymore. But instead, I'm going to just dig up the resources, put the resources on a train, and then send it off to a factory where I can centralize my production.
Any power disruption.
Large open areas,
or at least that's the plan. I may still end up having like localized factories feeding into a central factory, but I don't know yet.
Set to finish in 2030,
right now it's just a matter of clearing out resources to make space. That way I can at least build this more uniformly now.
But while that may be the biggest new terminal, it's not the only one. Terminal 6.
So I was like,
will
yeah,
stretch
well, we can
1.2
just
million
round out
square
this
feet
stack that we
across
have in
a
our
2-level
inventory. It'll work
concourse.
just fine.
There'll be a giant new check-in space.
It also
with
means that we'll get a bunch of
security area,
tickets,
which, means
which we can
travellers
use
won't
to buy
have to lug their
some
luggage
more
as
stuff
far.
to upgrade
This will
our
open out
facilities
into
with,
the
which will
East
be
Hall
nice.
with additional dining and retail facilities, which will ultimately link through to Terminal 5, making connections between the two terminals much easier. The construction here is due to finish around 2028. Now, this regeneration of JFK, of course, wouldn't have been possible without the engineering teams behind it. Today's video sponsor, Parsons Corporation, is the lead designer for the reconstruction
Especially
of the roadways,
because I've been
new ground
learning and I'm
transportation
figuring
centre,
out new stuff and
the
unlocking new
relocation of
technology, you
utilities to
know, so it's
provide
also
reliable
like,
service
why
for
not?
the airport.
Why not
This alone will
redesign
cost
my
$1.2
facilities with
billion
what I've
dollars.
learned and with the
Parsons
new tech that we've
engineers
got
will
available?
simplify roadway operations and create a more travel-friendly experience for the 62 million passengers who come through JFK every year.
I don't know why
The modern
Stream
ground
Elements
transportation
still
centre
nuked
includes
that
a new
despite
multi-level
me
parking
clicking
facility
to allow
equipped
it.
with EV charging stations and an eco-conscious timber facade.
So there's an explanation
also
to
a
that, perhaps,
400-foot
Gordon.
long
My apologies
elevated
that
pedestrian
your
bridge,
message
a
got
rainwater
deleted. I
harvesting
see what it
facility, and
says,
solar
so...
paneling. Parsons is passionate about delivering
Yes,
smart
your message was
infrastructure that helps
deleted.
better connect our
You made
world.
an
Their
unfortunate
aviation capabilities range from
mistake
traditional program
that
and
you could not
construction
have known,
management to digital
but
and cyber
it
solutions,
got nuked
PFAS
because you used the word
decontamination, and
adorable
more.
in
Their
there.
comprehensive solutions
And that word is
optimize product delivery
verboten
and
here
operations
because
while
certain members
improving
of
the
the
traveler
community kept
experience
using it and kept
all
calling
around
me
the
it
globe.
constantly, and
You can
I
learn
eventually
more
was
about
like, no,
Parsons at the
stop.
link below.
And
now,
I stopped it.
Let's dive a little deeper
So
into JFK.
that would be why yours was deleted. It was no wrong
In
of
addition
your
to
own.
those big
You
brand new
couldn't have known.
terminals, the two remaining terminals
You can
are gonna
blame
get new
Soldier.
shops, restaurants, and
Soldier
upgrades
primarily being the one that
but
was doing it.
outdated terminals are just one part of JFK's problem.
Most
To properly address the
unfortunate.
connection issues between these facilities, the airport is reconfiguring its roadway transportation network. With new roads, bridges, and enhanced traffic tech, travellers are going to have an easier time navigating between the terminals. They're also reducing the number of roadway loops from 5 down to 2, in theory making it less confusing. All of that creates
Curse
more
you,
space
Soldier.
for cars to circle
Indeed,
through
he kept
and less
abusing
chance
it.
of
He knew
congestion.
better. I told him
Also
to stop,
included
and he
is
just
a
kept doing it.
multi-level parking facility
And
including
eventually it
2,000
got the
spaces
word
and an
banned,
eco-friendly
so
timber
all of my
exterior.
bots are trained
A
to snipe it.
122-metre new pedestrian bridge equipped with a rainwater harvesting system is going to link the car park over into Terminal 1. Now, as you might imagine, all this construction doesn't come without some
But I can still
disruption.
see the message.
The air train is being
Tell me about
temporarily shut
goslings.
down
They're
at Terminal
adorable,
1,
love to
which
be
means
held. They love
passengers
to
will
eat
instead
out
have
of
to
the
take a
hand
shuttle
as well.
bus to
I mean,
another terminal.
that does sound
And
quite cute.
perhaps one of the biggest
It's always nice to have an
construction
animal that
challenges
likes
is the location of JFK
interaction with a
Airport
human.
itself.
Because not all of them
Because
do,
it's
you know?
surrounded by dense neighborhoods
Some
and
animals
congested
just
highways,
do not want to
delivering
interact
and
with
hauling
you.
away materials is not exactly
And that's not
straightforward.
necessarily a negative
So
thing
instead of
either.
relying on
Actually,
trucks going against
I
heavy
find it to be a
traffic,
somewhat preferable
workers are
trait
turning
in
to
something like a
another
cat,
artery,
that it is
the
more
waterways.
autonomous
Barges
and
carrying
can
rocks and
kind of
sand
take
are
care
going
of
to
itself,
navigate
you
back
know?
and forth as far away as the New York Catskills,
But
40 kilometers to the north,
I also get
as they're being pulled by tugboats. They'll float down the Hudson River
the
and
appeal
across
on
the bay
either end.
into
I
a
love cats
makeshift
and I
dock
love
that's
dogs
been
for the
constructed
opposite
using
reasons. I
temporary
love dogs
floating
because they
platforms
are
on the western side of the
super
airport.
wholesome
Now,
and
city
super love
officials say this
interacting.
alternative could eliminate
Do I have
as many as
Discord? Yes, I am in
300,000
the,
railway trips on
we
trucks throughout
have-
the course of the project.
Here, let me...
Just one of these barges equates to 200 truckloads alone. Less vehicles on roadways means
That
less
is the
traffic
Heavenly
and
Legion, if you're
pollution
not
created
already
by the
in the
project.
Heavenly Legion. I
But
am
the
one of the
alternative
co-owners
can be a
there,
little bit
me
more
and
unpredictable.
Riku.
According to this report by the New York Times,
the
a
two
storm
owners
delayed
at
one
the moment.
tugboat from reaching the
So-
dock because it was churning up massive swells around the surrounding bay. The city is also
You
building
are
its
more
own
than
concrete
welcome to
plant
join.
produce the roughly 550,000 square metres expected to be used at the JFK works. That's enough to fill about 218 Olympic pools. Now, producing this much concrete isn't great for the environment, but officials hope that locating production on site will allow for easier reuse of materials, which can ultimately help to bring carbon footprints down. JFK was once a renowned airport among travellers and pilots, but as it's gotten busier, it hasn't been able to keep up with the increased demand. It's one of the many New York airports undergoing a massive overhaul to keep pace with the city's world-class status. While projects like this might be regarded as best in class when they first open, if they don't continue to update, then
Still
they're
trying
going
to
get
like
left behind.
empty out these resources.
So it's important to upgrade, or else risk an unfavorable outcome. Thankfully, New York has recognised the risks and is working to fix it before it's too late. This video was sponsored by Parsons. You can learn more about that at the link below. And as always guys, if you enjoyed this video and you want to get more from the definitive video channel for construction, make sure you're subscribed to the B1M.
Alright, let's see.
From a distance, hotels seem like a simple business. As a guest, you pay a nightly rate for a room of your choice. The better the location, the more that you pay every night. The more upscale the hotel is, the nicer your stay will be with better service and amenities, like business centers, gyms, fire pits, pools, and jacuzzis. During your stay, you can pay more for add-ons like breakfast, shoe shining, room service, or even laundry. After you check out, you're charged for everything. The hotel cleans up the room and rents it out to the next guest. Rinse and repeat. Hotels have high fixed and variable costs. Let's say you run the luxury JW Marriott in downtown Los Angeles. That's 21 floors, 900 rooms, complete with a full-service spa, fitness center, outdoor pool, meeting room, rooftop bar, and valet. Let's say the hotel is now...
you've put them in the server now? Let's go take a
But the rooms still have to be cleaned, hallways still have to be vacuumed, the lobby has to be kept tidy, and counters have to be wiped. Housekeeping still has to be on hand to deliver toothpaste, towels, and laundry upon request. The bartender still has to be ready
they
to
do
take
look
orders
quite
and pour
cute.
drinks,
They look
even if
quite
no one's at the
content
rooftop.
to be held
The
as
same
well,
goes for
which
the
is
valet,
not
spa
always
masseuse,
common
front desk,
for
pool
animals.
guys, the doormen, and the security guards.
Which
The
is
nicer the
always
hotel,
quite
The
nice.
more amenities that are offered, but the higher the direct operating cost becomes with the additional labor, materials, and overhead. Hotels operate on economies of scale and economies of scope. Their objective is to achieve consistent volume and to keep new guests flowing in after the prior guests check out. This is why hotels aggressively slash prices in the low season and then hike the room prices as high as possible during the high season. Low season is between November and March. That's the end of the school year when businesses tend to slow down, everyone winds down to Christmas, people travel back home to their families, and winters generally reach their coldest levels. Few people will want to take a vacation during wind chills, ice storms, or heavy snows on the East Coast. High season, in comparison, is between May and August. So think of Miami during the summer, where everyone wants to go spend time on a beach, when the weather is at its nicest, when students break from school, and families go on vacation. If we go back to that JW Marriott in downtown LA, all those additional amenities that we mentioned, like the spa, the pool, the bar, and the valet, are all tools to increase the average guest bill. Even though these amenities and the overall hotel is a seasonal business, they'll go through their slow periods in the low season where they might end up operating in the red, the loss is generally made up during the high season. Selling drinks, food, pedicures, valet, along with the optionality...
Can't wait to feed them peas in a bowl of water.
Are all levers for
I was gonna ask why, and then I thought about it, and I think I get the idea with them bobbing for them and whatnot. I imagine that would be quite amusing.
If you set too low of a room price, the rooms will sell out quickly, but the hotel still has plenty of ways to make money off the guests once they check in. But not every hotel is a 5-star luxury building, and not everyone is willing to spend hundreds of dollars every night. Luxury hotel rooms account for less than 2% of all available hotel rooms in the United States. The hotel industry categorizes hotels under 4 main types: economy, mid-scale, upscale, and luxury. The type of hotel that you go to dictates how much you should expect to pay per night, the quality and breadth of service you should expect to receive, and the amenities that are available on site. If we look at the leading hotels today, there are really 5 main players. These 5 corporations own entire portfolios of recognizable hotels.
Get ready
and
for a
brands
lot
that
of
span
ting
across
ting
all these
ting.
different hotel types.
Gotta
Let's start
process
with the
all
most
this now,
well-known
that way we can
player,
clear some more of our
Hilton's luxury
inventory.
brands are the prestigious Waldorf Astoria, LXR, and Conrad hotels, which are all located in landmark destinations like Dubai, Turkey, Rome, and New York City. But as legendary and as prestigious as luxury brands are, these hotels account for less than 5% of the total hotel rooms in Hilton's portfolio. Hilton's moneymakers are in its upscale and mid-scale brands. The Hilton is the company's flagship hotel that provides everything from event spaces to restaurants and bars in their lobbies. DoubleTree is famous for its warm chocolate chip cookies that it serves guests upon check-in.
Autocraft? Yeah, so this is just putting it onto it where it'll keep producing this.
Are other examples of leading
but I gotta get it done. I mean, I wish I could. I mean, I could put it into a machine. I guess I could just set up one of my machines to do it.
Hotels make money as a function of how many rooms
But
they have.
I just hadn't. Like, I actually had that production system set up at one point. I think that was on my experimental build, though.
Hilton was earning $8 to $9 billion consistently every year. But despite their first mover advantage and their fame, Hilton is only good enough these days to take second place when it comes to revenue and total rooms available. First place is Marriott. Marriott has the highest market cap and grosses nearly 3 times as much revenue as Hilton. Marriott's luxury brands include the Ritz-Carlton, St. Regis, JW Marriott, and W. Its other upscale concepts include the Sheraton, Westin, and the Marriott hotels. What's really unique about the Marriott portfolio is that they actually have the mature mid-scale market share that Hilton lacks. Marriott owns trusted brands in the mid-scale categories Courtyard, Fairfield, Aloft, and Residence Inn. Marriott grossed $14 billion in 2021 across 1.5 million rooms and was the undisputed industry leader with the most revenue and rooms available worldwide. Before COVID, Marriott was grossing $20 billion a year. If Marriott is in first place and Hilton is in second, then third place goes to Intercontinental Hotel Group. Intercontinental Hotel Group, or IHG for short, is based in Europe, but their portfolio contains plenty of recognizable American brands. IHG's luxury portfolio is spearheaded.
I guess
by
I could put shards in it as well, just for now. It's not like it's a priority product, but
IHG owns Crown Plaza as well as Holiday Inn, and the company grossed $2.9 billion in 2021 across 900,000 hotel rooms. Before the pandemic, IHG's annual revenue
150 per minute. That's a bit faster.
In fourth place is
Just
Hyatt.
a wee bit.
Hyatt's portfolio boasts top-end luxury brands such as Grand Hyatt, Park Hyatt, and Destination. For the upscale market, Hyatt owns Hyatt Regency, Hyatt Place, Hyatt House, and Hyatt Hotel. Hyatt grossed $3 billion.
That'll just get all that processed, that way I don't have to worry about it.
IHG, but is also half of what Hilton makes every year. Hyatt caters more towards business travelers, and the company's results in that regard are really impressive. Hyatt has less than 300,000 hotel rooms worldwide, which is a third of IHG, a third of Hilton, and a fifth of Marriott's scale. But to generate $3 billion off of so few rooms speak to how successful Hyatt has been in cornering the upscale business travel market. Before the COVID pandemic, Hyatt grossed $4 to $5 billion every year. In fifth place is Wyndham. While all these other players are duking it out over the high-end market, Wyndham is the quiet player that chooses to sit at an entirely different poker table. They specialize in mid-scale and economy hotels. Super 8, Travelodge, Microtel, and Days Inn are all well-known budget hotels that are in Wyndham's portfolio and targeted for value-oriented travelers. For economy hotels, free coffee and high-speed internet are the extent of the amenities. These economy hotels are simple, affordable, functional, and widespread. Wyndham also owns reputable mid-scale hotels such as La Quinta, Ramada, and Baymont. In 2021, Wyndham grossed $1.5 billion across 800,000 rooms, and before the pandemic, their gross revenue was clocking in at around $1.5 to $2 billion every year. Then came a little startup called Airbnb. As this tech company began to pick up momentum and funding in the early 2010s, the narrative began to take shape.
Why stay in a hotel room when you can instead rent an Airbnb, condo, or home?
Here's the kitchen. It's all newly remodeled, all new appliances, farmhouse sink.
One reason for Airbnb's surging popularity is the chance
I
to
bet
rent
you
a
I could
whole
raise
house
this
for the price of
entire
a hotel
deck.
room.
It is not just a game changer, it's a huge game changer. The numbers are staggering. Imagine this, 25 million people booking rooms through Airbnb, and they're not just rooms. You can book everything from a Winnebago to, they've got 600 castles on their list. So the variety and the diversity is great. It's changing the name because you've got $13 billion in market valuation of just Airbnb alone. That surpasses already the market valuation of companies like Intercontinental Hotels.
Airbnb is fundamentally changing the hotel industry.
Airbnb's gross bookings last year were 240 million, according to CrewCo.
Yeah, I don't know why you would. It's funny that they're pushing these. Like, this was the kind of rhetoric they were putting out about Airbnb. Because if I'm traveling somewhere, I'm gonna be real honest, I'm not getting an Airbnb.
The rest of the hotel industry
I ain't doing it. They seem like there's so many catches with it.
Even to this day, hotel executives can't get through interviews without being asked about Airbnb. But what's interesting is that their collective response and position has been measured and consistent over the years.
Well, I think the disruptor that people think of first for the hotel space is Airbnb. But I would talk about two others as well. One would be online travel agents, which have been in place now for 10 to 15 years. Expedia, Priceline, Rakuten, Ctrip in China, a number of different players. And then the Googles and Amazons and Apples of the world who have these extraordinary technology platforms and ability to monetize them in ways which are pretty profound. They all pose threats to us. They are different kinds of threats. I think Airbnb, because it's the newest, captures the most attention. But in some respects is maybe the least threatening. And I don't mean to suggest that they're not a disruptor and they're not relevant. They are a big player, and I think they're here for a long time. But they are increasingly getting to a place where they are selling dedicated units on their site, as opposed to the guest room in somebody's occupied home, which is where it started as classic shared economy. That classic shared economy is a different experience than a hotel room. And some people are going to be drawn to that because it's local and it seems individual, doesn't seem institutional in any respect. And you can understand that. But when it's a dedicated unit, then it's simply a question of, all right, what's the location? What's the price? What's the product look like? How well is it cared for? That's the competition we've been having for decades. And I think in many respects, that competition, while worthy and threatening, is not a wholly different kind of competition than we've had in the past.
Is Airbnb a threat to the established hotel industry?
I would not position them as a threat. They are players within our market, even though they're not really direct players because they only offer an online platform. We are we offering accommodation. They don't. They just list companies in their database to be able to offer accommodation. So I would not really call them a threat at this point, but they are a growing player that we need to be looking at in detail in terms of how are they playing and is within the rules of the game.
I do not think it's a real competitor to us. So if you think about what we do, it's something different than what they do. And I think we coexist with them quite well. We deliver a high quality, consistent product with the amenities wrapped in service, with all the technology, loyalty, and people pay us generally a big premium for that because they want that level of consistent, high quality experience. What they do is something different. What they're doing is by definition, can't have the consistency and the quality and the product and the amenities that are tailor fit because it's just something different. But it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's satisfying a different kind of trip occasion. So if you look at the numbers, even pre-COVID, we were coexisting quite well. We were at the peak levels of performance at a time where they were growing leaps and bounds, and we weren't really seeing significant competitive threat.
Cost is the biggest barrier to scale in the hotel industry. It takes on average 2 to 3 years to build a new hotel. The upfront cost for design, permits, and construction can range from $30 million to $130 million, depending on location and category. These estimates don't even include the cost of the land. Since these numbers are publicly shared by nearly every hotel giant, it's no secret how cost prohibitive and expensive it is to grow your market share in the hotel industry. Airbnb's innovation is on the supply side. Anyone around the world can list and monetize their room, apartment, or house with just a few steps on Airbnb's website. The company's business value is to serve as a trusted platform between travelers and hosts. Discovery, communication, and transactions between both parties all occur on Airbnb. Hosts set their own prices for their own listings, they provide service, and they accept travelers in whatever way that they see fit. As a middleman, Airbnb charges service fees to both guests and hosts as a percentage of their total reservation cost. Airbnb's advantage is that as a platform, the company doesn't own, lease, manage, or maintain any physical real estate. Hosts can add or remove their listings at any time. For example, if a host isn't seeing the business that they want on Airbnb, they can simply choose to remove their listing at no additional cost. There's an opportunity cost, but there's no marginal cost. Airbnb is ultimately monetizing housing that already exists. So it's not a question of demand or supply, it's just whether or not that housing supply exists on Airbnb. Hotels, on the other hand, are the exact opposite. Demand has to be validated first in order for the housing supply to exist. If the destination is not popular enough to fill the hotel rooms, if the local labor pool is not robust enough, if the land is not available or simply too expensive to purchase, then the hotel will simply not exist. While there are no limits to how many listings there can be on Airbnb, there are hard ceilings on how many hotels can exist based on zoning ordinance. Airbnb is an asset-light, fee-based platform business in an industry that notoriously demands significant capital upfront and capital expenditures. This platform advantage has enabled Airbnb to outperform hotels at scale. Airbnb had 6 million active listings in 2021. If we combine Marriott and Hilton for the sake of comparison and we add these two industry leaders together, we get a total of 2.5 million rooms. That's not even half of Airbnb's listings. Even if we add up all the properties and hotel rooms of the 5 major players that we've covered earlier, Marriott, Hilton, Hyatt, IHG, and Wyndham, they still don't come close to Airbnb's scale. Between 2020 and 2021, Marriott added 30,000 rooms, Hyatt and Hilton each added 50,000 rooms, Wyndham added 20,000 hotel rooms, and IHG actually shrunk, they closed out 6,000 rooms. In the same exact time frame, Airbnb added 400,000 listings to their platform. Airbnb's scale fuels its top-line revenue. Airbnb's gross revenue in 2021 was $5.9 billion, which beats Hyatt, Wyndham, and IHG by a large margin, and actually puts the tech company slightly ahead of Hilton when it comes to annual earnings. So why aren't hotel executives more scared of Airbnb? Are Hilton, Marriott, and Hyatt executives just pretending not to care publicly, but secretly freaking out in their boardrooms? Are these hotel giants just too stubborn to evolve? The secret is that Hilton, Marriott, Hyatt, Wyndham, IHG, and every hotel giant in the industry, they're actually all asset-light platform businesses who make most of their money on fees just like Airbnb. So while the media and analysts will spin stories about how the hotel industry is dying and about to be disrupted, the reality is that Hilton, Marriott, Hyatt, every big hotel company has been operating exactly like Airbnb long before the startup even existed. Disruption can't happen if the new firm and the old incumbents are all operating in the same way. Most people think of the hotel industry as this deeply traditional, slow-moving business where companies buy the land, hire the staff, build the hotel from the foundations up, and run it themselves until it pays off. And that's true when you look at the roots of the hotel industry, where legendary founders like Conrad Hilton, John Marriott, and Hyatt Robert Van Den owned, managed, and built every single hotel under their names starting from the 1920s to the 1950s. This traditional owner-operated, asset-heavy business model does have some upsides. If the hotel performs well, then the owner directly benefits from all the income generated. If the owner also owns the underlying land, they also benefit from the real estate appreciation, which oftentimes is actually a higher return than running the hotel itself. The challenge with this traditional owner-operated business model is the capital requirements, slow growth, high operating risk, and low cash-on-cash return. Even though the owners can pocket all the income generated under this business model, they also bear all the operating expense and risk of running that hotel. It can take a hotel decades just to break even with its initial investment. And even though the assets like the land is very high book value, hotels are typically cash-starved and desperately need cash flow to offset their daily high operating expenses. Unless the company is backed by credible lenders who can provide significant financial safety nets or cash infusions, it really only takes one underperforming hotel under this asset-heavy, owner-operated business model to pull the company towards bankruptcy. You can see how fragile the traditional owner-operated hotel business model is by looking at Hyatt, Hilton, and Marriott's business performance before and after COVID. In this data set, we just look at the few hotels that these corporations still own and operate themselves. Before COVID, Hyatt and Marriott had quickly achieved economies of scale and were enjoying healthy 20% and above gross margins on its hotels. Hilton wasn't performing as well as Hyatt or Marriott, but they were still in the green with 7% positive margin on the hotels that it was operating. After COVID, a lot of these hotel giants still haven't recovered their economies of scale. They've struggled to maintain consistent guest volume, and the gross margins for the hotels that they directly operate have taken significant hits. Marriott's gross margin for the hotels that it operates dropped to 8%, and Hilton went all the way to negative 14%. When you're in this owner-operated model, reducing variable costs is one of the few levers you have available to reduce your burn rate. But cutting employee hours, eliminating non-essential staff, shutting down amenities, reducing services, lowering these variable costs are simply not enough to maintain your margins when you're already faced with such high fixed costs under this traditional owner-operated model. The critical misconception that many people have today is that Airbnb is the company who pioneered this platform business model in the hotel industry. But in reality, the hotel giants have already been operating as platforms for many decades long before Airbnb existed. The platform business model is not some new novel idea. Instead, it's an established and well-proven monetization pattern that has enabled the hotel industry to scale to its current heights today. They're able to achieve faster returns, unlock faster growth, with a lot less capital and operating risk. Just like McDonald's or Subway, Hyatt, Hilton, and Marriott, and really every other major hotel, they all engage in franchising. Under the franchise model, you shoulder the initial startup costs and take on the responsibility for operating the hotel and hiring the staff. In return, you get to brand the hotel as a Hyatt, Hilton, or Marriott, and you tap into an active customer base, you get to write off the brand's prestige, you integrate into the company's tech infrastructure and supply chain, and you get to take part of a robust loyalty program like Honors or Bonvoy. And ultimately, if you're a franchisee, you never have to worry about advertising or marketing or whether or not people know about your hotel. If you were a new hotel owner and you were to forge your own independent brand, it would likely be a long and painful journey. You would be buried deep in a sea of other independent hotel brands.
Take care of myself? Alright, Jockey, give me a moment.
Trivago, and Priceline. And since 2/3 of hotel bookings worldwide are business purposes, there's little chance of business travelers will take the risk staying at an unknown hotel over the consistency, reliability, and reputation of a Hyatt, Hilton, or Marriott. To play out the franchisee example, in exchange for being able to brand your hotel as a Hilton, you kick up 2 to 6% of your gross booking revenue to Hilton. You also pay a percentage of your gross food and beverage sales along with a monthly program fee up to Hilton. The only upside here is that if you own the land yourself as the franchisee, you still get to keep all this real estate appreciation for yourself. If you're a hands-off owner that doesn't want to take on operations, you can enter into a separate fee-based management arrangement where the hotel giant comes in and manages your hotel for you. It will still be branded as a Hilton, Hyatt, Marriott, whatever hotel you want, but the hotel giant will essentially operate the hotel. You'll hire, train, and manage all your employees on your behalf. In return, the hotel giant will take a percentage of your gross revenue as a management fee. They'll take another percentage as a bonus fee, along with a fixed monthly fee. While you would still be legally recognized as the owner, you would not be responsible or involved day-to-day in any aspect of running the hotel. The catch here with this fee-based management model is that you still have to reimburse Marriott, Hilton, IHG, or whoever for all the operating expenses that they incur running your hotel for you. And that's, interestingly enough, why cost reimbursement is the biggest contributor to every hotel giant's gross revenue. The traditional owner-operated model is really a relic of the past these days.
The hotel portion is an incredible model. Think about it, Jim. $500 million, $500 million of royalty fee income alone every year. So consistent, and it flows through at 90% margin, generating $450 million of royalty fee income before you get to the management and all the other ways that you can drive this business from a growth standpoint.
Given our asset-light business model and the actions we took during the pandemic to further streamline our operations, we expect permanent margin improvement versus prior peak levels in the range of 400 to 600 basis points over the next few years.
Our fourth quarter results reflect the clear resilience of travel, our strong focus on cost containment, and the benefits of our asset-light business model. Gross fee revenues reached $831 million in the fourth quarter.
Hilton today owns and operates less than 2% of its hotel rooms. Hyatt owns and operates 5% of its hotel rooms, and Wyndham actually owns none of its hotel rooms. They just recently sold off their last 2 hotels in their fourth quarter of 2021. For Hilton, they make 3 times as much money from franchise fees than they do from gross bookings at the hotels that they do operate. Marriott makes twice as much money from franchise fees than they do from hotels that they own and operate. Wyndham, on the other hand, is an example of a company that has completely embraced the platform business model, with 95% of its hotel rooms under franchise ownership and the remaining 5% under fee-based management. The narrative around Airbnb's disruption and platform business model is intriguing, but it's really not the groundbreaking phenomenon as the media and academics would pose it to be. The entire hotel industry had been undergoing this transition from asset-heavy operators to asset-light, fee-based platforms for decades long before Airbnb existed. In particular, Hilton, IHG, Wyndham, and Marriott have been very aggressive in selling off their hotels and lands to anyone who would buy them every year for the past 20 years. It's really worth noting here that the platform business model in itself is not a silver bullet. While Airbnb continues to outperform the hotel industry in terms of scale and listings, the challenge the tech company is facing today is the realization that quantity is not quality. Safety issues, service inconsistency, guest volatility, intrusive hosts, privacy concerns, and excessive policies have resulted in Airbnb travelers feeling more like burden than guests to their hosts these days. On the flip side,
I was gonna say, like,
with
I wouldn't go
city
to one,
fees,
not with all the
licensing,
horror
and
stories
permit
I've
costs
heard.
now factored into each booking, Airbnb can no longer use the tagline that they're cheaper or more unique than a hotel when they're already being taxed like one. And since affordability was a major driving force behind the company's early popularity, it's an open question mark as to how Airbnb will navigate these choppy waters ahead. When the playing ground becomes level and price becomes equal across hotels and Airbnbs, service will inevitably become a competitive advantage. The reliability, predictability, and consistency in guest experience is really where hotels have continued to edge out Airbnb across business and leisure travel for the past several decades, and why the industry as a whole doesn't think of Airbnb as a threat.
This is Billionaires Row. You've probably seen these buildings on social media. They're a stretch of homes in New York City that only the world's richest people can afford to live in.
Billionaires Row here in New York City set off a super slender skyscraper revolution. Today, those towers are an astounding display of wealth, prestige, and engineering firsts. But they're also kind of empty. Back on the ground, finding an apartment for us non-billionaires is, well, take it from a New Yorker.
New York City housing is a scam. It is a scam. Woo!
3 years ago this very week,
Yeah, if you're dumb enough to live in New York,
rise and rise of New York's billionaires
you're
row.
buying
But
the
now I look at
scams,
this
so I don't
legacy.
know what to
How
tell
did
you.
it come about? Why are so many of those apartments still sitting empty? And what does all that mean for the world of wealth and construction and the city itself?
Midtown Manhattan. It is here that one of the first skyscrapers was built.
New York is about building the tallest building and then coming back and building a taller building.
There is only one Billionaires Row in the world, and it's in New York City, and it's on 57th Street. All profit.
Beverly Hills has its mega mentions, but when it comes to sheer stratospheric cost, New York City really may have to beat.
Oversupply in the sky. You actually look down on the Empire State Building.
Worth it. It is a safety deposit in the sky for some of the richest people in the world.
Some of the buildings on Billionaires Row are quite beautiful and amazing constructs, but we're at a moment in society where there's a widespread great reckoning with the abuses of power and the concentrations of wealth.
Just south of Central Park sit some of the most exclusive homes anywhere in the world. There are no official gates to Billionaires Row, but the name refers to a handful of buildings on and around West 57th Street. Nestled alongside iconic New York landmarks like Carnegie Hall, the Russian Tea Room and the Plaza Hotel, you'll also find 432 Park Avenue, 53W53, 111W57, 157 and Central Park Tower. A little further
Wow.
out, you
They're
have
very
240 Central
original
Park
with their
South,
naming, aren't they?
520 Park Avenue,
Goodness
and
gracious.
252 East 57th Street.
Now, it wouldn't be a B1M video if we didn't look at the engineering of these incredible, mind-bendingly slender towers. Skyscrapers have been getting progressively taller and thinner for years, but Billionaires Row has given rise to a whole new breed of skyscraper entirely. The super slender residential tower.
In Manhattan, space comes at a premium, which means if you want to build big, you've got to build up. To develop the small sites they'd secured with buildings tall enough to offer Central Park views, developers on Billionaires Row spent years acquiring the air rights for the properties around their lots. That meant they could combine those new air rights to build their property taller and ensure those nearby buildings couldn't block their newly built views of Central Park. It's kind of like piecing together a very expensive puzzle. New York's building code considers a building slender if it has a width-to-height ratio of 1:7, but the towers over on Billionaires Row go far beyond that. 157 was the first of the bunch to complete in 2014 with a ratio of 1:8. Then came 432 Park Avenue with a ratio of 1:15. From there, 53 West 53rd, 111 West 57th Street and Central Park Tower all joined the ranks of super slender skyscrapers on Manhattan's skyline. Today, the thinnest of the bunch is 111 West 57th Street. The 85-story building is officially the world's thinnest skyscraper. It's just 18 metres wide but rises to 435 metres in height. That's a width-to-height ratio of 1:24. Put it next to the Empire State Building or One World Trade Center and you start to get an idea of just how astoundingly thin these new super slender buildings really are. But building so slender comes with its own unique structural challenges. Stiffening the structure is the key to maintaining stability. The materials have to be strong enough to keep the building steady, and concrete is often used to construct the core of the building. And of course, when you're 400 metres in the air, you have to think about the wind. To keep the building from swaying too much, 111 West 57th Street has an 800-ton tuned mass damper or giant swinging weight at the top, which works almost like a shock absorber in a car. Skyscrapers are always going to move a bit in the wind, but the goal is to reduce the sway enough so residents don't notice. Central Park Tower and 53W53 both have setbacks that help to break up strong air currents and reduce the overall wind load acting on the building. And over at 432 Park Avenue, engineers left out the glass on the mechanical floors to let the wind flow through the structure. Of course, we do have to acknowledge some of the issues that have cropped up now that construction is finished. Residents of 432 Park Avenue sued the developers for a series of construction issues, including flooding, power outages, faulty elevators, and a noise caused by the building swaying in the wind. We reached out to CIM Group for comment on this lawsuit, but no one's come back to us. Now, there's a logic to the super slender tower. The taller you build, the more value you can squeeze out of that small plot of land that you were able to find on Manhattan Island. But these towers have even fewer units than similar buildings. Just take 111 West 57th Street. It has 60 units across 85 stories. Now, compare that to the Trump World Tower, built 20 years earlier, and you'll see that has 376 units over 90 stories. To make the construction of a super slender tower worth it, you have to make those units really, really, really expensive. And that's where realtors like Ryan Serhant come in. I caught up with Ryan at the offices of Serhant, his luxury real estate firm based here in Manhattan.
Take me into the world of Billionaires Row. What's it like and how is it different to other luxury real estate elsewhere in Manhattan?
57th Street, Billionaires Row, is a pretty global demographic. So there's a lot of pied-à-terre, so part-time owners. There's a lot of investor owners. You know, we're selling the penthouse right now, 432 Park, for $169 million US. The owner's never been there. And it's an investment, you know, it's an asset. It's like owning, you know, a Picasso. New York City had status symbol projects prior to Billionaires Row, but never like it does now. Before you'd say, hey, where do you live? 41 East 66th Street. You'd say, cool, where's that? Now you can say, where do you live? 432? Ah, it's a brand, right? It's like a Birkin bag. Where do you live? 157. Where do you live? 111. Where do you live? 220. You don't even have to say where it is. You just say the number.
Just behind me over there are the massive
downright
cast-iron
pitiful.
testicles of the Wall Street Bull. Now, they represent money, and of course none of this would be possible without money. Loads and loads and loads.
But it does check out
so
for New
much
York,
money, in fact.
so.
It's actually helping transform housing from its most basic function of providing shelter into a lucrative investment strategy.
Now, to be clear, home ownership's always been one of the best ways to build wealth, and that opportunity hasn't been made equal to everyone. But Billionaires Row takes things to a whole new level and has essentially created an entirely new asset class of luxury real estate. That's partly because there's simply a lot more money to go around. The amount of money being invested around the world has grown massively, creating what some researchers call a giant pool of cash. But alongside this explosion of global wealth, wealth inequality has grown too. A smaller slice of people now control a bigger share of the world's money, and that means the people at the top have bigger and bigger bank accounts. One place to put some of that money? Well, luxury real estate, like the units on Billionaires Row.
And this is historically unprecedented. The amount of very wealthy people with that money coming into the built environment, it mutates the built environment. It mutates architecture.
Matthew Soules has thought a lot about this. In fact, he wrote a whole book on how wealth is reshaping our buildings.
Architecture is under a tremendous amount of pressure to satisfy the investment kind of absorption role. And that's where something like Billionaires Row comes into being.
To really understand why our buildings are changing shape, it's helpful to get to grips with a financial concept called liquidity. Stick with us, and Billionaires Row will start to make a lot more sense.
So all assets have varying degrees of liquidity.
This man
You
is
can
the
think of
gayest person I think I've
everything
ever
that is an
heard speak in a
asset
while.
as existing somewhere on a liquidity spectrum.
I can
And at
only
one end
assume
of the
it, but
spectrum
it's just
is the
he's
most liquid
dripping
asset
with
of
that.
all. That is cash.
That
One US dollar bill is
behavioral-
exactly the same as
the
every
way he
other one US
speaks.
dollar bill. You can hand it off super easily. At the very other end of the liquidity spectrum is real estate, a piece of architecture. Often represented as a single-family home with a pitched roof.
Along that spectrum, you have things like artwork and stocks in companies like Tesla or
I
Google.
think this whole
So
area
my
is going to
argument
end up
is
moving up
that
1
the
meter.
logics and practices of finance
Just to get
capitalism
everything to,
is
like,
to
the same-
transform buildings in such a way that they move down the liquidity
They move
spectrum to
down?
become more
Yeah,
like a
okay,
stock, more like cash.
Enter Billionaires Row.
Get a
One
gayer
level
accent than when Rico does Rico
is
Simmons.
an
I swear.
incredibly tall building, but it has a very small number of units in it. All the units are either one entire floor or a unit that spans 2 floors. Gone is the hallway. You know, you're not going to smell the neighbors cooking. Maybe it's a pleasant smell, maybe it's not, but that's what social life in the city is all about. Gone are all the possibilities for that.
Now, not being able to smell your neighbour's dinner sounds kind of nice, but Matthew says it goes back to this concept of housing sliding closer and closer to something like cash on that liquidity scale.
What does this all mean? This means that you could own a unit in a building like 432 Park and almost never visit it, or maybe never go there, and you can be reasonably assured that it's going to be secure and not problematized by some unpredictable public usage.
With fewer units in the building, you can start to control more of those variables that typically make a house a non-liquid asset. There's no hallway because the elevator opens directly to the apartment. There's no backyard you've got to maintain. No street level windows to protect from vandals on the ground. No leaky roof that you've got to fix.
And you can see this across building types, not only the towers in Billionaires Row, but condominium units in Miami, in Vancouver, in Melbourne. But it's pronounced
All terrible
in something
places.
like the Billionaire Row ultra-thin towers.
Even with the money and the engineering to make buildings like this possible, you can't just put a super slender skyscraper up wherever you like. Developers need permission to get their projects off the ground, and there are restrictions on how tall they're allowed to build. But here in New York, there are a lot of different loopholes they can use to go beyond the limits.
To try and get my head around all this, I went to go and see Sam Stein. He's a senior policy analyst at the Community Service Society of New York.
I want to ask about incentive zoning. For anyone who hasn't heard of that, what is it? How would you describe it to somebody on the street?
First of all, zoning is the rules about what can be built where, at what height, and what width, and with how much space in between, etc. Incentive zoning says the developer can violate those rules to a certain degree if they do something else that is to the public's benefit.
Just to the west of Billionaires Row, New York City used zoning incentives with the Hudson Yards development to upgrade the subway, create new public parks, and expand the nearby Javits Center. On Billionaires Row, 157 got a tax break from building some affordable housing in the Bronx, but we'll get more into that later. Remember how developers bought up a bunch of air rights to be able to build even taller? Well, the way those rights are obtained typically means the developments are able to move forward without going through the usual public or environmental review process. The Municipal Art Society of New York.
So the rich people that are the ones that most insist on these kind of rules will also then give themselves away to just spend to get around their newly formed rules. Those same rules that will get you bent over and taken for everything that you've got if you try to sidestep them. But the billionaires, being special people that are so much better than you, they get to just do whatever they want.
432 Park Avenue was able to rise so high in part because of another loophole in the city's zoning laws.
Absolutely
Any floors
outrageous.
used for mechanical or structural equipment don't count towards the total height of the building. And at 432 Park, roughly a quarter of its floors are reserved for equipment, not apartments. Now, there are legitimate reasons to have so much space reserved for mechanics. For one, the open-air mechanical floors allow wind to flow through the building in order to reduce any sway. And of course, you need space to store the heating, air conditioning, and elevator motors. But there's an ongoing debate about whether developers are exploiting the rule in order to build further into the sky. Is this great architecture or capitalist ambition? Can those be the same thing? Is that the very essence of New York?
For all the effort, money and planning that's going into these buildings, it struck me just how many of the units seem empty. But once I started to look into it, it actually made a lot more sense, and it turns out there's a couple of different reasons for it. They're either unsold or simply unoccupied.
In fact, there are quite a few Billionaires Row properties still on the market. An analysis by Sirhan found that nearly half the units in 7 of the buildings were unsold in August. That's $6.7 billion worth of condos still on the market without a buyer. That might be because what was initially unique about 157, the Central Park views, floor-to-ceiling windows, and units sprawling an entire floor, was quickly replicated by the other super tools that popped up. Now, if you're in the market for an ultra-luxury apartment in Manhattan, you have a lot more options.
Well, there's a lot being built. Gloss of 157 sort of it depreciates every year that new projects come through, and there's another, it building to live in.
For years, the luxury real estate market in New York City had more supply than demand. But that's starting to change. By September 2021, Manhattan hit record high sales of luxury properties.
But what kind of intrigues me more is the empty units. They've been built, they've been sold, but nobody lives there, at least not all the time. They're second, third, fourth homes, or simply just a place to store wealth.
Now, the idea of a secondary residence isn't new. The French term pied-à-terre, meaning foot to ground, was coined in the 19th century to describe a temporary secondary residence. Today, that's come to represent second homes, usually apartments, in cities away from the owner's primary residence. Every few years, the City of New York does this big housing and vacancy survey. In 2017, they found there were 75,000 pied-à-terre properties across the city. That's up from 55,000 in 2014. In the 2 zip codes where most Billionaires Row properties are located, roughly half of the single-family homes and condos aren't occupied by their owners. In the rest of the city, the owner occupancy rate is closer to 75%. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that all these units are sitting empty. They could be rented out by their owners who live elsewhere. But none of the Billionaires Row developers would share their occupancy rates with us, and this data gives us a glimpse into how the area around Billionaires Row compares with the rest of the city.
Of course, there's more to owning a property here on Billionaires Row than simply having a place to stay on your trips to New York. You can also score a pretty hefty tax break.
Of course.
That's partly because of the way condominiums are valued here in New York. You'd think the value
Mind
of
you as
property
well,
in
this
Billionaires
is New
Row
York,
is
an
quite
extremely
considerable.
far left area that
Well,
constantly
this is New
gets
York City,
on
and there's
to
a ton of
right-wing
message boards to make
states
things
about
very
how we want to give tax cuts to billionaires, and it's a city that's been run by Democrats exclusively for decades.
Apartment, so there's no benchmark for what
Which
the
is
rental value
hilarious.
would even be. $10,000 a month,
Lying
$100,000 a month,
scuzzballs,
there's
the
no
whole lot of
precedent
them.
for something like that. So
Not that
what
that's
ends up
particularly
happening is the
surprising,
Billionaires Row
but they're
condo
a bunch
is
of lying
taxed the same
scuzzballs.
as
That's
a unit that's
basically what the
worth
word
a fraction
politician
of the
means.
cost.
But
But that's
Still
all.
not a
Ultra
surprise.
luxury can also add on another massive tax break through something called the 421A exemption. Now, we know talking about the US tax code is not why you clicked on this video, but as boring as it sounds, it's actually a really big part of the appeal of Billionaires Row.
The 421A tax break was originally introduced in New York in the 1970s as a way to encourage developers to build residential housing. That's because the city was concerned about people living for the suburbs. Now, the rules have changed a lot over the years. Today, it's been rebranded as the Affordable Housing New York program. Essentially, developers can get up to 100% of their property taxes erased for a set number of years if a fifth of their development is classified as affordable housing. But despite none of the units in 157 being anywhere near affordable to a non-billionaire, it still benefits from this tax break.
And so if you can defer most, if not all, of the monthly real estate taxes to the developer, and then also pass that on to the owners, then the buyers would just jump on these options left and right.
The New York City Independent Budget Office actually did a deep dive into 157's use of the 421A exemption. In order to qualify for it, the developers built 66 units of affordable housing in the Bronx, miles away from Billionaires Row. The IBO estimated that exemption will cost the city $65.6 million in property tax revenue over 10 years. Still, it found the way the state of New York values its condos provided an even greater tax break to 157's owners than the affordable housing exemption. Extel, the developer behind 157, didn't respond to our requests for comment about the IBO report.
of course they don't. There's nothing
These
that
tax
the rich
discrepancies
and the
don't just
powerful
happen on
fear
Billionaires
more than
Row.
accountability.
Bloomberg found that one $2.1 million condo in Brooklyn came with a tax bill of just $157. Meanwhile, a condo in the Bronx, worth roughly a tenth of that, paid nearly $4,000.
The 421A tax abatement cost the city $1.7 billion in the last fiscal year. That's $1.7 billion we could be putting into the development of new, genuinely affordable housing. But instead, it subsidizes mostly luxury housing. So everybody else picks up the slack in terms of the increased tax burden.
Listen, you can argue about capitalism all you want. It's the way of the earth, right? Smart people end up being incentivized to make money, and their lifestyle increases, and they spend tons of money. And that money being spent is then taxed in a lot of different ways. You're not just paying real estate taxes, you're paying income tax, you're paying dividend tax, you got capital gains tax, you got sales tax. I think I'm taxed if I go outside and take a left, right? Take a lot of rights, so I don't get taxed. There's a lot of taxes here. And so, all of that tax income pays for a lot of the services that we want and have in the city.
That was the most
Even though
crony
a lot of its
capitalist
units are
answer
sitting
I've ever
empty,
heard.
Billionaires Row isn't completely dead. And it kind of reminds me of this
don't like him.
book called Zombie Urbanism.
It's used to describe a place that has a lot of housing units that are sold but aren't lived in. It's not quite dead, but also not fully alive either.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Like, that man could not have done more to have made capitalism sound evil, which is shocking to me. It's one of those things where I'm like, I'm pretty right wing on many a subject, but man, you're almost making me feel like some heads need to roll. That the bourgeoisie is getting a little too heavy, a little too
become a suburb of ghost towers due to unused
He needs to work on his wording. That man is not a PR type. You can tell.
I would say these buildings radically matter to everybody.
Well, and then there's this guy on the other end that makes me want to throw people out of choppers. So it's like, this is what happens when you start getting New York involved in something.
And
where do I fall? Where do I end up? Whose side am I on? They both suck.
So, where does New York go from here? The city's in an affordable housing crisis, and it's not like these luxury empty apartments are going to be used to house people who really need a place to live.
I think you'll see more people buying apartments for $50, $60, $70, $80, $100 million in 10 years than you'll ever see before, which obviously means that there's going to be a very, very, very noticeable wealth gap in the world as the wealthier get wealthy and the poor get poor. And so who always gets screwed in all of these kind of global financial shifts are the middle class, and that's the people who really do the work. They get taxed the most because they pay strictly off of income. And where do you go, right? Where do you go?
Tenants in Queens are susceptible to increases in rent that are practically, for all intents and purposes, an eviction. And I think it's very important that we take a moment to underline that evictions are violence.
Okay.
People here are protesting the 421A abatement, and they're angry.
Again, that's one of those ones where it's like, oh yeah, okay, I can agree. And then he says, evictions are violent. And I'm like, okay, see, yes and no, and I know why you said it that way. And why you said it that way means that now I'm not on your side, even though we can agree.
Some of their demands include a nationwide rent freeze and the construction of new social and affordable housing.
In Berlin and Barcelona, the governments threatened to seize empty buildings and turn them into affordable housing. In 2019, New York state lawmakers proposed an annual recurring tax on second homes valued at more than $5 million, but it was derailed under intense lobbying from real estate groups. Instead, lawmakers embraced a one-time fee on the sale of multi-million-dollar homes. None of the developers on Billionaires Row would respond to our repeated requests for comments on the issues raised in this video.
I hope that in 10 years' time, we look back at Billionaires Row as a phenomenal mistake and a dozen missed opportunities. And the most important thing that I hope comes out of Billionaires Row is that the city changes the way that it taxes property, changes the way that it does incentive zoning to actually get the most and a fair distribution of payments.
Billionaires Row shows us once again what the architecture and construction sectors are capable of. It reminds us of their ability to continually evolve and respond to the shifting demands of our economies and societies. Today, these towers stand alongside icons of the skyline and present a kind of history of engineering progress. The rise of 157 set off a super tall boom across New York City that's still not over.
The towers, the skinny pencil towers on Billionaires Row, are the most dramatic manifestation of this new world we live in. They are architecture as spatio-financial form, not as shelter or cultural manifestation.
So I don't have a problem with tall buildings. I love tall buildings. I don't
Same.
have a problem with new construction. We need more new construction of various
Same.
kinds. But for that to be the future of our city suggests to me that we've given up on the ideals of the city in the first place.
But as long as human civilization has been around, it's all about.
Okay,
what
that
you
part
have
is funny
and
to
how
me.
much
That's
you
like,
have.
okay,
And
bud,
that
okay,
is
bud.
what
You
helps
guys gave up on that
civilizations rise, and what
decades
causes them to
ago.
fall.
There's a
To
saying
pretend that
we
it's
shape our buildings
just
and
now
then
been a
afterwards
thing
those
where they're
buildings,
like,
they shaped
Oh
us.
no,
But
they
for me,
lost
that's
their way.
incredibly
You
true about
lost
the
your
city.
way.
The city is synonymous
60,
with the
70,
skyscraper. It's been
80,
shaped by
100
those
years
buildings.
ago at this
They
point.
rose as a product
You
of the
haven't
events in the
known
city
what
at that
you
time,
like.
and now they shape the city's future.
Yeah, no,
We had it with the
no,
Empire
bruh.
State and the Chrysler Building rising at the very end of the boom years.
It's
We had it again
hilarious
with
to
the
me that they
original
would
World
even
Trade
try
Center
and
rising
claim
in the
that. It's like, okay,
1970s
bud,
and
yeah,
standing
sure,
through
sure.
the 80s, 90s, and
Now
early
you've
2000s.
lost your way.
We had it with the rebuilding
It definitely
of the World
didn't
Trade
happen
Center in the
before.
wake of 9/11
Nope,
as the
nope, nope,
city
nope, nope.
tried to work out what it wanted to replace those iconic buildings with. And now we've got it with Billionaires Row. Those super slender skyscrapers have risen as a product of demand, loopholes, the desire for billionaires.
However, I
to
do
get a view of
think we will
Central
take
Park
this
and
as
the
our
city's
opportunity
zoning
to
and
wrap it
planning
up. I'm going to keep
regulations.
working on
Whether
this
you
facility
like it
and
or
getting
not,
it
whether they're
transitioned over
occupied or
till
not,
we're
whether they're casting a shadow or
we've
not,
got it
they are now
operational
part of the
again.
city's
But
story. They are part of the fabric of
I
New
think
York.
we are going to wrap it
Until
here.
that
I'm going to
next
take a
chapter
break and
comes
go
along.
sort some food out or something. I might
One thing for
peckish.
sure, I want to be here to cover it because I've fallen in love with
I
this
appreciate
place.
you all
As
hanging
always,
out,
guys,
though.
If you enjoyed this video and you want to get
Y'all
more
are
from the
wonderful
definitive video
individuals.
channel
I'm
for
always happy to have you
construction,
around.
You know what to do.
But you all have a wonderful rest of your day. God bless y'all, and I will see you again tomorrow. Bye, chat. Bye. Ah.
Here comes the cavalry. Orbital